We need one of the members to come from their office to here. And Counselor, we will wait. Well, good morning anyway. I know Counselor, is Deputy Mayor McAuliffe away? I saw Counselor Fletcher a minute ago. Can someone ask her to come in? Because I know she was here. I saw her just 2 minutes ago. Oh, Counselor Cole. Oh, Counselor Matlow is here. We now have quorum. Thank you. Okay, we are calling the meeting in order. My name is Olivia Chow. I am the mayor and the chair of the executive committee. This is meeting number 15, and welcome everyone. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. There she is, Councillor Fletcher. Hello. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is a traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nation, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississauga of the Credit. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the executive committee page, toronto.ca/council, and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the city clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council on CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members to assist you. And are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, we will proceed. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes from the meeting on May 14th, 2024? Deputy Mayor Malik. All those in favor, carry. I want to take a minute to acknowledge the Director of Municipal Law and Legal Service, Ward Earl. Are you here, Ward? Okay. This is the last executive committee meeting for Ward as he is retiring from the City of Toronto on June 28th. Please join me in thanking Ward for his over 30 years of service. Yeah. Yeah, wishing you best in your retirement, but don't go far.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I greatly appreciate it. I realize you're the 8th mayor that I've actually served under, which was kind of surprising to me, given that a few of those had multiple terms. So it's been a while. It's been a while.
Wow, that's 30 years. That's thank you for your incredible service. We relied on you and in the legal service. So great. Okay, before we run through the agenda, I have a new business item to introduce. It's amending the FIFA World Cup 2026 Subcommittee mandate. It's very technical in nature. May I do the introduction? All those in favor is in front of you. Any opposed? Carrie, thank you. We'll hold it down and we'll deal with it later. Let us now run through the agenda. Item 1, just 1 second here. Is a statutory, just 1 second here. It has, East Harbour, okay? It is the East Harbour Transit, okay. EX 15.1, East Harbour Transit-Oriented Communities Proposal, conclusion of negotiations and draft plan of subdivision approach to next stage. Does anyone want to hold that down? Councillor Fletcher, you are good, you're a local councillor?
I think with the motions that you have, Mayor,
Sorry, I can't hear you.
with the motions that you've made, we're good, yeah.
Okay, you're all right? So all those in favor of the recommended, yep, I'm sorry. Checking any speakers for this? No? Okay, seeing no speaker. All those in favor of item 1, done. Item 2, transit expansion and transit-oriented communities. I do have a, oh, there is a speaker, okay. Item 3, homeless service and capital infrastructure strategy. That's a plan. It's item 3. Do we have any speaker on this? No? Recommendations? I do have a motion. Can you put that in front of you, in front of us? Can you, this is a motion asking for a supplementary report coming to City Council. Do you have it? Do you have it? We have a technical thing. We will come back to it, okay? Yeah, all right. We will come back to it and have it approved. Item 15.4, we have a lot of deputations. We'll hold that down. 15.5, Moss Park Arena. I believe you have a motion. There's a speaker, okay.
I have a motion, Mayor, that
There's a speaker anyway, sorry, hold your horse. There's a proposed land lease, item 15.6. I believe there is a motion to defer this item. Can we see the motion? Hasn't been submitted? There are speaker on it, okay.
they need to decide if
there is a
here next time. Stephen, they need to decide if they want to speak today or next time.
I believe that on this item, the Somalian Center for Culture and Recreation, there's a desire, Councillor Holliday, to defer this item for further conversation and discussion. And if you're all right with it, Councillor Holliday, so we don't have to get into the deputation, given that deputants will have, one time, because when it comes back, they may want to comment on it. Councillor Holliday, are you all right with that?
I'm not familiar with a one-time rule.
Oh, okay.
So I know there's a lot of
okay,
speakers on
pardon?
this.
A statutory item, yes, you can speak several times. But I just want to let the deputants know that there is a desire for further conversation. Councillor Holliday? Did you want to still hold it, or?
Madam Mayor, this has been an exceptionally volatile issue. I think a lot of people have come prepared to speak to the committee today. I hope the committee would hear them.
Sure, okay. Maybe, is the Somali Community Center representative also here? Okay, so you have some representatives. So this is my suggestion. There are a lot of deputants also on the Sankofa Square, which will take a little bit of time. I'm wondering whether there could be a conversation, in between that time, because there are lots of deputants on several items, okay? So you may want to do that. So we'll hold that down. 15.6. Okay. 15.7, enabling Toronto's hydro sustainable growth. There are recommendations in front of you. Anyone want to hold it? Okay.
I'm happy to move staff recommendations, if I could just make one quick comment.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank City of Toronto staff and Toronto Hydro. Last year, they struck a working group to come together to ensure that we can provide for our electric future. They have some wonderful recommendations that are before us, and we'll go to council next week, that will really make sure that we modernize the grid and we're ready for the housing that is coming to the City of Toronto, the public transit that will need to be electrified, our vehicles that will need to be electrified, and to be consistent with the City of Toronto climate action plan. So I just want to give my big thanks to our CFO, in particular Steve Conforti, our city manager, Paul Johnson, who have been leading this initiative on the city side, and congratulate them on their success on that.
Excellent, thank you. You've moved all the motions in front of you, and the note of appreciation with this agreement between Toronto Hydro and the City of Toronto. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 15.8. City of Toronto Investment Report for the year 2023. It's to receive for information. Okay, no speaker on that. Approved, carry. Councillor Fletcher moved the Toronto Investment Report. Yep, receive for information. 15.9, City of Toronto, Toronto Parking Authority Net Income Share Agreement. That is a good recommendation. Councillor?
I'm just going to hold that.
Yeah, there is a speaker, pardon
We
me.
have a speaker. Oh.
Okay. The Toronto Zoo revised records retention schedule. Councillor Ainsley, would you like to move adoption?
Yes, I would. So moved. Thank you. As the chair of the board of management of the zoo, I'd be more than happy to move it. Thank you.
And congratulations, you folks are doing extremely well. The zoo is always outperforming its expectation. It's like people are having a great time visiting the zoo. All those in favor of the motions in front of you, the schedule? Opposed, carry. Citywide Service Promise Refresh Initiative Update. Councillor Holiday, did you want to speak to, there is a speaker, okay. Toronto Framework for Reporting and Dashboard. 311, there's also a speaker. There is the new item, FIFA World Cup. Can you can you look at the recommendations? Can you put that out? Does anyone want to look at it in detail? It's not on the screen yet. We are still, oh, can you make it a lot bigger? Okay, can you make it even bigger? That's it? Do people want some time? Oh, okay. Can you expand the size of it? No? Does anyone have questions? Like, it basically is to say that all contracts procurement go to the subcommittee of this committee, and so that Councillor Carroll, as the chair of the budget and part of the subcommittee set up to examine FIFA's budget, would have the ability to do so. Okay, yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to know, are we building in processes to ensure that this does not give any more time to the procurement? Like, it'll still be in the same amount of time and we'll be able to accommodate it within this framework?
Yes.
We need to get the tenders out yesterday.
Yep, I know.
So through you, Mayor, we don't think this will slow down the process at all. In fact, having a single point of contact for it will allow some scheduling flexibility if we need it as well. So this should work out fine.
Okay, may I trouble you to move the motion? Oh, well, it's my motion anyway, never mind. All those in favor? Opposed, carry. And let me just go back to the recommendations on 15.3, which is asking the staff to give us an update at council. And there's a motion there. May I trouble you to list it? Okay. All right, here we are. Elaborate on the design and program of the new shelter developed under the capital project. The new design really is looking for a more comprehensive approach so that we can provide more opportunity for people living in our shelters to become can find housing, and if they need support, whether it's mental health or any number of support, the new design would make that possible. Okay, all those in favor of this report request? Opposed, carry, thank you. All those in favor of the item as amended? To approve, thank you. And I believe we now have 15.2 as a recommendation. The Moss Park only have one speaker. I'm just trying to get a few things approved, especially those that have one or two speaker. If that is all right for councillors before we, Chair of the Moss Park Board, item 15.5, there's only one speaker. Andy Marcus, are you here? May I trouble you to speak to us? I'm just going to, any item that have only one speaker, I'm going to try to get those done. That includes the cost sharing one, which is 15.9, 11, and 12, okay? So, Mr. Marcus, you have 5 minutes.
Hello, and thank you for your time. My name's Andy Marcus. I'm the chair of the Moss Park Board Arena. There's been a motion put forward, unbeknownst to us, so we weren't aware of the motion being put forward to move Moss Park from a board-managed arena to a city-operated arena. And we were not involved in the process of assessment that actually accompanied the report that was submitted today. Having said that, we do believe the report fairly reflects the current situation of how Moss Park Arena is operated by the board, but I wanted to add some color to this submission or this motion. There is no recommendation in the motion, so I'm not sure what gets voted on. There is a notion in the motion, that asks for equitable access to ice time. On that note, I wanted to provide some information. Moss Park Arena runs a house league every Saturday from September through to March. We have 300 kids that come through our doors. The house league is free for kids in the community. Not only do they get to learn to play hockey, we equip them with equipment if they can't afford it. It's a valuable piece of the community. It's been running for over 40 years. So it's a staple within the community. Moss Park also runs programs in the summer for kids that are very affordable. That includes lunch programs at $350 for a week for a child to join. So this is a very important contribution to the community. We have a women's pickup skate that's been running for over 40 years and still runs. It's generational. The schools in the community have access to the ice as needed at no cost during the day. So there's a lot of value that the rink is being put into the community today, and I challenge anyone to find a city-operated rink that offers more value to the community. These programs are able to run because the arena staff manages the programming of the facility. Should this move to a city-operated arena, that program would be outsourced to a third party, and we cannot understand how that will generate more community involvement. I'd also like to share that the staff at the arena, while they run these programs, is very entrenched in the community. If you can imagine spending all your time at the corner of Sherbourne and Queen, there's a lot of action that happens there and a lot of stuff that the arena, by default of where they're located, ends up managing and getting involved in. So the police use the rink, use our video surveillance. So there's a lot of involvement of that arena and the programs that they offer, or that we offer to the community. And we believe that will be lost if this is converted to a city-run rink. We have a figure skating, the Toronto Figure Skating Club operates out of Moss Park Arena. We're one of 8 board-managed rinks in the city, and if you'll notice, all those 8 managed rinks are able to run skating clubs, figure skating clubs. None of the city operating rinks will offer that same service. So there's immense value in what we bring to the community, and we're trying to understand what the long-term goal of this motion is, because there's actually no recommendation put forward in the report. So having said all that, we'd really like to, first of all, understand what the long-term goal here is. If there's no recommendation in the report, what are you actually voting on? And I think the real issue at stake for Moss Park Arena is the lack of capital funding. So we've been in a position where we've been requesting funding. The rink and the facility is not up to standard. We have a new subway stop going in next door. There's been investment to tear down John Ennis Recreation next door, and we sit right in the middle with no investment to maintain our rink and the facility up to standard. So I wanted to add some color to the motion to understand what we actually bring to the community, and ask that everyone take some thought on this before voting to move forward to move this to a city-managed rink. And as I said, we have no idea what that vote is on because there's no recommendations in the report. So we'd like some clarity on that front. And I think that's it for me, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions to the deputants? Nope. Thank you very much. On this item, Councillor Moyes.
May I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Unless you had a
Councillor
question first.
Matlow.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
unless you ask a question
Yes,
first.
sorry. Councillor Moyes first.
I'm actually going to speak, no questions.
May I just ask a question of staff just regarding
Yes,
the
please.
deputant's comments about this being news to him and his board? Could you just clarify, both for us and obviously for him as well, specifically what is being recommended, and also if due diligence was done regarding ensuring that the key stakeholders were involved in this discussion?
Through the chair. So this request was requested through May City Council meeting for us to report back. So that was the point the request was made. In that time, we had a discussion with the board more for awareness of what we were doing in terms of our next steps. The intent of this report is it's really a preliminary assessment of what would be required. So staff have not included any recommendations. It's for information. If there were direction to do something further and to do a transition plan, there would be more engagement at that time, including with the board.
Okay, so to relieve perhaps some fears, nothing that would be happening today will just, definitively change anything. It's just about sort of coming up with more information about if we were to do that, and there would be an opportunity for them to be engaged in that conversation?
Yes, so through the chair, for the staff report, there are no recommendations.
Okay.
I understand there is a motion, and if adopted with a transition plan, that we would be engaging at that point.
Okay.
Okay. There is a receipt for information recommendation in front of, Counselor Fletcher.
Well, Counselor Moyes has, moving a motion on behalf of Counselor.
May I trouble you to take your?
Sorry.
Yep.
Did you
Is
want to
your
speak?
mic on?
Yeah, my mic is on. Did you want to speak to that? I have a motion, but it's on behalf of Counselor Moyes, so he might want to speak ahead of that, Mayor, and then I'll move the motion.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. So this, as mentioned by the deputy, there's 8 rinks that are managed in the way they are. This is pre-amalgamation. At the school board, we also had similar items where, amalgamation happened 20 plus years ago, but there are legacy things that was, grandfathered in. And these rings are one of those things. And what I'm asking here is to not dissolve the board today, but for staff to actually report back in the 4th quarter of 2024. It's a 2-step process, and hopefully in 2025 to actually bring it in-house. The city actually already manages about 70 rings, and they do it well. The Moss Park Arena ring itself is right in Moss Park. There's a lot of marginalized people who live in the area, and quite frankly, speaking to them, they don't actually use the rink as they would like to. And I think it's an opportunity, especially skating. Skating is, as we know, is not something that the average Canadian marginalized person can actually have access to when it comes to skates and other things. It's important that, and hockey, yes, hockey. It's important that we actually make sure, using an equity lens, which I try to do in this chamber whenever I can, to make sure that we have equitable access to our city resources. And that's the intent of the change I'm suggesting and recommending here. For me, the status quo is not good enough. And I know in the short time I've been here, I've actually tried to even try and make sure that people on the board are actually local people, because there were not any local people from Toronto Centre on the board for some time. And so that too is very telling. Something else I've tried to do is to diversify the board, because the people who live in Moss Park, they don't seem to be reflected on the board themselves. And I had to take issue with that as well. And so it's because of that and many other reasons that I'm actually I'm bringing this motion forth to make it more equitable at the end of the day. And again, I'm not asking for the board to resolve today. I'm not asking for a report back in the quarter of 2024. And hopefully in 2025, we'll bring it in-house.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, the motion you want to move on behalf of Councillor Moyes?
Yes, Mayor. It was pre-circulated, and there's the motion to come back with a transition plan to change the governance and operation of Moss Park Arena, city-operated arena. And I think you've heard from the local councillor and from an equity champion that there's probably more to do, and it is very hard with the Board of Management because it's not directly operated. And I do appreciate everything that the Board of Management has done, and I'm sure that once a city-operated arena, that the important programs, as the 40-year Women's Shinny and other Learn to Skate programs, would be maintained. But sitting right in Moss Park, in the heart of downtown East, there is an obligation by the city to ensure that there is equitable access and an equity programming, which I know the General Manager of Parks, Forestry and Recreation is very aware of and is taking that to heart very carefully. I see that there's really not a lot of difference. It's not that the city would be losing money in this transition that I can see in the report that was in front of us, but that there are times when there's a directly operated service that can be, the goals and requirements of which can be made more clear to staff through city council than through a board of management. It's very difficult to do that, as we often find. So thank you. With this, I'll move that motion, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. That, this is actually the motion circulated by Councillor Moyes on June 13th in our agenda 5 days ago. Any questions to Councillor Fletcher? If not, any other speaker? All those in favor of Councillor Fletcher's motion? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. To another item. The City of Toronto Parking Authority Net Income Share Agreement. There is one speaker, Catherine Wilkinson. Are you online? We can hear you. Please proceed. Catherine Wilkinson? Is that person online?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, go for it. 5 minutes. We can hear you.
Okay, good morning, Mayor Chow, members of the Executive Committee, visitors and guests. My camera's a little blurry. There we go. Yes, so I wanted to talk about this Toronto Parking Authority arrangement. The report is excellent, actually. It really does identify the need to ensure that Toronto Parking Authority continues to provide reliable services now and in the future for their expansion programs and, of course, their parking facilities to ensure they're in a good state of repair. In 2013, Toronto Community Housing actually partnered with Toronto Parking Authority, leasing green pay and display machines on 49 parking lots. A portion of the revenue generated comes back to Toronto Housing, although revenue is unpredictable as use of parking lots varies, as we know. A portion of the revenue Toronto Parking Authority receives from these parking lots goes into their operations, some of which, of course, flows back through to the City of Toronto as part of their net income share agreement. In 2023, Toronto Community Housing's parking enforcement officers issued some 26,000 parking violations on its properties, resulting in $785,000 in revenue, which also goes directly back to the city. Toronto Housing consistently delivers its capital repair plan, prioritizing repair, renewal, and modernization of its buildings to improve conditions for our tenants. And Toronto Housing, like many other agencies, must carefully consider capital repairs, including legislative requirements, health and safety, preventing secondary damage, parking facilities, and its residential buildings. In 2024, Toronto Community Housing earmarked $10 million for parking facility repairs citywide, and this would include the Toronto Parking Authority parking lots. As a former director at Toronto Community Housing, I recall asking management why there was not an arrangement with the city to better manage capital repair costs for its aging parking facilities, which can be in the millions of dollars. So while Toronto Housing parking enforcement officers generate revenue for the city directly by issuing parking violation tickets, and Toronto Parking Authority also generates revenue for the city from the same Toronto Housing pay and display parking lots they operate, as well as Toronto Community Housing in-house parking enforcement officers indirectly reduce operating costs for the Toronto Police Services Parking Enforcement Unit. By raising awareness of this issue, I am hopeful the city will have a conversation, with Toronto Housing to consider the best approach to offset some of these capital repair costs for its parking facilities to keep them, like their residential buildings, in a state of good repair. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions to the deputant? No? Thank you very much for your deputation. The item itself.
Well, questions of staff.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I just have a few questions of staff, and looking at the current agreements, 85% dividend to the city and 15% to the Toronto Parking Authority, and it being recommended is 75% city, 25% Toronto Parking Authority, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And was there a different ask by the parking authority at one point? Were they suggesting that perhaps there should be no dividend to the city?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there were a series of discussions that we've been negotiating the income share agreement for a while. Within those scenarios was a scenario requested that would look at a suspension of the dividend for a period of time.
So there was a suspension request from Toronto Parking Authority to curb the city dividend. And was there a letter from the board to that effect?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'm not aware of any letter from the board. This was staff-to-staff discussions as we were reviewing various scenarios.
You're not aware of the letter the board passed to send to the city regarding income sharing in your negotiations?
Madam Speaker, not as it relates to suspension of dividends. I do believe there was a letter from the board, may have been from the March committee, around requesting staff's presence at a board meeting to discuss the advancements on the negotiations, but not as it pertained to the actual income share itself.
Not as income sharing. So this is satisfactory to you?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, I think both city staff and TPA staff worked together to find a resolution in terms of an adjustment to the income share agreement that protected city's interests while at the same time accounted for some of the changes that we would have seen in TPA's operations and requirements since the last agreement was reached.
Thank you. And then just who, I know the TPA, because I have the privilege, sorry, of being on that board, but there's a whole number of new investments that are being made. In what way does the city oversee that or have a conversation about those investments, particularly if they're going well or not?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can start and happy to turn it over to the TPA as well. So through our budget process, we do work closely with the TPA and identify the, no different than any agency here in the city, financial challenges, pressures, new and enhanced priority requests within their overall funding availability. And we would also have an added lens around what would the implication be against the city's retained dividend.
Thank you. Would City Council not send EV charging for neighborhoods to the Toronto Parking Authority? Do we not consolidate that to the Toronto Parking Authority? In other words, not just in the lots, but what we've been trying to accomplish for a long time is to actually have that on residential permit parking streets. I believe we did that, and I'm not sure that any of that's actually been accomplished. There's Mr. Nolan.
Through the chair, on June of 2022, Council did provide direction to the TPA to own, operate, and support the expansion of on-street chargers as well as chargers within TPA lots. And we have been working
on-street meaning permit parking areas.
That's correct, I believe. But
so how many have been installed since then?
We'll look to the TPA to answer that.
Through the chair to the councillor, we've got 97 on-street chargers out in the field right now.
On-street, I think we all have different language, and I would request that we start all using the same language. In-lot, on-street is where you have green P, and permit parking residential streets is the category that you were asked to take up. So you have 3 types of parking with EV charging. How many, do you tell me you have 97 residential permit parking EV charging stations?
We have 97 total on the street. The number that are within residential permit parking, I don't have that number off the top of my head right now.
I'll ask Mr. Nolan if you can report on that.
I can report on that, yes.
You can report that, the proper committee?
Yes.
Thank you. And I don't know if it's public, but for non-street EV charging, there's a big investment in that. Can you tell us what the investment is, please?
So we've got 407 chargers total. 97 of those are on street. The remainder are in our off-street facilities.
So they're in lots.
They're in lots.
Can you tell us what the take-up is for the lots, percentage-wise use?
The off-street utilization is approximately 8% right now.
And what was the investment?
Your 5 minutes.
Is up. Let's hear the answer and then fine.
I don't have the exact number. I believe it's in the report. If you can give me 1 second.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. On this item, to speak or question to staff, yes, Councillor Fletcher.
I would just like Mr. Conforti to, I don't have a motion, but I'd like Mr. Conforti to take the suggestions of our deputant regarding TPA, TPA parking on TCHC, number of lots, and state of good repair into account, because we do have a relationship there all around with 2 different agencies in the city. And I simply, I do want to speak about this because for a moment there was a feeling, and I'm not sure if it came from the board or came from staff, that it was time to end the dividend to the city, which was quite surprising to me. And I think that got turned back in the negotiations. So I would support this 75-25, but I would not want to see us start to peel that back to be 65, 55, or 45. The parking authority was set up by the old City of Toronto very clearly to create parking, but also deliver a dividend to the city, which it has over and over and over again. That's the first thing. So we'll move this report with that agreement. That will now be council policy. I also just, in asking that question to Mr. Conforti and to Mr. Nolan, I am a little concerned that when we have delegated that authority to the parking authority for on-street EV charging in residential permit parking areas, that nothing has really happened there. It should be a number that's very clear. There is 407 in lots minus 97, which looks like 310 in lots, 97 on street, but unable to let us know how many in residential areas. I think everybody knows that's in our community council, and there's quite a few of us here in this executive, that that's what people are asking for. They don't want to go up the street. They're not putting their car in the green pea and then walking 5 minutes and then walking back. They want these on the street. We have been asking for them on the street. We increased our permit parking in 2022 budget, 2023 budget, in order to service the neighborhoods that have permit parking. So far, we're not servicing them. It is up to the TPA, and I think that we need to hold that more clearly into account. Sorry. That we need to hold them more clearly into account, and I'm not exactly sure how to do that. I'm looking at you, Mr. Nolan, because this is part of that. And then I'm really, since we have an 8% take-up in the lots, I'm wondering if through Transform TO and our office that we really should be reviewing if that's where those big investments should be made or expanded, or if they should be expanded in a different way. So I'll just leave that here today, but I'm really looking at you to get some answers and some advice to TPA. If you have an 8% take up, is that where the money should be spent, or should we be looking at neighborhoods to say, is this where people would actually use them? Thank you.
On that note, Councillor Fletcher, you are moving the recommendations in front of us. I think it's for adopting the share agreement. Any other speaker? All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. Let's just keep moving on. We have one speaker for 2 items, 15.11, Citywide Service Promise Refresh Initiative and the Framework for Reporting and Dashboard. Ingrid Boudet, are you here? You're online. May I trouble you to, can you hear us? There you are. Nice background. Yeah, so may I trouble you to speak on both items, if possible? If not,
I have 2 presentations. I can do them back to back if you like.
I'm wondering whether you could, because we have about 50, 60 people here that needs to speak. on other items. So if you can, that would be great.
Yes, if I can get the permissions to share my screen, that would be great. I was hoping to be there in person today, but hey, this is how we roll, right?
Yes. Share screen, folks. Go, yeah, go for it.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. I'm trusting that you can see my screen.
Yes, we can. No more noise, Toronto. Yep, we can see it.
Toronto. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor and committee for allowing me to share my thoughts. My name is Ingrid Boudet, and I'm founder of No More Toronto, and I started this group to advocate for more acceptable, healthy soundscapes. We have over 1,300 members and more online. I take a data center by collecting crowdsourced information and also taking sound level measurements from people's homes. We're collaborating with the city to find solutions to reduce urban noise. And I bet every councillor here has received noise complaints, so we're here to help and solve this intermittent, transient pollutant that impacts their health and quality of life. 311 is the front door to the city, and this is where most people will have most of their interactions with the city. And it's also the data collector and data keeper of all who come through that door. And when we're talking about the service promise refresh, I was looking at the decks, and the interactions internally and with the public should be decent, professional, and as Mr. York has said, everyone has the right to be heard, understood, and respected. And absolutely, and this is where noise is one of those things where people have not had that experience. So the definition of noise is unwanted and or harmful sound. We actually have no defense against sound. And I was lucky enough to have Mr. York did a presentation with No More Noise Toronto about reporting noise challenges and solutions. And this was some of the challenges that people had. There was no immediate action. There was empty words. The process is cumbersome. The people were actually discouraged from reporting. Social workers have warned them. So I'm pointing this out to say that we've got a baseline that we can make lots of improvements from, and that's what we are here to do. The biggest culprit, however, is the workflow for moving vehicles. To report moving vehicles, we are told to call 311 and the city for everything, yet the city cannot do anything about moving vehicles. They can only do something about stationary vehicles. So then we're told to call the police. And they want a picture, they want a license plate, they want a description of the vehicle. I don't have that at 3 o'clock in the morning when they wake me up with their backfiring. So both end up in a unhappy person. So we want to change that. And the service promise is part of that. So here is another slide from Mr. York's deck. And I just want to pull out here that right now we are walking. And I love his process and the way he's looking at this. But before we run, I would like to know when at least the noise people can have input into the process, because it looks like this just gets put up on the website. And I think that at least our group would like to have more interaction and more opportunity for input. So in order to improve the service for noise reports, call them noise reports. We're not complainers. We have no recourse. We have no defense. Separate the noise workflow from others. MLS has said that it is 10% of their workload. And down here is a picture of what MLS is responsible for. Noise complaints is the most complicated. So separate that out. Train 311 operators on how to handle people who report noise issues. We're tired, we're grumpy, we're often on medication because we can't sleep at night, and then we need meds to get going in the morning. Work with us, No More Noise Toronto, to find solutions, improve workflow design, and also have user acceptance testing. We'd be a very willing pilot. And finally, reduce the number of noise reports. I think that would make everybody happy. And how could you do that? Implement area sound level monitoring. This can be a part of the dashboards. This can improve the resourcing decisions for MLS and can also improve the processes. Managing noise supports many different city initiatives. And so I would like us to just create a better Toronto by reducing noise. So that's the first presentation.
Wow, that's very comprehensive. Thank you for that. That's great. Thank you for taking the work to put it all together. Since we're talking about noise anyway in the dashboard, why don't you present the next one? We'll deal with both items together.
Excellent. So let me just get my screens back up here. I need to end that show. And I'm not sure if you guys are still seeing my screen. If you are, that's okay.
Not yet. Keep going.
Okay. 2 seconds here. So this is now dashboards, and I just need to go to the beginning of my presentation. I had to do some last minute changes here. Okay, I'm going to share my screen again. I'm going to present this and then share my screen again. And that is screen 2. Share. Okay, here we go. Dashboards. All right. So thank you once again. This is now regarding a framework for reporting and dashboards. And I'm going to be able to go through some of these slides a little bit quicker because we get to do them back to back. So you already know this. But what I want to say here is that we are actually already working with the city. And I am very, very thankful that I introduced myself to Mr. York one day in City Hall. And he said, Ingrid, I'd love to chat with your group. So on April 2nd, we had noise reporting challenges. And I've also had the extreme pleasure of working with municipal licensing and standards. And we're collaborating. And we had a webinar just on June 4th. I've also had conversations with these two police officers a couple times to understand the moving vehicle problem. I've also been deputing to Toronto Public Health because noise is a health hazard. So that's where we are. And 311 is the front door to the city. And so they are the first step in protecting our health when it comes to noise. And why do we need protection from noise? Well, these are all of the health impacts on the left. And on the right is charts that I pulled from the Toronto Public Health Aging Summary. And you can see from the arrows how noise impacts so many people. And it is often the highest chronic condition or the leading cause of hospitalization. So noise is also preventable. The other thing is that there's mental health outcomes to noise: annoyance, depression, sleep disturbance, Alzheimer's. And Toronto is not the only city dealing with this. My Google alerts go off all the time. Just about every city on the globe is dealing with noise. So Toronto has an opportunity to really be a leader in this. And that comes from this collaboration. So in the webinar that we had with municipal licensing and standards, I wanted to ask, what kind of noise sources do people want to report on? Because not everything is available right now. We can't necessarily report on stores with speakers, jet skis, private mechanical equipment, high-pitched noise. Stationary noise sources like air conditioners and air source heat pumps are really starting to take up, at least in my world. So we want to make sure that we can report on those. So noise needs to be managed, and a proper intake process is critical. Salesforce is a very powerful program. I work with Workday, which is a similar configurable software program. So I know that we can design business processes. For example, take all noise types. Then you have the time reported, time occurred. Then you can decide if this is allowed within the city bylaws or not, and then notify municipal licensing and standards, which then assigns priority and etc. There's also wizards that can guide people through the reporting process. People find it cumbersome and problematic and frustrating now. Let's fix that. And then also, back to dashboards, these provide powerful and customizable data. Every councillor has noise issues. I know that. And one of the things that I'm really thankful for is that before, you wouldn't take noise reports of an allowed time frame. So for example, leaf blowers at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, that was a noise report that wasn't allowed to be reported. Well, now my understanding is that through this software, all noise reports are going to be coming in, which is great. I'm sure we have a good list so that that CXD can highlight emerging trends and proactively generate insights to identify emerging service requests. So my recommendation, create a workflow that encompasses many different workflows, many different noise sources. Use us, No More Noise Toronto, to build a pilot group for testing and workflow design, and then share that data through the open data portal. So again, you guys now know how many different, and the list is longer than this, how many different city initiatives that reducing noise supports. So again, let's create a better Toronto by reducing noise.
Thank you. Any questions to the deputant? If not, any questions to staff? I see no question to staff. Those recommendations in front of you, all those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. I am now have the two main items. There's one more, which is There's 3 speakers on the transit expansion and transit-oriented communities. Waleed, Jeff, and Adam Rogers, are you here? Any of you physically here? If it's online, I will actually...
I'm online. Adam.
Members of council, do you want us to just deal with the transit expansion item? There's 3 speakers online, or you want me to go into Sankofa Square now? There are approximately about 30 speakers. If I may, can I just do that transit item first? Okay, it'd be a lot faster. If that's all right. No, okay. Adam Rogers. On priorities in transit expansion and transit-oriented communities projects.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I was
Yeah,
just
we
muted.
can hear you. Go for it.
Perfect. Okay, I'll keep this short because I know how busy everyone is and there's lots of people to speak for other items. So this is a great report. It's all moving the right way. The one area that I noticed that is conspicuously missing is proactive outreach to other municipalities within the GTA. I think throughout our history, we sometimes we work, we work with the province, we work with the federal government, but that cooperation between the GTA mayors is sometimes lacking, and I think this is this report is an example of this. I think, and this particularly came to light for me with the recent mayoral election in Mississauga, where almost every single mayoral platform involved expanding transit from Etobicoke into Mississauga. I think, and since the mayor is here, I think this is a really great opportunity to have a united front with the recently elected mayor of Mississauga to see what we can get done. I know there's talk of a possible expansion to Sherway, and then if we go to Sherway Gardens for where and unlock that soon to be released secondary plan, we can then move on over to Mississauga, and I'm sure, and I know, for example, Mayor Parrish specifically is looking for an east-west transit connection. Furthermore, I know there's a lot of talk of there's currently a bus rapid transit planned for from Kipling Station all the way to Hamilton. I know there's talk of maybe converting that to an LRT. I think if we, if the mayor takes this opportunity to speak to the newly elected mayor, see if we can get some sort of joint effort with the province to see what we can do to get those connections in. I'm only speaking to the west end, of course. There's many opportunities all across Ontario to have that joint effort to let's see if we can work together across the GTA to get these projects down. Mississauga, I know they're crying out for it, and we can use that opportunity in Toronto to expand our own transit. I'm assuming there's no questions, so I'll just leave it at that, but I just hope that we use this opportunity with a new mayor in Mississauga to start those conversations to see if we can leverage their desire for increased reliable transit into improving our own transit conditions in the West End. Thank you.
I got your message. I am in contact with Mayor-elect Carolyn Parrish, so we will work together with the Big City Mayor Caucus. Thank you for your deputation. The next speaker, Waleed Kagali Ali. Waleed, are you there? Waleed, are you?
Good morning.
Yep,
Good morning,
we can hear you.
Good morning,
go
Mayor.
ahead.
Hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So I'm going to start off by thanking members of the Executive Committee and members of Council for this opportunity. So I'm deputing on behalf of the BOLD Coalition. And we have sent you folks a letter with a lot more of the nuances of the issues that I'm going to be speaking to. So please review that letter. So BOLD and its members urge the inclusion of community groups, neighborhood associations, and community coalitions like BOLD in the recommended approaches to advance city priorities, specifically. Specifically, the community benefits working groups must incorporate the voice of community, not just city staff. We're disappointed that no community benefits have been secured for the Ontario line from provincial agencies, either through Metrolinx or Infrastructure Ontario. Unfortunately, Metrolinx still lacks a working process to effectively collaborate with community stakeholders. On May 27th, the board requested a meeting with Metrolinx to discuss the status of the terms of reference for the community liaison committees and how we can move forward to finalize and publicize these terms. This meeting was also meant to highlight the great work accomplished between Metrolinx and the BOLD Community Coalition. However, we have received no response from Metrolinx over the several months, which does not inspire confidence that Metrolinx is working with community stakeholders to meet the community benefits expectations set by both the provincial and federal governments. Additionally, Toronto Community Benefits Network and BOLD have been advocating for project-level community benefits working group, which is conspicuously absent in the recommendations to City Council. It is important to note that there have been no formal meetings between Metrolinx and the BOLD Community Coalition since January 15th, 2024. As we approach a pivotal phase in finalizing the CLC terms of reference and transitioning to the implementation stage, Metrolinx has been notably absent. We hope to celebrate the finalization of these terms publicly through an information session for all CLCs across the Ontario line, where we can introduce the finalized terms of reference and celebrate this accomplishment with the wider community. We would like to remind members of Council of our deputation on January 24th, where we made similar requests. At that time, we emphasized the importance of community engagement in the Ontario line construction and highlighted our collaboration with Metrolinx in shaping the terms of reference for the CLCs. Since the summer of 2023, BOLD and Metrolinx have engaged in monthly meetings, which were instrumental in nearly finalizing the draft terms of reference on January 15th. Despite delays introduced by staff changes at Metrolinx, we remain committed to this collaborative effort. Our engagement with Metrolinx builds upon the foundational work of the Moss Park Coalition and Lakeshore East Community Advisory Committee. The insights and revisions provided by these groups, combined with BOLD's contribution, have greatly influenced our constructive dialogue with Metrolinx. We are grateful for the consistent support and involvement of Mark Clancy in these discussions, despite his temporary leave, which introduced some delays. The Toronto Community Benefits Network has been a pivotal ally, providing essential advocacy and insights, particularly regarding public realm improvements and community benefits. A heartfelt thanks go to all BOLD members and stakeholders, including the Corktown Residents and Business Association, Lakeshore East Community Advisory Committee, Gooderham and Wards Neighborhood Association, the Moss Park Coalition, Save Jimmy Simpson, the Federation of South Toronto Resident Associations, Regent Park Neighborhood Association, and the Thorncliffe and Flemington neighborhoods for their unwavering commitment and valuable input. We also want to highlight BOLD's engagement with Infrastructure Ontario, specifically our last meeting with the provincial agency on April 16, 2024. During this meeting, we discussed the following agenda items. The TOC overview with the IO project team, BOLD priorities shared with Infrastructure Ontario, including Infrastructure Ontario's commitment to affordable housing at the TOC sites, Infrastructure Ontario's commitment to community benefits at the TOC sites, including community facilities, the timeline for the Ontario Line TOCs with milestones related to community engagement for residents. We note a concerning communication gap between Metrolinx and the city's transit expansion team, highlighting the need for more transparent and efficient information sharing, especially regarding the progress in the TR process. Regarding community benefits, the report lacks detailed information on public realms improvements, a crucial component of Metrolinx Pillar 3. We urge a focus on meaningful outcomes such as the enhancement of the Queen and University intersection. We also seek clarity on Ontario's line impact on parkland, compliance with municipal bylaws, and plans for park restoration. Detailed information and concrete steps from Metrolinx and the city are essential in this regard. In conclusion, we call for an enhanced focus on communication and collaboration between Metrolinx, the city, and community stakeholders. We request a meeting to further discuss these matters and look forward to constructive dialogues for the betterment of our community and the city at large. Thank you for considering our deputation.
Thank you. Any questions to the deputant? If not, thank you, Walid. Last speaker, Jeff Cattell, the Federation of North Toronto Residents Association. Jeff, are you here? Are you online? If you are online, please go ahead. There he is. Whoa, okay. We cannot really hear you very well. Can you try again? Nope, I think your speed on your audio is not working. Can you try again? Nope, cannot hear you. Maybe if you turn off your camera, let's see if it works. Yeah, just speak, go ahead. Oh, hello. Jeff Cattell. Just turn the screen off, not turn the whole thing off. Can you get back in? Okay, try again. Mr. Cattell, go ahead. Now we cannot hear you. How about if, Nope. No, it's definitely not working. Okay, folks, I'm in your hands. Do you want me to defer this item? No? Okay, a councillor said no. I am so very sorry that we cannot hear you properly. My apologies. We have your communication in front of us. I want you folks to look at the bottom of the item is June 17th from Jeff Cattell and Kathy McDonald, co-chair of the Federation, FONTRA. I urge you to take a look at the letter and consider his item. And on this, you have, who want to ask staff any questions? And any speaker on it? I have a motion. I did. Oh, you also have a motion. Councillor Fletcher.
Just 1 second.
Just 1 second, apparently. Do you want to bring the motion up?
It's okay. I'll continue.
You just speak to it first, okay?
I'll continue to fix that at council.
Or do you want?
Yeah, I'm fine.
So, Councillor Fletcher to speak.
The motion, 3 parts. This is related to all of the necessary pieces of property. Wait for it to be.
Need you to speak up a bit.
Need me to speak up? I'm just waiting for that motion to be.
Actually, Councillor Fletcher, if you can give me a minute. I actually have a motion in front of, I believe, has it been submitted? The motion may deal with the same thing that you have?
Not the same.
It's not the same thing, okay. Why don't I just go talk about my motion first, okay? And then I'll come back to you, Councillor Fletcher, to give you a bit more time. Okay. The motion in front of you that are being moved, that you have, right? Clerks? You have nothing for me, okay. Councillor Fletcher, it's your turn. Do you have your motion ready?
Maybe we should just, now that we've had the deputants, get the motions ready and move it later, but I can speak now. This is related to a deferral that's been deferred many, many times, which has to do with pre-zoning properties on Pape Avenue, in particular for the Ontario line. And what I've found is that we're not that coordinated as a city in terms of giving the permits, giving the land, giving the parking lots that they ask and they get. Whereas we have certain goals for the city that we've talked about, which affordable housing is a very big one. I was extremely disappointed when a parking lot was turned over to Metrolinx at the same time as a whole number of affordable rental properties were demolished, and some of those who lived in those properties are now living in shelters and living on the street. So we like transit, there's no doubt about that. We want transit, there's no doubt about that. But the overarching, everything can't fall at the feet of the transit gods. We also have other things that are very important for this city. And the destruction of affordable rental and no replacement is a problem. Even in the transit-oriented communities that would be replacing these demolished properties, there's not one unit of affordable housing that's being proposed. I just want to say I believe that's scandalous. It is a modern-day scandal to be taking out housing that's always been affordable, low rental housing, second-story main streets, other rooming houses, and then have a proposal for many units of housing, 1,000 units, and not one is affordable. There were parklands that were turned over to Metrolinx for their use. There were parking lots that were turned over to Metrolinx for their use. There's a house on Pape that's to be turned, that Metrolinx will take, which they want us to pre-zone. I'm not prepared to do that. There are low-income men living there with nowhere to go. I just want to point out what TCHC does really, really well. Our housing policy for Toronto community housing is if we're going to demolish a place, those folks are looked after, a new place is found, they get an N13, which is we're going to demolish, but everything is done to relocate them in a suitable, comparable place. There is no plan of this nature with Metrolinx. And I think as a government agency with a $15 billion Ontario line budget, we have to do better. And since they won't do better on their own, we have to find those levers that will make them do better. And I know this isn't the business of transit. We have an office that's there to make sure we build modern day transit. The Ontario line, the extensions, Finch, Shepherd, Scarborough, there's so many lines, so much transit that we're building. But at the same time, we can't forget that in a modern urban city, the transit is being built in existing neighborhoods, that we have ways of doing things in the city, and that includes, as we all know, more than 6 units demolished. They need to be replaced. So things like this that we all hold very dear simply are not happening. This is intended to get the attention of Metrolinx that these are our city standards. These are the ways that we want to protect our lands, protect our residents, protect our businesses. And I feel very strongly, and thank you to staff, we've not had an easy time coming to this, because when you're building something, you just want to get it built. But if we just allow it to be built as is, there'll be transit, but there'll be other things that we haven't managed to secure or maintain or protect, and I think those are very important as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there any question to the mover of the motion? I have one that basically is in front of you. We want density in transit corridor. We do want a lot of people being able to live right by a subway station or LRT stations. That has been our goal, and we are in the middle of negotiating with the provincial government to deal with these transit corridors. Or we call it transit-oriented communities. But we also want to make sure that there are, some of the housing would be affordable. So the first motion deals with the inclusionary zoning targets that are set by council previously. Just want to make sure that it is a priority when we're doing the negotiation. The second recommendations talk about a complete neighborhood. So just having housing is not enough. We need childcare centers or community center, libraries, parks, and all those wonderful things that bring people together where they have a place where to interact and support, and kids can play together. Since the provincial bill 23, we no longer have access to section 37. Section 37, if it is a community benefit, it is about 10%. So we are looking at, now, whatever, as you know previously, is whatever the market can bear. And if you can't get that from the developers, you won't be able to build. So of course, we want to build the buildings, but we also want to make sure that there is the flexibility for us to provide a complete neighborhood, provide the kind of social infrastructure that can bring people together. So the recommendation 2 seeks the flexibility from the province, because now the province have capped it to only 4% of community benefits. We're saying that don't cap it, it allow us to, if we want to get to 5%, because Deputy Mayor Cole, for example, is an extremely good negotiator. He can get another 5%, 6%, good, go for it. And then there will be a beautiful library in his neighborhood because of that extra percentage. So rather than capping it at 4%, allow us to do the kind of negotiation that we've been doing for many decades. So let's return back to things that have worked in the past and not make it difficult for us to do the negotiation, especially the local ward councillors, which all of you have experience in doing. The reason why we want to do that, of course, is if you're looking at tax base, we may not have the funding to build that kind of social infrastructure. So, so those are the 2 recommendations in front of you, which I moved. Yeah. Councillor, pardon? Okay, Councillor Deputy Mayor Osman Malik has to speak on the item.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank Councillor Fletcher and the Mayor for the motions on this item, and particularly wanted to thank Councillor Fletcher for the work on this file as we work together at Toronto and East York Community Council together with Councillor Moyes on the Ontario Line Subcommittee. The importance of transit-oriented communities was highlighted by city staff, by residents, and by stakeholders alike, as they will become integral to our communities and the use of these new stations, and we have to be looking at them through that lens of complete communities. And similarly to the work that we completed at the Ontario Line Subcommittee, clear expectations to Metrolinx on what the city finds acceptable as we move forward is crucial. And when we make our needs crystal clear, we can, when we represent the needs of our communities, our stakeholders, and most of all, our residents, that's when we have a fighting chance to have Metrolinx be responsive to our requirements as a city and participate in that good city building. And like much of our focus at Council has been on actually getting ahead and addressing this affordable housing crisis, it is our priority to use every tool that we have to ensure our success. This is also such an important reminder for the need for inclusionary zoning across Toronto, allowing us to achieve our goals on housing, availability and affordability, no matter what transit is being created nearby. Again, I want to thank staff and my colleagues for their work so far, and looking forward to continue to push forward on this item and to support the motions in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speaker on the item? Deputy Mayor Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I certainly think that your motion is critically important in terms of ensuring that we're able to have reasonably affordable housing on these stations that Metrolinx is building. And right now, the affordable housing basically mandates in the province are zero. So we are working with the province to build these much needed transit lines. The province has basically refused to even talk about affordability of any shape or level. That's right. Zero.
That's right.
And I haven't heard any outcry from the public. This is the amazing thing. The public is screaming and yelling the city must build affordable housing, the feds, the province. Yet no one is, I'm sure, called their MPP and said, hey, why aren't you including affordable housing in this transit infrastructure? Zero requests from the MPPs. In fact, the MPP in my ear is telling me we have no role to play in that. We're just building transit. And, you know, if you look at, Councillor Matlow will tell you, on the Eglinton boondoggle, where we have all those stations, there isn't any housing on any one of those stations.
Yeah.
From Mount Dennis all the way to Laird, there's just empty boxes. There's no housing, never mind affordable. So they built those 14 stations there, never mind affordable. There is nothing except one station at Oakwood Station. Despite Metrolinx, there was a private sector condominium built just adjacent to the station over Metrolinx's objection that building the housing near the station was going to disrupt their timeline. Their timeline, it's been 13 years.
Sorry.
So don't get me going, Councillor Fletcher. So I just think it's about time we laid down some basically goals and guidelines to have some kind of affordability built into this transit infrastructure. That is, again, we're all supportive of, but so if they want people to live near transit, why not have people that are working people, nurses, carpenters, PSWs, live near the station? They're saying, no, they can't. It's just gonna be for the wealthy who can afford $3,300 a month for a one-bedroom apartment, $700,000 for a box that's 500 square feet. That's what the province is saying. We don't want the PSWs. We don't want the carpenters. We don't want the single moms and single dads living near transit station. And the public is silent.
You don't realize it yet.
And they don't understand that what this term inclusionary housing means. Maybe that's our problem. We've never explained it. They don't understand what this means. And then to basically sort of put another added challenge on the table here is we have these intensification goals at all of our transit stations, and the province has got this thing called MTSAs, PMTSAs, which means there's going to be greater density at the stations. Well, the minister has not signed off on those, and they've been sitting on his desk for two years. 2 years, we've got density at stations that they asked for. The minister refuses to sign these provincial agreements that we are following, and therefore we're saying we want 20, 30, 40, 50 stories at all these stations under the guise of this mythical directive called MTSAs. It's just a myth because he hasn't signed it. So it's not legal, and we are approving all these developments. Well, you know, don't get me going again, Gordon. But even the media, the media has no idea this is happening, never mind the public. The minister refuses to sign his own provincial government's mandate saying you have to have some density at station. And that's just density, it's not affordable. Anyways, we have to support the mayor, and hopefully we can get the media and the public to start to understand we're being hosed on this housing front, totally hosed. Thank you.
Thank you,
Well
Deputy
said.
Mayor. On the motion in front of you, my motion, all those in favor, opposed, carry. Councillor Fletcher's motion, all those in favor, carry. Thank you. We have done all the items other than the two. The first one. Oh, sorry, item as amended. Opposed, carry. Thank you. I know he needs to, yeah. Howard. Okay, we are now into a list of deputants on the Sankofa Square, a governance and operational review. That is item 15.4. And thank you for your patience in allowing us to move through the rest of the agenda. There's one more item later on, which is 15.6, which is the proposed land lease for the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation, okay? 15.4 to start. A governance and operating review of Sankofa Square. The first speaker, Emmanuel Doodle, President of Ghana Canadian Association of Ontario. Are you here?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, you are online. If you can turn on your camera, it'd be even better. There you are. Okay, we can see you. We are ready for you. You have 5 minutes. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hello, good morning, honorable council members, honorable mayor. My name is Emmanuel Duodo. I'm the president of the Ghanaian Canadian Association of Ontario, an organization that represents about 60 or 80,000 Canadians of Ghanaian descent here in the province of Ontario. And in fact, 80 or 85% of our population lives in Toronto. I'm here to, support or depute the Sankofa Square, which in fact we are privileged and excited that, Dundas Square, is going to be renamed as Sankofa. Let me just take some few seconds to say what, and I know some of you know that already. Sankofa means to retrieve or go back and get something. In fact, I have a presentation. It's not being shown, but that is okay. I can speak to the items. So it's not a mistake to go back and retrieve something that you've missed. That's what Sankofa is about. And this is a symbol that comes from Ghana, which I happen to have come from, though Canada is my new country. The Adinkra symbols is a visual symbol that represent different concepts. I think the question is that, what is the significance of this renaming? Number one, it brings a sense of belonging to our community. What I mean, the Black community in general. When this was announced, everywhere, in Australia, Europe, everywhere, everybody heard about it, said Toronto is really living to its ideals or its motto, which is diversity, our strength. With Sankofa renaming, what it has done is that it has provided a new hope of optimism for our young people. They have a sense of belonging. Now they see that, this country we live in, and Toronto for that matter, we are going to be, it really has uplifted their confidence, their self-esteem to contribute to this wonderful country we live in, which is Canada. And one of the things, with the renaming is also to reinforce the multiculturalism which we have in Toronto. Toronto is the most beautiful city we have, the most diverse. People envy this diversity we have. This is the only place on the planet where every country is represented. And in fact, this symbol, Sankofa, can also be related to anyone, whether it's an Indian, Sri Lanka, Chinese. We all can aspire or live this principle or this concept. And here is the beauty. Sankofa is a concept. It's not a name of a person. It may be down the road. If it's a name, one day you hear that that person has done something, then you have to change it. This is a concept that can outlive generations to come. And that is what I'm deputing for today, that this thing council has done. I want to commend the Toronto City Council, what you have done. Don't let us go back and start thinking about maybe the negative implication. I'm here to espouse to the positive thing this has brought the Canada and the city of Toronto to the limelight. Everybody knows that Toronto is leading the world in terms of diversity. And like I said, Sankofa, though it originated from Ghana, from Africa, but the principle and the concept can apply to any person in this country. And like I said, we have seen our young people. This is a rising generation. When you look at our community, the Black community, we've seen an uptick, an upstage of a lot of young people who are highly educated. Most of them were born here. My two kids were born in this country. They were never born in Ghana. They were born here. And trust me, when this was announced, they came home with joy, with smile on their face. Daddy, this is amazing. We love this. It's connecting us to us as young people, not only among the Black community, but with Sankofa, we can go back and try to fix what has happened in the past. I know that Sankofa cannot atone for the slavery that has taken place in the past, but what it can do is that it will make us to move forward as a community with the principle that we are one people living in this melting pot, this beautiful country, to aspire to make this country, Toronto for that matter, to work together, live together, and ensure that as Canadians, as Torontonians, that we are moving forward. And I can only imagine that day when we will be at Sankofa Square with our colors. Thank you very much for giving me this time. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you for your very passionate deputation. Any questions to the deputant? No? Thank you. Next on the list, Daniel Tate, you're here. You have 5 minutes. There's a mic in front of you, and you need to press the button. You need to press a button so we could.
We reset the. Can you guys hear me clearly? Okay, thank you everybody for hosting me. My name is Daniel Tate. I really appreciate the executive committee. Just to give you some quick background, I've lived in Toronto my whole life, born and bred. I love this city. Also, I'm a music historian. I'm a published author, and I also graduated from York University studying political science and urban planning. In fact, I wrote my undergrad thesis on Yonge-Dundas Square back in 2004 when Kyle Ray was around. I got an A from Professor John Caulfield, and it was about a case study of neighborhood change at Yonge-Dundas. So this is not my first rodeo. So what does Dundas mean to Torontonians? Well, I can tell you that Dundas is etched in the cultural fabric of this city. For me personally, my grandfather used to drive me in his taxi cab back in the 1980s on Dundas. He would stop at Kensington Market, do his shopping. AGO is on Dundas. I would get my hair done at Dundas. Growing up on Dundas was beautiful. I have great memories of it, and so do millions of Torontonians. Even Yonge-Dundas is such a revered intersection for this entire city. I remember in 1993, after Joe Carter hit the home run against Philly, my dad and me drove down to Yonge-Dundas to party and celebrate. So many celebrations have happened there, also at the square. We look at the Raptors celebration in 2019. The whole city came together at Yonge-Dundas Square, and it was a beautiful thing. So I just wanted to set the table so everybody understands how revered Dundas is to this city, to the cultural and historical fabric of the city. And so on December 14th, 2023, when City Council had an urgent motion from Chris Moyse, basically saying we need to adopt the new Councillor Chris Moyse, my apologies. Late December 14th at 7:56 p.m., an urgent motion to adopt the new name Sankofa Square. 19 councillors in this body said yes, 2 said no, Stephen Holliday and Jay Robinson, God rest her soul, and 5 were absent. And so the next day, people were mortified. The entire city of Toronto, the media, social media accounts, my friends, so many other friends of mine we're completely mortified that this city council would decide to just unilaterally pave over our history and pave over a civic space that everyone has wonderful memories of over some shoddy academic scholarship, which I'm not going to get into deeply now. And then the media took the story, and it was bipartisan on how much this was panned. The Globe and Mail called it Toronto's shameful renaming debacle. Yonge-Dundas Square's new name was a chance to set things right. How did it go so wrong from the Toronto Star? Just recently, Now said, to be honest, just leave it. Many Torontonians don't want to ditch the rename of Yonge-Dundas Square, especially when we realize this is now turning into a financial albatross costing into the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Polls, parliamentary minutes where Dundas is actually vouching for abolition. I can leave it here, you guys can read it later. But two more things I want to quickly share with you because I know time is of the essence. The Dundas report, it's entitled, Was Toronto Misled? This is an indictment on the entire process on how we got to this naming fiasco, starting with John Tory caving to a really flawed petition in the first place. I highly encourage everybody in City Council and everybody in media to read this report. It's 80 pages, it's beautifully done. It's called Was Toronto Misled? Misinformation and False Accusations Behind the Decision to Rename Dundas Street. Lastly, there's so much populist and common unanimity against this across the spectrum, left, right, center, black, white, Asian, Chinese, bourgeois, proletariat, you name it. Nothing has unified this city against this renaming like this issue. And so I am pleased to present to this executive committee and you in particular, Mayor Chow, this petition of 30,000 signatures. Stop the renaming of Yonge-Dundas Square petition from the citizens of Toronto. It's 30,000 names. There's over 2,000 comments. It's eye-opening, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you so much for bringing it here. Come and get it? Yeah. She's right there. Okay. Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Holiday to the deputant.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Tate, could you tell the committee a little bit about the comments? So the petition is in action. In your experience being involved with the creation of that, what is the sentiment of citizens? I know there's the decision and there's the process. Could you tell what you're hearing?
So I'm really tuned into the media. I'm tuned into social media. I'm plugged in on Instagram. I talk to everybody in my ward, which is Chris Moyse's ward. I'm his constituent, and Councillor Moyse. And everybody, it's like 90 to 10. Maybe 95-5 in favor of stopping this. And what's really eye-opening is that people from every background, like I've spoken to Chinese people, there's even Ghanaians and like Jamaicans in here who say this is nonsense. This city has so many problems right now, crumbling infrastructure, garbage cans that don't work. I live in Chris's Moist and we have to step on human feces all the time. Can we not use Section 37 funds for those purposes? Let's use Section 37 to fix our busted garbage cans, other infrastructure. This is unifying the city. It's an example of bloated bureaucracy to fix a problem that did not exist. Nobody asked for Dundas Square to be renamed or Dundas Street, and that's why this has really turned into like a major movement. I do have comments from constituents of everybody on this board, and I can read them for you if you'd like.
So sometimes council makes decisions with very little notice. There are reasons sometimes that motions are brought onto the floor. I recall this was an example of which there was very little public discussion prior to this occurring.
Practically none.
Did you see that as a dimension in the type of feedback that was captured by this petition.
Yeah,
Is that part of the discussion?
That's an absolutely correct assertion. And in fact, one of the most common comments the day after on all the social media accounts like SixBuzz, BlogTO, et cetera, everybody was saying, if we're going to do this, where was the transparency? Where was the public consultation? And I'll give you an example historically. When they were looking for a name for our new domed stadium in 1987, that was open to the city. I have the Star clippings. 150,000 people said, hey, let's pick, everybody submitted their name. For a civic exercise like this, for a major municipal landmark, if we had the fiscal resources to do it, we could have made it a unifying and wonderful naming exercise. But instead, Chris Moyse decided to
Don't do that again.
Sorry.
That's 3 times.
Councillor Chris Moyse.
Counselor.
I'm calling him by his name, man.
Keep going,
Like,
keep
I'm
going.
not- okay.
Just keep going, please.
Councillor Moyse.
Just keep going.
Please. Chris Moyse railroaded this through council. Mike,
Relax,
why?
just keep
Okay.
going, please, just finish your
Listen,
sentence.
what I want to say to Councillor Moyse is that as one of your constituents, me and thousands of people in your ward are very disappointed in you. And we feel, and we've seen you in media, basically saying that anybody who's against this renaming is like racist or anti-Black, and that's very
Mr.
disingenuous
Tate,
of you to
you're
say.
answering the question to Councillor Holiday.
Through the chair.
Okay? Can you please
Through the chair.
address, to the chair, to me,
Okay.
Councillor Holiday is the person asking
Sure,
the
no
question.
problem.
Thank you.
If I can get 2 in.
Please
So
do.
the first question is, in situations where there isn't civic participation, do people then feel a lack of ownership or a lack of connection with the asset? So if the decision is made elsewhere without public consultation, does that break that bond? In your opinion and what
So-
you've heard with respect to the feedback through that petition?
Yeah, so names have energy. Places have memory. It's a collective consciousness. So every time you go to Yonge-Dundas Square in the past, I'll give you an example. I saw Beyonce there. It was an incredible concert. I saw the Tragically Hip there. There was a time when Yonge-Dundas Square had great corporate funding, lots of sponsorship, and we had world-class concerts taking place right in our living room. And when we have those
Council
moments,
offside? Are they offside with the wishes of the people?
yes, and council has a
May I
great
trouble you to wrap
opportunity
up?
now.
Your 5 minutes is up.
Council has a great opportunity to do the right thing and correct course, basically. I mean, 30,000 signatures, nothing to sneeze at.
Thank you very much. Another question?
One question.
Okay,
So
Councillor
this
Moyse.
motion, when it came to council, as you mentioned, it was actually the same time that we renamed Rob Ford Stadium. Where's your petition for that?
Well, Rob Ford was a legend of Toronto, and he's a legend of Etobicoke, so it's actually very fitting and relevant to
Thank you.
name.
Thank you.
Where was the Toronto candidates for Yonge-Dundas? Gordon Lightfoot Square, Jackie Shane Square. Herb Carnegie was a hockey player who broke the color barrier. He was from Toronto. Imagine that, Herb Carnegie Square. So using the Rob Ford card is kind of lowballing Councillor Moyse.
Not really.
Councillor, okay, any other questions to the deputant? Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I'd just like you to,
Can you repeat that? Say it on the microphone.
Hang on a second.
I'm being insulted by Councillor
Allow
Moyse.
Councillor
I don't
Fletcher to
appreciate you
ask the
calling me a
question.
racist, because I'm definitely.
Wait, Councillor Fletcher has the floor. Allow
Only
her to
one
ask the
that has
question
the
and you
floor.
can answer it. Just a second. Councillor Fletcher, ask your question, please.
So just to look at the trajectory here, City Council made a decision to rename Dundas Street. You would agree with that? Yes? At a certain point, City Council made a decision to do that, correct?
Well, John Tory caved
No,
to the petition.
did City Council make a decision to do that, yes or no?
Well,
Yes, no? Maybe you don't know?
I recall looking at the motion here, that when on that same December night, when Councillor Holiday put forth a motion to actually cancel the renaming of Dundas Street, you, Councillor Fletcher, voted
I'm
against
asking you
it.
if you happen to remember
Why did you vote
that.
against it?
Sorry, this is not a give and take. As I understand it, City Council made a decision to rename Dundas.
Yeah, it was a terrible decision.
Under the previous administration, there was a number that was attached to that to do the whole
13 million and counting.
And then coming back in this new term of council with the new mayor, there was a decision to change the name of Dundas Square and 2 stations. I think that's historically, since you're very clear about record, or what you see as the record, I think that is.
Yeah, the renaming of Dundas Street
So
is still on the books, and it's only been paused.
Still the record at the moment.
That's correct.
And thank you very much. And now you've given us a petition, but it looks like it's a Canada-wide petition. I have signature here: Bowmanville, Milton, Sioux Narrows, Calgary, Thornhill, Saddle Lake, Saskatoon, Edmonton, Ajax, Mississauga, Vancouver, Oakville, Keswick,
Cobourg,
Weston, Richmond, Oakville, Mississauga,
Richmond
Harrison,
Hill.
Ontario, Prince Albert, Vaughan,
Woodstock,
Calgary,
Guelph,
Ganges, Delta,
St.
Welland,
Catharines.
Niagara Falls, Rossland, Mississauga, Erin Mills, Woodbridge,
It's a fantastic
Stittsville,
petition.
Mount Forest, Sudbury, Fonthill, Minden, Logan Lake, Fort Erie, Kelowna, Nanaimo, Collingwood,
Barrie.
Kuspanzas, Oakville, Duncan, Alliston, Mississauga, Vaughan, London. And those are just 2 pages. It does seem to me that your 30,000 names are coming from across the country, correct?
Well, across
Yes
the
or
country
no?
is no.
No? Are those cities not outside of Toronto?
May I respond?
Are they, no, I'm asking you. Are those cities outside of Toronto and outside of Ontario, some of them? Yes or no?
They are part of a region called the GTA.
No, I
Remember,
don't think.
there's Dundas,
Sorry,
Ontario.
when did
There's
Moncton-
Dundas
when did
townships
Moncton-
all over Ontario.
When did Moncton become part of the GTA?
We're all Canadians.
When did
This
East
is
Gwillimbury?
this
When
is
did
a
Bonnyville?
microcosm of a
When did
national issue.
Gravenberg?
So
When did
you're
Brampton?
splitting hairs,
When did
Councillor
Brant-
Fletcher.
I'm not splitting hairs.
For you trying to discredit the petition by saying there's a
Actually,
Moncton signature,
am trying
that's
to-
low stuff, and everybody
sorry.
sees it.
I
There's
am
nothing
now
wrong with the
reading you-
occasional signature from somebody in
It's
Moncton.
not occasional.
It's
That
a
was 2
beautiful town.
pages. Let's face facts.
We are
that
facing
Many of the
facts.
signatures in your petition are from across
Okay.
the
So
country.
we'll put this on
And you're
publicly.
telling me
We'll put
that
this on
Trent
a
Lakes
website
is
and
part
let
of the
the people
GTA?
decide.
I'm sorry. I'm finished questioning. Thank you.
Etobicoke, Toronto, North York, Toronto, Burlington, Downsview, Richmond Hill, Concord, Vaughan, Windsor, Mississauga, Toronto, Etobicoke. You're cherry picking Moncton to discredit the petition. That's also disingenuous, Councillor Fletcher, and the whole city's watching.
But, Councillor Tate, why don't you just finish answering the question?
I'll put it online so everybody can be it. I'm all for
You're
transparency.
done? Councillor Fletcher. Okay, thank you so much. Any other questions to the deputants? No? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Next speaker, Joey Scolari. You have 5 minutes.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
You can, go for
Hi.
it. Yeah.
Hi, thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. I would call on Mayor Chow to use her strong mayor powers to end this fiscal, social, and dystopian madness. The citizens of Toronto do not want their tax money wasted on this personal agenda realization. When I was a young boy, I had the pleasure with my Italian immigrant father, who barely spoke English, of meeting Ed Broadbent. He made a huge impression on me. So much so that when I was in the 7th grade at Pierre Laporte Junior High, I wrote an article on Ed Broadbent and the NDP party. He was kind to my father. He was fair to my father. He spoke to my father respectfully, even though my father spoke in broken English and was embarrassed. Years later, when I started in the media business, I had the pleasure of meeting Jack Layton, who to this day, along with Mr. Broadbent, were 2 of my favorite politicians. because they cared about what everybody thought. You know, they cared about the majority. They listened to everyone, but they made the best decision for the majority of the people. You know, I shudder to think of what would happen to, you know, the Jack Layton terminal had Councillor Moisey been in office when it was named. Maybe it would have been renamed something else. And this guy's a guy who I looked up to along with Ed Broadbent as a child. You know, the original petition had apparently had 14,000 signatures. It was called Let's Rename Dundas. It was on a site called Lead Now. They claim to be a nonprofit independent organization, but are clearly politically left. If you look at their FAQ page, they're a partisan lobby group. They've been accused of falsifying petition signatures on multiple occasions, and specifically the incident involving signatures on a petition regarding the Kinder Morgan pipeline, which included fictitious names such as Frosty the Snowman and Yogi Bear. These names were discovered during the verification process. Henry Dundas was a documented abolitionist. He didn't achieve his goal. I think that he tried. And his methodology was that he knew that he couldn't railroad it through, but he had a plan, and his plan didn't come to fruition in a timely manner, but it ultimately helped lead to the abolition of slavery. He was responsible for submitting resolutions to Parliament, which made it illegal to import African blacks into any British colonies, plantations, or ships owned by or navigated by British subjects after January 1st of the year 1800. You know, surely spending money on a bunch of signs, which is now over budget. You know, I know Councillor Moyes has been on record as saying that he doesn't have much taste for corporate sponsorship. That's been in the newspaper. Yet, in part of the plan for Sankofa Square, you're going to reach out for corporate sponsorship. So that's kind of talking out of both sides of your mouth from what I can see. Let's get to the name Sankofa. I have a lot of friends that are Ghanaian. I play hockey with them. They're lovely people. They've come to this country to make a better life for themselves. But there's some things that happen in Ghana that are absolutely awful. There's a place called Lake Volta. Have you ever heard of it? It's the largest artificial lake in the world, where children as young as 5 are forced to work for free up to 18 hours a day on fishing boats, which include being thrown into parasite-infested waters to untangle fishing nets, where they usually die a horrible death. The children are beaten, they're sexually exploited, then they usually drown. I suspect that maybe Ghana needs some reflection on how they treat these children. Go to freetheslaves.net for detailed information on how you can help. I've gone there and I've helped. Ghana still has sex slaves. They're called Trikosi. They're called shrine slaves. Underage girls are still sent to fetish priests to atone for some family members' sins. These priests commit horrible sexual transgressions against girls as young as 10. I think that maybe we have to take a step back.
Mayor Chow. Mayor Chow.
Oh, no, that's just a fact. I think there's a...
Just 1 second, I have to interrupt you. I have a point of personal privilege from Councillor Perks.
Am I allowed to speak?
Just hang on a second. Yeah, you still have 1 minute, just hang tight. Councillor Perks, you have a point of personal privilege.
Yeah, the City of Toronto has a very strong, open, and available commitment to confronting anti-Black racism. At the beginning of many of our meetings, we read statements acknowledging the legacy of the transatlantic slave trade. And I want to be able to conduct a meeting without listening to the kind of thing that was being said about Black people in Africa. And I really do think it's outside of what's permissible in a public forum like this to listen, to say the kinds of things that the deputy was saying.
Yeah, I agree. So, Mr. Scolari,
I'll finish
I
my
want
last
you
minute.
to focus on the square and the naming and the budget, which is properly in front of us.
Okay.
Not the country.
We have massive financial problems in our city. There's people on the streets dying of drug overdoses. We're afraid for our safety. Yonge-Dundas Square is kind of a frightening place at times. Spending Section 37 money on a bunch of signs to rename a square of any name is a waste of taxpayers' money. It's a waste of my money, And the majority of the people of Toronto, there was a survey a couple of weeks ago, 72% people are against the renaming. 16% are for it, and 12% don't know about it, nor do they care. So if you look at the majority of the people of this city, they don't want their tax money spent on renaming a square. They want their tax money spent on things like housing the homeless, getting people with mental health issues treatment, dealing with drug addiction. Those are big problems in our city right now. And I think that taking a pause and a step back and maybe thinking about a better use of these funds is the proper course of action.
Thank you for your time. Thank you. Question to the deputant, Councillor Holliday.
Mr. Scolari, I'll ask a similar question as I did to the previous speaker. Do you think council is offside with the wishes or the expectations of the population of the city?
I just think that the people of the city should be consulted when you're making decisions that involve our money, and we weren't in this case. And look, if the people said Sankofa Square was what they wanted, I'm fine. That's what the people wanted. But I just think that this was done in a manner where the vast majority of Torontonians were unaware of it, and now they are aware of it, and they're extremely unhappy about it.
So if people aren't consulted adequately, and if there's a sentiment that council's offside with the wishes of the people, does that further enhance or erode the confidence in government by the population?
It erodes it. I don't think people trust government as it is, and this is another example of why they don't.
And if there's a break in trust, does that hinder the government's ability to do things such as run a financially secured city, take on things like confronting anti-Black racism, or do things like provide services?
Yes, I think people just throw their hands up and they don't get involved and they just walk away from it. I think it really hinders the city. I think it hinders city council's credibility. And by not including the greater Toronto area, the people, the city of Toronto, they've made a major mistake, and I think it's coming to light now.
Thank you.
Any other questions to the deputant? Okay, no, thank you very much. The next deputant is Joey Goldman. Are you here, Joey Goldman? Are you online? Mr. Goldman, are you online? Joey Goldman? Okay. Okay, not online, not here. Linda Dundas. You are online? Linda Dundas, I believe you're online. You can speak now?
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. Just speak up. There you are. We can now see you.
Thank you very much. Let me just get myself sorted. I'm stuck.
No, we can hear you.
Thank you. Your worship, esteemed councillors, my name is Linda Dundas, and my comments relate to item 1F, rebranding of Yonge-Dundas Square to Sankofa Square. A brand is intended to create a positive association in the mind of the targeted audience and ultimately produce benefits for customers and value for owners and shareholders. With this in mind, I have a simple question. Why would you think that it's a good idea to swap the name of an individual who, as the public record shows, defended Indigenous rights in Canada, defended Black loyalists, supported Francophone rights and bilingualism, successfully defended a runaway slave, was an early supporter not just of abolition of the slave trade, but of slavery itself, and proposed a comprehensive and pragmatic 12-point plan to end it, for instead the name of a tribe in Africa that was notorious for selling slaves and even much worse?
Madam Chair,
What brand will that create?
Just 1 second. Just 1 second. Hang on.
Point of privilege.
Oh, I just reset it improperly. Ew. I'll let it run for 1 minute. Councillor Perks.
Once again, we have a deputant who is straying into territory that I feel violates the city's off-stated commitment to confronting anti-Black racism. If we could just have order.
Councillor Perks,
I ask
just to
that
finish.
you remind the deputant that is, we want to create an environment where everyone feels welcome to participate, and this kind of language will be alienating to many people in Toronto.
Okay, thank you for pointing that out. Ms. Dundas?
The name is the name, and it has the origin that it has. That's all I'll say about that.
Okay, continue.
Shall I continue?
Yes,
Thank you.
please.
What brand will that create, and what will it say about Toronto's brand? As to Sankofa, learning from the past, to those who put that name forward, not only have you obviously not learned from the past, but this renaming is incredibly disrespectful of those you purport to honor and of the citizens of Toronto. It debases the city and makes a laughingstock of it on the world stage. How has Toronto learned from the past when City Council ignores the writings of experts in peer-reviewed articles that exonerate Henry Dundas, such as those by historian Angela McCarthy, not to mention the request from 3 former mayors of Toronto asking that the renaming decision be reconsidered? What will it say about Toronto as a principal city in Canada that city officials willfully ignored the facts and the will of the people and continued to promote a false narrative to push through a senseless and costly change rather than elevating history and the opportunity for all to learn from it? What lesson will history take away about the people who steamrolled this through without appropriate governance and consultation based on ill-founded recommendations from inexperienced consultants? And what will Toronto's brand be at the end of all of this? Here's the past that we should learn from, again, all on the public record and supported by peer-reviewed research from renowned scholars. History shows that by his words and by his deeds, Henry Dundas consistently over a span of more than 20 years demonstrated his support for abolition and other social causes, including many touching Canada directly. As early as 1778, Henry is recorded as saying, "Human nature, my lords, spurns at the thought of slavery among any part of our species." Several years later, during the debates around abolition, records show that Henry professed himself as determined a friend to the abolition of the slave trade as any man, and thought that the African slave trade was contrary to justice and humanity and that it ought to be abolished. In 1796, his support for abolition was clearly and publicly acknowledged by a key abolitionist who summarized Henry's position as follows: "The right honorable gentleman and myself agree in our premises. However, we may differ with respect to our conclusion." He admits that the trade is not only inconsistent with humanity and justice, but with policy and prudence in time of war. It appears then that we only differ as to the mode of abolition. The right honorable gentleman states a powerful objection to our mode, namely that it is impracticable. Henry's proposed 12-point plan was a sincere attempt to reconcile two strongly entrenched opposing sides. As the Parliamentary Register notes, he desired gentlemen to recollect that there was a path between these two extremes, a middle path that might meet the panic, the prejudices, and the habits of the West India merchants and obtain the object of the abolition of the slave trade effectually. In 1793, after a proposal for immediate abolition was defeated, John Graves Simcoe, whom Henry Dundas had appointed, persuaded the Assembly to accept a plan for gradual abolition following Henry's strategy, and Upper Canada became the first British territory to abolish slavery. So if you want to cancel Henry Dundas for adding the word gradual, then you should think about canceling Simcoe Day and renaming all Simcoe assets. But if you celebrate Simcoe for abolishing slavery, you should also celebrate Henry Dundas, who made it possible. And by the way, in 1801, Henry Dundas also convinced King George III to fire the governor of the Cape, George Yonge, yes, that Yonge, for engaging in an illegal scheme to smuggle slaves. So maybe it's the name Yonge that needs to be removed from the square, not Dundas. If you want to honor minority rights, keep the name of the guy who fought for them in the early days of Canada's history and helped establish the multicultural society Canada is today. Henry Dundas deserves to occupy a place of honor in Canadian history. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Holiday, question?
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Dundas, could you elaborate a bit more on your understanding of the history and the contribution of Henry Dundas to Canada?
Oh, that's how much time have we got? So Indigenous rights, Francophone rights, and Black loyalists. Those are the three that immediately come to mind. And if you're interested, we can provide references. But with respect to Black loyalists, there was an offer made to them to return to Africa and to have land granted to them. Many of them, I forget the exact number, took that up. In terms of supporting the French language, Henry Dundas encouraged or ordered Lord Dorchester to allow them to express themselves in French and to have written materials in French. And with respect to, let me see, Black loyalists, the Francophone Indigenous rights, he also ordered that Indigenous rights be respected. And that's about probably all that we have time for. But I'm happy to provide a more fulsome memo to council.
So just succinctly, because I don't know that we've talked a lot about it, there's many, many academic discussions worldwide about Dundas being an abolitionist or not. But what I wanted to do, because you've got deeper knowledge, is do you have any comments on Dundas's impact to Toronto? I seem to recall a relationship between him and Osgood and what they did. And I thought it would be helpful for the committee to hear that about why Dundas is relevant to the city of Toronto and to Canada.
Well, again, that deserves a further follow-up, which I'm happy to provide. I can't sort of off the cuff provide the response on Osgood. John Graves Simcoe obviously is somebody who's celebrated in Toronto. He will be celebrated in 2 weeks' time. He was an appointee. I believe there was a relationship between all of those men, and they Henry Dundas appointed John Graves Simcoe, who did so knowing that John Graves Simcoe knew what Henry Dundas's position was on slavery. Henry Dundas appointed John Graves Simcoe knowing what his feelings were about it as well. Clearly there was consultation between the men in terms of passing the strategy that was used to obtain the passage of that law in Upper Canada. So it's notable to me that virtually all of the jurisdictions at the time that were successful in abolishing slavery or taking the first steps towards abolishing slavery did so in a gradual manner. And that was because of the extensive opposition that they were encountering. And so there was a recognition, as I read, that the words of Henry Dundas in the Parliamentary Register, there was a recognition that the only way to do so was to bring everybody together through that middle path that he referenced.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions to deputants? Thank you very much, Ms. Dundas. The next speaker is Sifo Kaku. Kaku? Yeah, you're online, right? Sifo, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Sipho Kwaku. Ms. Kwaku, are you there? No, we'll come back to those that are not available. Is the person online?
Hello.
You are online. Okay, let's go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay, greetings, Mayor Chow, members of the Executive Council, staff, and deputants. My name is Sipo Kwaku. I've lived in the city of Toronto now for approximately 59 years. My ancestors were taken as enslaved Africans from the shores of Ghana, transported to the Barbados, and were purchased by an English gentleman by the name of Ashby, who owned a number of plantations on the island at the time. I was born Russell Ashby. As a young man of African descent, growing up in Toronto, I had very few anchors which anchored me to who I was as a person of African descent. My family of 6 siblings were the only children of African descent in the neighborhood. In primary, middle, and high school, I was often confronted with situations which reminded me that I did not belong here because of who I am, a young man of African descent. I was desperately searching for something which could anchor me. It wasn't until I entered high school where I met other peoples of African descent that I began to see myself. Later on in my latter life, I was introduced to an African-centered rites of passage, coming of age process. It was there that I was introduced to the elements of my heritage and understood that I had my cultural and ethnic lineage in the Akan people of Ghana. It is also there that I understood the power of symbols and their powerful role in the process of reclaiming one's cultural self. When we look around this uniquely beautiful and exciting city, full of people from all over the world, we see symbols, we see communities, we see, structures, we hear voices from all around the world. I share this story with you because for me, young people, and in particular young people of African descent, must begin to see themselves. Sankofa Square would be a powerful symbol of remembrance, reaching back into the past, bringing all that was good to the present, and building for our collective future. Now, I've listened to some of the individuals who have deputized and stated their cases as to why Sankofa or Dundas Square should not be remained. I'm going to ask you to allow spaces for others. Allow spaces for others. Allow spaces for others. I will stop and thank you very much for all those present.
Thank you for your time. Any questions to the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much for your deputation. Next one on the list is Khalida Bello. Khalida Bello, are you here? Yes, you are. Thank you.
Good morning. Executive Committee.
You can just speak to the mic, make sure your mic is
Thank
open.
You. So I am a Toronto native. I grew up majority of my life in Toronto in predominantly Black communities in the Jane and Finch area and the Rexdale area. And I just have a short commentary based on what we're discussing here today. So it's my understanding and the understanding of members of our community that the city wants to address a challenging history and make the square to be more intentionally inclusive of BIPOC underserved communities. And as the city had said in December, this was proposed after several peer review research papers were examined, and several historians and academics were also consulted as part of this process. And using that knowledge, we're hopeful to be able to see the city honor its processes, its findings, and desires of city councilors representing constituents, as well as thousands of citizens that were in support of renaming the square. We are aiming to address generational trauma and restore trust in BIPOC and underserved communities. And this process was rigorous and fulsome decisions were made to maximize inclusion. And when we consider all of that, it's really important to be able to have the community be able to trust the process of city council and the multiple years that were spent coming to this decision. There is concern with the way in which trust from community would be fragmented and historical traumas be reopened. And today we were discussing how that impacts engagement. Well, it definitely does impact engagement in terms of folks feeling that being part of the process will lead to any kind of lasting change. And so I think that's really important to consider. And on the website, I see that the city consulted more than 20 academic experts knowledgeable in public history, Black Canadian studies, and public commemoration to inform response to the petition and recognition review of the project as a whole. So I just wanted to bring that into our remembrance and consider what the consequences would be to underserved communities that have much less power than corporations, institutions, and other communities that have more power than the underserved that we're trying to represent.
Thank you for that. Councillors, any questions to the deputant? Ms. Bello? Thank you. Thank you for your time. Andrew Lockhead? Andrew Lockhead, are you here? It's online. There he is. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mayor Chow. My name is Andrew Lougheed, and as many of you on the Executive Committee will already know, I'm the author of the petition that first called on the City of Toronto to begin a public process to rename Dundas Street. While it's always an honor and privilege to address the mayor of our city and our elected representatives, I'm frankly disappointed I must be here again speaking in favor of what to me should be an obvious and easy decision for all of you to support, the naming of Sankofa Square. It's in fact an easy decision to support because it's one you've already made. This is the fourth time I've come to this committee and the fifth time I've spoken to a civic committee on this issue. So the idea that there has been no public consultation on this matter is in fact laughable. Some elements of council, though, continue to insist that this decision should be debated again and again simply because they feel that spending even the smallest amount of public money on efforts to promote reconciliation, to celebrate cultural diversity, and to honor the contributions of Black, African, and African-descended people to our city is worthless. While debate is the lifeblood of our democracy, constantly having to defend the smallest equity-seeking initiatives, such as the naming of a public place, is itself a form of structural and systemic violence that our city has previously committed to eradicating in, for example, its Confronting Anti-Black Racism 5-year plan. In December last year, City Council voted to accept the consensus decision reached by a committee of senior academics, Indigenous elders, community leaders that also represent the interests of business and residents and the voices of historically marginalized people to name our main municipal square, Sankofa Square. Sankofa is a name that we've heard speaks to the issues at the very heart of the public conversations that the original petition to rename Dundas Street raised. Namely, returning to the past to learn from it and to use that knowledge to inform and shape the future. And just as it represents the heart of these concerns, Sankofa as a concept rightfully belongs at the heart of a city like Toronto, a truly global city that's made its rich cultural diversity and commitment to progressive values a part of its core identity. In my work as a scholar of public memory, as an artist and public historian, I've had the opportunity to speak with members of the African Canadian community who've expressed to me the immense sense of pride they feel in seeing Sankofa embraced as a concept in our city and their heritage and contributions to Toronto celebrated and recognized in such a public manner. Indeed, many of these same individuals have expressed how important seeing themselves represented in public is to making them feel a part of the city. And we've heard some of those people speak here today. To suggest, as some have, that Sankofa is not a Canadian name, or it has no connection to Canada or Toronto, is to deny not only the Canadianness of African Canadians, but is to deny the truly multicultural nation and city that we are. In conclusion, I encourage the Executive Committee and Council to continue to support Sankofa Square as the name for our city's premier public events and gathering place, and to make strong financial commitments to education and outreach initiatives around the name and concept of Sankofa. Further, we must continue to support the important work of the city's recognition review process that addresses the ways in which racism and colonial violence are celebrated in our city's toponyms, monuments, and other public spaces and institutions. If we are to maintain our municipal status as a world leader in equity, diversity, and inclusion, and as I've said before this committee multiple times, live up to our motto of diversity, our strength, I believe we simply cannot afford not to. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
It's a good question.
Any question? Councilor Moyes?
Thank you, Mr. Lockett, for coming in once again for the 4th time and being an ally to the Black community. That's a quick question. How many people signed the original petition?
The original petition that was submitted to council was over 13,000 signatures. And I took great pains to actually, before submitting that petition to council, to actually also verify using postcodes that these signatures did indeed come from a majority of Toronto and GTA addresses.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Any other questions to Mr. Lockheed? Okay, thank you for your time. The next speaker, Linda Collins Backhouse, also online. If you can open up your mic, go ahead. Linda Collins Backhouse. Are you online? You
I
are
am.
online? There
Yeah.
you are.
There you go.
We
I
could
need to
hear
take
you.
my skeleton out of the picture. There you go. So thank you very much, Mayor Chow. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of the name change to Sankofa Square. By way of introduction, my name is Linda Collins Bacchus. I'm a physiotherapist by profession. I have volunteered in the Toronto Black community since 1988 when I immigrated to Canada from the UK. My volunteer career has been with the African Canadian Heritage Association, which is now celebrating 55 years of cultural heritage programming for children and youth, as well as family. It's an intergenerational program, as well as the African Canadian Rites of Passage, of which I am a graduate and recognized as a community elder. Rites of Passage, in Rites of Passage, we practice, and it's based on the Akan cultural teachings in Ghana. ACHA was also born out of the Rites of Passage process and principles. I have also traveled on numerous occasions to Ghana to carry out volunteer work in the Akan and coastal regions. This volunteer background is relevant when I speak about why the name Sankofa was chosen from the shortlist of 3 names for the square by the Dundas Street Committee, of which I was part. And that was over almost a 2-year process, I believe, from the start. So it was not quick. The word Sankofa, as you know, means go back and fetch it, as is signified by the image of the mythical bird that is looking backward to protect the egg on its back. Symbolically, you may see it as the ancestors, parents, or community protecting the upcoming generation. The meaning of Sankofa as a principle to live by means that you should know the past so you can learn from it and not make the same mistake again. In a way, it is like the phrase used after the Jewish Holocaust, never again. Both ACHA and Rites of Passage processes actively use the Sankofa principle to inform our behavior, teach our cultural history, and knowledge of those who went before us, our ancestors, to build our community. We have done this for all the years I have been involved with both nonprofit, volunteer-based programs. I also live my life with the spirit of Sankofa in the way that I conduct myself and the way that I move in the world. So it's very important to me. The Sankofa symbol is also a well-known and implemented,
Yeah,
sorry about that. At least it's a beautiful tune, right? Okay, so let me carry on. The Sankofa symbol is also a well-known and implemented Adinkra symbol that is seen all over Ghana and the diaspora in the form of wrought iron gates, fences, etc. The image is all around us, and yet we do not know the meaning of it. As many enslaved people exited the Gold Coast, Ghana, after being held in the slave castles and transported like cargo on the many slave ships during the Martha, it seems just that the Ghanaian Akan principle of Sankofa is the name that we landed upon for the name of the square. Dundas, after whom the street in Toronto was named, played a significant role in delaying the end of slavery. Yes, he helped with abolition, but he delayed it immensely before it could occur for various reasons, which I won't go into now. In addition, he never stepped on Canadian soil. It was felt that the name change should be African based on the atrocities Dundas was linked to, related to slavery. And that was direct. Following consultation with the First Nation groups as part of the committee research in and around Toronto, they resoundingly stated that the name change should be representation of the African culture, not the First Nations culture, for this reason. The city's renaming of the street was charged upon the committee. I was asked to be on the committee as a community member because of my history of volunteer work and the ongoing practice of Sankofa principles as outlined previously. The request was changed to the renaming of the square in order to allow the city to acclimatize and to be educated about why the name change should occur, as well as being less of a financial burden on the city. The city leadership initiating this change is applauded, as it acknowledges to all that slavery was the horror that it was, and that recognition is being addressed by removing one of the offending family names on the main square of the city of Toronto.
Thank you.
Finally, I just have one sentence if I could be allowed to finish.
Finish that sentence.
Okay, it is a step in the right direction to changing the narrative by acknowledging the wrongs of the past while educating Canadians about the systemic influence of slavery. It is a positive message that will potentially spearhead the necessary changes and keep hope alive in the younger generations of all Black Canadians that the historical impact of slavery is being acknowledged systemically and politically as they are being seen by the city at the least.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Any questions, Councillor? Before you, I do have one quick question. There was lots of talk about lack of consultation. You're a member of the advisory committee that was set up by the city at the time, and
Yes,
it's been 2 years. So did you do any consultation during the time that you were there?
When, as part of the committee, we consulted, the co-host consulted with the First Nations group, because initially it seemed like if it should be a First Nations name. We went through a rigorous process of understanding where we would land eventually. And the First Nations group, they consulted all of the surrounding First Nations people in the GTA, the leaders, and they resoundingly said, why is this a First Nations problem? It's a slavery problem. So that was one of the things that directed us in the way we went, because of the link with Dundas with slavery. And then the other thing that we did was we had a few presentations made by scholars, mostly, some of whom are Ghanaian descent, who allowed us to dissect the choices that were on the table, so we were able to get down to the 3 names that we actually finally had to choose from. So it was, once the names were chosen and suggested by different people on the committee, and there were over 20 of us representing all different aspects of Toronto life, the names that were we consented, that we all agreed to look at those names to whittle down to the final 3. Those names were actually then researched by scholars from York University and around Toronto to understand some of the nuances of those names, whether they were good names that we should go ahead and use if they had no negative connotations to them. And the reason we came to a principle as a name as opposed to a person is because when you name after a person, as in the case of Dundas, with the atrocities that happened after George Floyd, and everybody was hot to trot about diversity and equity and all that stuff, those names, sometimes you get, after the place or the road has been named, you get some of the negative aspects of that person's history that never was taught in the first place. So a name was not suggested for that reason.
Thank you so much for that answer. Any other questions? If not, the next deputant, Joseph Mansa. You are online, I believe. Joseph Mansa, you are online. He is online. You just go ahead and speak. We can see you, but we can't hear you. Can you open up your mic? Can you open up your mic, Mr. Mansa? Nope. Maybe he stepped away. We're going to come back to you. David Farang, Ghanaian Association of Ontario.
Oh, there's Joseph.
Oh, here's Joseph Mansa. Yeah, we could hear you now. Go ahead. No, we cannot hear you. We cannot hear you. There's usually something called a mic in the lower left-hand corner.
I'll turn it on.
Yeah, if you could, you have two mics going on. If you can turn off your phone, just use one device, then it will not give you feedback. Can you try saying something again? Now we can't hear you. If you can, yep, we can hear you now. Go ahead. Just speak louder.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, there's some echo here, but I'll try my best. Yeah,
It's not working. You have serious feedback. You know what? If you can test it out a bit, we're going to come back to you, okay? We're going to, yeah? Are you all right with that? Or do you think you're ready? Can you want to try one more time? Say something.
Hello?
No, it's still a lot of feedback. We'll come back to you, okay? The next deputant, David Farang, Ghanaian Association of Ontario. Are you here physically? Are you online? Is the person online? Yes, he's online. Okay, you're
Yes,
online.
I'm
We can
online.
see you, but if you can just open your mic, we can hear you.
Yeah, I can. You can hear me?
Yep, go for it.
Good. Thank you, Mayor Olivia Chow, members of the Executive Committee. My name is Professor David Fran, a Trent University professor in Peterborough, and I teach a course in equity, diversity, and inclusion. Thank you for the opportunity to deputize about Sankofa. Now, I would like to share and start by saying that many years ago, 2002, I used to work at the City of Toronto in the diversity management and community engagement. Jack Layton, David Miller were my great friends in the good old days. And so I want to put it there. Toronto is the fourth largest government structure in Canada. And people refer to Toronto as the world in the city, meaning that every country of the world is here. What a beautiful thing, right? Now, a city that prides itself in diversity being our strength is a wonderful city. We are very fortunate to be living in a city like this. Now, building inclusive community is about respecting diversity and also promoting equity, right? Now, with naming Dundas Square as Sankofa, the city is addressing the issue of anti-Black racism. The city is also recognizing the presence of equity-deserving community groups in our city. Now, I want to question, how many racial minority names, personalities, or symbols do we see around in the city? So naming Sankofa Square is one great example of what the city is doing. Now, for those who are disputing against Sankofa, I would like to suggest to you that you need to respect diversity so that we can promote equity and inclusion in our city. Now, I want to draw your attention to a report which the city commissioned many years ago, and that was contracted to Michael Onston. And the report was about identifying the racial inequalities in our city. In that report, which was commissioned in 2001, 2002, most Black communities in Toronto were the most underserved community groups. Groups like Ghana, Somalia, and all of them. They were overrepresented in menial jobs. They were overrepresented in all kinds of negative situations in our city. So naming Sankofa, going back to the past to retrieve what belonged to us, is well deserving. And I would like to shout out to the city councillors, the city entire, who try to continue to promote the idea of equity, diversity, and inclusion. That is the essence of a civilized democratic society. And I always tell my students that this is an example of what we call an inclusive policy making. In other words, vertical slice approach. Members of the City Council, I would like to share some brief background about something about Ghana, where the name Sankofa is coming from. You should understand that Ghana was the first Black African country to be independent around 6 March 1957. Now, Ghana was the leader of anti-colonial and pan-Africanist movement trying to eliminate anti-Black racism. Ghana is also home to many of notable like Anton Wheeler, Amu, Yaa Santua, Kwame Nkrumah, Kofi Annan. Of course, you hear the African Ghanaian mythology of Anansi stories happening. Now, Ghanaian Canadians are among the largest Black continental African groups in Canada. We are over more than 100,000 Ghanaians, but unfortunately, the statistics has underscored the little number of the Ghanaians in here. We represent in so many areas of sports and everything. And when we try to name Sankofa, the fact also belongs that we are respecting diversity to the point that we are embracing ourselves, promoting and supporting and creating an opportunity for all those equity-seeking and equity-deserving community groups. Thank you, Mayor, and your Executive Committee done a good job for naming Sankofa at the Dundas Square. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Any questions to the deputants? If not, our next deputant, Mary Akua Bontin, which is the Vice President of Ghana Association. You are online also. May I ask you to speak? There you are. We can see you. We can hear you.
Great. My name is Mary Akua Bontin. I serve as the Vice President for the Ghanaian Canadian Association of Ontario. And today I am here to share a few things. So I'm hoping it also becomes a learning time for many of us. So when we hear of the word Sankofa, San means to return. So if you, in that Kan language, San means return. Ko means to go. Fa means to pick or to take. And so I am very excited to be here because I've heard many who are disputing about the name Sankofa. Again, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you all for giving me the opportunity to come here to talk about the reason why it is essential for us to go with the name Sankofa. It's unfortunate that the naming has been associated to some people as to slavery, but it's a word that encourages us to return back or to go back to correct our mistakes. As Toronto is changing and we're improving every day, for the years I've been in Canada, I've noticed every day we're looking at ways we can improve and be part of society. Us going back to our roots, or us going back to fetch, or us going back to correct our mistakes becomes essential. The ethos of Canada multiculturalism is for people from different cultural backgrounds to feel a sense of genuine or a sense of belonging, to feel as if it's woven in into the names, place, and narrative of our shared home. Again, today, Toronto is undergoing many changes of multicultural, to make the multicultural community feel welcome, included, or as part of the community. We have many programs looking at anti-Black racism and ways that we can help people of African descent or Black people feel as part of the society or feel included. This is an example of us moving forward when we acknowledge our efforts of improvement. Sankofa has significant meaning to the Afro-Caribbean and the African diasporans in Toronto. As a member of the Black Resilient Cluster team, a group of organizations where we focus on serving the Black communities in Toronto, when we all heard about the name change, we were very excited. We were pleased of this name change because it denotes for us to return to our cultural underpinning as Africans. For many of us young people, it draws us to our roots of identity, something many of us are working very hard. Given this concept, prominence in Toronto will give the people of the city a profound sense of belonging. It will tell us that we are part of Toronto and Toronto's story. And mind you, the Black community is a significant part of Toronto's population. Many of us have jubilated, and we continue to jubilate when we hear the name of Sankofa being suggested as a name in our community. This move will make Toronto become more inclusive and genuine home for a diverse population. As the city is moving to improve its equity, diversity, and inclusion, this is a great start. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Our next speaker, Kemi Jacobs, the Executive Director of Delta Family Resource Center. Kemi, are you here? Are you online also? Okay. If you can open up your mic, we're ready for you.
Good morning. Good afternoon, actually. Mayor,
Yes.
Executive Committee, and the general public. I'm going to start by how I want it to end. And I want you to consider this question as I speak. Can a city like Toronto in 2024 afford not to have a Sankofa Square? That's the question we should be asking. I'm Kemi Jacobs, the ED of Delta Family Resource Center, which is a B3 agency located in Northwest Toronto. We've delivered services to communities in the past for more than 40 years. While my professional and personal lives have consistently focused on empowering communities and advocating for those whose voices are not heard, I identify first as an African woman. An African born in the Caribbean. I've lived in Toronto for more than 40 years. I know, you don't think I'm 40. But anyway, I'm a graduate of the Rites of Passage process, which is a tradition grounded in the Akan tradition of Ghana. I've volunteered with the National Anti-Racism Council, CAFCAN Social Services, and I've been an integral part of Delta Family's journey to becoming a B3 agency. We are proud to be part of a host of agencies, Mary, who just spoke, is one of them, who have supported the recent influx of African refugees and helped them find spaces in the city of Toronto. Over the past year, a committee of community leaders from Toronto's Black communities came together to select a new name for Dundas Square. As the entire global community was forced to face the harsh reality of the enduring, unrelenting impact of anti-Black racism in the aftermath of George Floyd's murder, many communities reacted by making the conscious decision to overturn the tribal practice of naming streets, buildings, and spaces after historical Anglo-Saxons who, in their desire to expand and enrich the British Empire, perpetuated atrocities against humankind, particularly Black and brown bodies. In view of the fact that Dundas directly impacted the lives of Africans, it is particularly fitting that the new name honors and celebrates African traditions. It is in view of this that after months of exploration and deliberation, the name Sankofa Square was selected as a new name for the square. Last month, Councillor Holiday asked for an operational and governance review of the initiative. The City Manager's Office has ably addressed the questions raised, so rather than focusing on already addressed issues, I choose to share with Council Just two of the many reasons why it is important for Toronto and for Black people, not just for Black people in Toronto, but for the city of Toronto and for us as Black people in Toronto to have a Sankofa Square. While we speak of the progress made by Black African Canadians, there are too many Black residents who are still excluded and left behind. This exclusion is often expressed in silences, an internalized racism and shame about our African heritage, in denial of our identity. It pains me that we still see underrepresentation of Black teachers in schools. Some of the speakers mentioned this. The overrepresentation of my people in the care and justice system. And in June 2024, I can still hear an educated Black Caribbean woman proudly state that she would not wear a t-shirt with a map of Africa because she has no connection to Africa. Having a Sankofa Square, a square which is central to the functioning of Toronto, would do much to erode the impact of internalized racism, leading Black residents to see that our traditions are valued and that we deserve, we can and will take up space as we go back and fetch our connections to our ancestors. Toronto is, I'm biased, Toronto is Canada's coolest city. While conditions have changed since COVID, while the skyrocketing cost of living and extremely high housing costs force many of us to pause, most of us would not choose to live in any other city. Toronto is dope. We have a reputation for being inclusive, for embracing diversity, being intentional in our efforts to be equitable, and to promote anti-oppression and anti-Black racism. And while I may not have drunk the Kool-Aid, there are not too many cities in the world which have a unit, small though it may be, devoted to combating anti-Black racism. Having a Sankofa Square, central meeting place, in the heart of the city of Toronto, which acknowledges the importance of African immigrants, celebrates an African identity, and honors, and at the same time, an Adinkra system, epitomizes Toronto's warrior spirit. It underscores Toronto's commitment to equity and justice, while many regions are backsliding on promises made 4 short years ago. And this can only enhance the city we call home. In closing, while I applaud the city manager's summary of the financial potential, I think we need to really ask, what is the cost of not having a Sankofa Square in the city of Toronto? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation and your time. Joni, oh, hang tight. Oh, you might have lost her. Cami Jacobs, Councillor Holiday had a question to you. Can you come back online?
Sure.
Oh, there you are.
Hi, Ms. Jacobs. Hopefully you can hear me okay, because on the monitor, I couldn't hear the sound really well. And I thought I caught one of your comments, and I just wondered if you could clarify it. It's a really simple question. I thought you had mentioned my name, Councillor Holiday, asking for a governance review. I thought I heard that, and if I'm wrong, please let me know.
And that's what I read in the documents which accompanied the matter being brought to council. Was I wrong? Was it not you?
Yeah, I think the governance review came from elsewhere, but I'm so sorry. I wanted to ask this because the sound connection isn't great, but I wanted to get clarity. You know, when you hear your name and you said, what's that?
Yeah.
So thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions to the deputant? Nope. Next, I believe Joseph Mensah now has his audio problem fixed. Mr. Mensah, would you like to come online, please? Mr. Mensah, turn on your mic. Oh, there you are. Can you say a few words? We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, perfect. Whew. All right, go
Thank
ahead.
you so much. Thank you. So I won't waste your time. I've heard a lot of the debate, so I will just pick some few points. The first one is to the effect that the city's motto talks about diversity, our strength. Okay, so right there is an effort to diversify the community. So we can start it from there. There are people speaking to the effect that everybody is against this, everybody is going. When you say everybody, if everybody is against it, what happened to us? This is a situation where it is speaking to the tyranny of the majority. You have to remember that power always has something to do with knowledge production. So if you keep on saying knowledge, this is what is the truth, you have to also keep in mind that those who have power have the power to name. So you have to bring this power dynamics into play and listen to those without power. All this debate going on, do you think those without power, the poor person trying to struggle to find something to eat, it will be able to be on this platform? No. So it's just those who are power, who are managing, who are naming. So you have to be mindful of the way power plays in all these things. Next, let me talk about the fact that we talk about integration. Integration, by definition, theoretically, is two-way. The minority who is here is expected to integrate to the majority. So you can try to integrate. What if the majority doesn't want you? So the integration should go both ways. Just as the minority is borrowing from the majority culture, the majority should be prepared to also borrow from the minority culture. Otherwise, integration will never work. Toronto prides itself of being multicultural. So this question shouldn't be an issue at all. This question shouldn't be an issue. How can you be multicultural, yet you are debating about the fact that you are bringing some minority culture to play? So there are so many things that one can use to argue in favor of the Sankofa naming. If you are a Black person, a youth, you are disillusioned about your Canadian citizenship. You go to work, you are looking for job, discrimination, housing discrimination. Meanwhile, you are born here, you don't have anything ties to your diasporic, your home country. Okay, this is your country. And now that you have a chance to be recognized, to enhance your sense of belonging, even there, people are against it. So these are some issues you have to keep in mind. Then, of course, the whole debate started with slavery. Now, if you go back, as the Sankofa want us to go back, you realize that much of the slavery was perpetrated at the point of shipment, the dungeon, where the slaves were shipped, all the way through the Middle Passage was mostly in Ghana, Almina Castle, Cape Coast Castle. So that, if you go back and you don't want to repeat it, Sankofa will say, go back there and correct things. So there are so many things that we can see that will speak to the naming of this particular situation. Now, let me end with this point. There is what we call topophobia and topophilia. In geography, the topophilia is your love for a place. In a situation like this, when you name it after a concept, there is more likely to be a lot of topophilia because the concept is not going to commit crime. The concept is not going to change its identity. But if you name it for a person, then you have to be careful and mindful the fact that that person is not going to do anything wrong. Because by the time it finishes, then, I mean, for instance, if you tie the person to this square and the person engaged in slavery, a Black person like this, I get there and I have a sense of phobia. A fear of this place. I cannot be there because even the mention of the name get me discomfort. So these are some of the things that we have to keep in mind so that we don't have the majority abusing the right of the minority, because the poor people, the Black people may not have the power to create the knowledge, but still we are all part of the Canadian mosaic. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that deputation. Seeing no questions to the deputant, it's at 12:30. We're going to take a break. We will be back at 1:30. I'm at the coalition conference doing a media event. In the odd chance I am 5-10 minutes late, do start. Okay, I will get back at 1:30. Hopefully.
We're going to resume the meeting. And right now we're on EX 15.4, Governance and Operational Review of Sankofa Square. And we are on deputations, and the next deputant is Johnny LP. Is Johnny LP joining us virtually? All right. Johnny, you have 5 minutes. Please, no? Okay. All right, while we wait for Johnny, we will go to Camilla Collins Aretza, a PhD candidate in history at the University of Toronto. Are you there, Camilla? All right, wonderful. You have 5 minutes. Please begin whenever you're ready, and when you're getting close to your time, I will let you know. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you all can hear me. My name is Camilla Collins Aretza, and I'm a PhD candidate at the Department of History, University of Toronto. I'm reading these comments on behalf of my supervisor, Professor Melanie J. Newton, who cannot be here today. The name Sankofa was the consensus choice of the Community Advisory Committee, which Professor Newton co-chaired with Wenda Elder Catherine Tamaro. The concept of Sankofa acknowledges the transatlantic slave trade as part of our collective past. It celebrates the contributions of Black Torontonians to the city and represents historic ties between West Africans and their descendants across the Americas, including Canada. The Akan linguistic and cultural region of West Africa includes what Europeans called the Gold Coast, corresponding roughly to the modern nation state of Ghana, as well as parts of Togo and Cote d'Ivoire, where the 1.2 million people are known to have been trafficked just from the Gold Coast to the Americas. In the midst of this chaos and catastrophe, artists from the Akan region created a philosophical and visual system of Adinkra symbols, which each had a meaning that was both straightforward and complex, and which were easily recognizable and quick to reproduce. Sankofa might be translated as look back to go forward. And its Adinkra symbol is either a stylized heart or a bird with its head turned to the rear, beak open to either place or collect a seed off its own back, its chest and feet facing forward. It embodies the longing and hope that looking back to go forward must have meant for millions of Akan people forced from their homes by human trafficking. In the Americas, Akan people were the charter generation that put a lasting cultural stamp on many Black communities, even if people with backgrounds from other nations and cultures later came to predominate. Many descendants of Akan survivors of the slave trade are now citizens of Canada. Many members of Toronto's diaspora community have Akan ancestry. Tens of thousands of Ghanaians live in Toronto, which is a global site of which is a global site where descendants of the survivors of the catastrophe that befell the Akan, who hail from both sides of the Atlantic, can come together. The suggestion that Sankofa is not relevant to Toronto and that Akan people were responsible for their own enslavement is dangerous rhetoric associated with anti-Black racism, residential school denialism, and anti-Semitism. Such rhetoric seeks to blame victims of genocidal violence for their own suffering and deny the contributions of their descendants to the communities where they live. It is false to claim, as some opponents of the change have, that sanctioning the use of Black soldiers in the imperial military was evidence of abolitionist sentiment. There is zero evidence for claims that Henry Dundas was responsible for abolition in Canada. In contrast to this ill-informed rhetoric, the Community Advisory Committee offered a concept both simple and profound, mournful and celebratory, as a gift to all Torontonians, regardless of their background. It is for elected representatives to determine what type of public engagement they wish to encourage and what kind of city they would like us all to inhabit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Camilla. Are there any questions for the deputant? All right, seeing none, I appreciate your time today. Our next deputant is Nina Ya Frima Anning. Online? Okay, Nina, thanks for joining us.
There.
Hi, you have 5 minutes. Please begin when you're ready, and I'll let you know when you're getting to your time.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, members of the Executive Committee and fellow Torontonians. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I've been a media professional and journalist in Toronto's film and TV industry for over 20 years. And I'm just here to emphasize the importance of engaging and consulting with the Toronto Ghanaian community throughout this process, and specifically our elder community. The Toronto Ghanaian community began to grow significantly in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, largely due to the economic and political challenges in Ghana. My parents were among those early city pioneers. My father was a skilled worker, arrived in 1972, followed by my mother, brother, and sister in 1975. And I was born in 1980 in Scarborough, Ontario. They often speak fondly of that time in Toronto, recalling the Pierre Elliott Trudeau era, as a period when Canada and the Prime Minister extended a welcoming hand to Africans, inviting them to be part of the nation's growth and change. Now, more than 50 years later, our community has an imprint in the city, and it's important for the city officials to note that the substantial Ghanaian community that is here in Toronto numbers in the thousands. We celebrate our home country's independence annually at City Hall with a flag raising ceremony during our annual Ghana Fest, part of the city's summer festival lineup. We bring these vibrant cultural displays, traditional foods, music to the heart of Toronto, and all are welcome. I think what's also important to know is that our contributions have enriched the city's cultural landscape. Our traditions, values, and resilience. Really, as a first-generation Canadian of Ghanaian descent, I've lived the experience of navigating the dual identities of my heritage and Canadian upbringing. And I've gone back home to Ghana to learn, immerse directly, know the journey my parents took. And our generations balance our North American identities while deeply valuing our Ghanaian roots. So here in Toronto, we proudly contribute to the city's vibrant cultural mosaic. However, our stories as Torontonians often remain untold or underrepresented or misrepresented. So while Sankofa has come to represent a global philosophy, it is crucial to recognize the word does come from a Twi dialect. That's a dialect in Ghana, language in Ghana, a dialect that's actually spoken very heartily here in the city till this day. It's derived from the proverb, "Soworefi na wo Sankofa yenchi," which, as many of my fellow speakers have explained, it means it's not wrong to go back for that which you have forgotten. So embodying the idea of taking wisdom from the past and bringing it to the present to make positive progress is why we're all here. And for this renaming to truly honor the spirit of Sankofa, it really is essential to involve the Ghanaian community who have called Toronto home for decades. And it's my hope that the committee will spend time understanding and applying these historically traditional facts in your informed decisions. Engaging with our elders ensures that the change is not just symbolic, but deeply resonant and respectful of its cultural significance. And the process should reflect Ghanaian history in Toronto, the struggles, the achievements, making the new name a living testament to our presence here in the city and our impact. It surely is a chance to honor these contributions and finally weave Ghanaian narratives into the fabric of the city. And furthermore, the Ghanaian community's involvement in Toronto can also enhance the strategic and business plans for the newly named square. Our insights can help craft economic development strategies, community programming, tourism initiatives, and just reflect our heritage and contributions. This contribution can really enrich the square's role as a hub for cultural exchange and community engagement. On record, I just would like to acknowledge several organizations, some of which were represented here today: the Ghanaian Canadian Association of Ontario, Ghana Links Group, Ghana Fest Canada, Aim to Impact, Afro Entertainment, Events Management. All of these are organizations you can tap for more information and and pathways to our elders.
Thank you very
Just
much, Nina.
to conclude, can I just conclude? Just in this time of reconciliation, the aging population of Ghanaians who first came here, many have sadly passed. They're in their twilight years. They are still here. So it's crucial to recognize the decisions made around them and include them in that process and that pivotal acknowledgement. Again, thank you again. The spirit of learning from the past for a better future. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for your time today. Are there any questions for this deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, Nina. Our next speaker is Kayla Weber, Partnership and Accountability Circle. Kayla is online. Thanks for joining us, Kayla. You have 5 minutes, and please begin when you're ready, and I'll let you know when you're getting to time.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, members of the Executive Council and members of the public and community members. My name is Kayla Weber, and I'm a member of the Partnership and Accountability Circle of the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit of City of Toronto. I'm also a former resident, have lived in the Little Jamaica community for a very, very long time. I was born and raised here. I'm also a PhD candidate in social justice education at U of T. I'm here to address the governance and operational review of the proposed name change of Yonge-Dundas to Sankofa Square. This renaming is a critical step towards acknowledging and rewriting the historical wrongs inflicted upon Black, Indigenous, and Afro-Indigenous communities. Adjacent to Toronto Metropolitan University, formerly known as Ryerson University, this area remains critical to the ongoing need for healing and reconciliation with Indigenous communities and justice for Black communities. These communities have always built kinship, and these kinships are not new. Instead, this work is about reviving, renewing, re-listening, reacting, and reloving. With over 400 years of African diasporic presence in Canada, relationships between Black and Indigenous people offered a form of resistance against colonial oppression. Moreover, they afforded both of these communities an opportunity for survival. In 2021, I, professors, and the co-conspirators of the Indigenous Education Network wrote a blog post called Centering Relationality at the IEN, creating spaces to build good relations between Indigenous, Black, and Black peoples. As I quote, I would like to share what Cree scholar Dr. Jeffrey Anslew says. The relationship of Indigenous peoples' experiences of colonialism and anti-colonial work for self-determinism is linked to Black people's liberation, freedom, and flourishing. I offer the quote to encourage everyone to consider the unique relationships of Indigenous, Afro-Indigenous, and Black communities on and beyond Turtle Island. The renaming of the square is not merely a symbolic gesture, but a necessary action in the broader effort to implementing the upcoming City of Toronto 10-year anti-Black racism strategy and the Declaration on the Human Rights of People of African Descent. It represents a commitment to recognizing and honoring the histories and contributions of those who have long been marginalized. The revitalization of downtown Toronto provides a unique opportunity to address this name change and incorporate thoughtfully into the urban landscape. This renaming will help ensure that future generations understand and honor Black peoples and communities' history and resiliency. It's crucial to recognize that the City of Toronto's anti-Black racism strategy mandate must also encompass the experience of African Canadians who have deep roots into Toronto. Just steps away from City Hall in the King of Spadina neighborhood is Draper Street, where Lincoln Alexander, Canada's first Black member of Parliament, was born. His legacy and many others signify the importance of acknowledging the Black presence and contributions to our city and nation, along with renaming the Lincoln Alexander School of Law within steps of the intersection subject to the motion of renaming here. So, time's up. Okay, good. Black and Indigenous communities in Toronto continue to face systemic invisibility within the education, justice, housing, social services, and healthcare system. The displacement of Indigenous and Black communities facilitated the rise of settler capitalism and ownership models that continue to marginalize these communities. Planning and governance must now prioritize both Indigenous and Afrocentric ways of knowing and being, ensuring the active visibility and inclusion of Indigenous, Afro-Indigenous, and Black peoples in urban spaces. The legacy of slavery and colonialism persists in the social economic structure that shapes our city. Ronaldo Wilcott, 2021, highlights the need for abolition, not just of slavery, but of the systems of power and inequality is endangered. Black and Indigenous communities have always resisted these systems, co-creating spaces that reflect their values of kinship, place, and collective responsibility. Incorporating Indigenous and Black worldviews into city planning involves respecting the land and waterways and recognizing the intergenerational knowledge transfer. It means prioritizing future generations' well-being and creating a commitment to reworld building, as Dr. Eve Tuck discloses, a different future and interconnecting communities. This approach challenges existing Western concepts of property and planning, advocating for a future where both Black, Afro-Indigenous, and Indigenous communities reclaim their identities and spaces. The city must work in genuine partnership with Black and Indigenous communities, avoiding tokenism and making radical changes that reflect these lands' true ownership and autonomy. Similarly, Black communities must be actively involved in planning processes to build trust and to ensure their voices are heard. Cities are situated on traditional territories, and this historical context must be acknowledged in contemporary planning. In conclusion, renaming Sankofa Square is a step towards honoring the histories and futures of Black Indigenous communities. It is a call to integrate their perspectives into planning and governance of our city, ensuring that their presence and contributions are rightfully recognized and celebrated. Thank you so much. With gratitude, Kayla Weber. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Kayla. Are there any questions for this speaker? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to Paul Osborne, Dua Crow Family Services.
Are you online? Yes, you are. You can open up your mic. We can hear you. Okay, you're not. Is Paul Osborne there? Okay, you're online?
Yes, I'm here.
Yep, go ahead.
Will I be heard?
Yep.
Thank you much. Again, thank you everybody for hearing us today, and in the concept of Sawabona being able to see us and hear our concerns of citizens. Again, my name is Paul Osborne. I was born in Canada, of Jamaican Maroon heritage, which are descendants of West Africans who were enslaved and brought to the Caribbean and also freed themselves. So the Sankofa bird represents the idea of looking back at our past, while the egg it carries in its mouth symbolizes the future. I'd like to speak about the future and the significance of the actual egg. It's understated aspect of the egg in the bird's mouth. The egg represents endless possibilities and future ideals yet to be born. In order for the future to be birthed, we must cultivate and co-create a healthy environment, one of love, safety, freedom, equality, and justice. And speaking about justice, there's a connection between Sankofa and social justice. Sankofa has a strong connection to social justice as it encourages us to remember the struggles and triumphs of our ancestors and to use that knowledge to fight for a better future. By acknowledging the injustices of the past and learning from them, we can work towards a more just and equitable society. Sankofa Square is not just here for us in the present, but for our future generations. And we must ask us the question, what legacy do we want to leave for them? The beautiful struggle continues. Ashe, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for this speaker? All right, seeing none, thank you for your time today. And our next speaker is Rudy Kwame Williams. Rudy, are you there? All right, Rudy is online. And please begin whenever you're ready. Rudy, you have 5 minutes and we'll let you know when you're getting close to your time.
Thank you, thank you. I want to greet everyone as a true African descendant. I want to greet you properly. I want to say that I am the son of Rudolph Williams, Sheila Williams, the grandson of Christopher Kwame, Ivy Kwame, and that I am here as a slave descendant. I've lived in Toronto since, I would say, about 57 years now, or 56 years I've lived in Toronto, which means that, you know, pretty much I've seen half a decade of the city. I came here at a time when, you know, we sat in school, and the cohort that I came up with, we are the ones who recognize first the incredible diversity, because we saw it in our classrooms. You know, when I was in elementary school, I might have been one of very few Black children in my classes and so on. By the end of high school, we looked like the United Nations. This is something we considered to be an enormous opportunity for us as a community of Torontonians. We really saw it that way. However, unfortunately, we have continued a legacy that sometimes includes anti-Black and other kinds of racism that has stopped us from perhaps achieving some of the greatness that we could. We are a world-class city. I think that it is commendable that, you know, when I looked through the globe for examples of communities who decided that they would tackle racism, perhaps beginning with anti-Black racism, in a real formidable way, Toronto was the only one that I found. So please, I implore the council to don't be dismayed by whether or not we are, in fact, in a leadership role. We're a great city, and we will always find ourselves in a leadership role, especially on this issue, because we are the most diverse city on the planet. Now, one of the things that I have as a question for people to consider is, are we concerned about the naming of the square Sankofa because we think that that concept is not one that we should name our square? Or are we concerned about it because of the fact that we are calling that concept the idea of learning about your past in order to be able to progress into the future, that we're calling that concept by an ancient Akan name, by an ancient Twi name? Is that the real concern? Because if that is the concern, then I would say that in fact, naming the square Sankofa is of extreme importance because of the underlying and pervasive racism that exists in our community. I'm not upset at the people I heard today, some of whom were really disrespectful in terms of their portrayal of African people. You know, I heard that Sankofa was a tribe somewhere in Africa. I heard that, you know, atrocities were committed in Ghana. Can you imagine me as a slave descendant sitting and listening to a debate about an important concept like Sankofa and having people who are descendants of the very same Europeans who committed so many atrocities across the globe, sitting and talking about how violent Africans were and the improprieties of people in Ghana and so on. Thankfully, a councillor said, hey, you know what? We've already passed this as a city. We have already come to terms with the fact that anti-Black racism and other forms of racism are damaging our society, and we need to do something about it. The naming of the square provides an opportunity to name the square a concept, an amazing concept, one that resonates with everybody. It does not surprise me that the panel of diverse people who sat and thought about this carefully said, yes, this makes sense. The indigenous people, who I was most concerned about, said, yes, this makes sense, because that concept is really important to all peoples here in Toronto. And the opportunity to give it a name that resonates with the historical legacy and with the current day you know, legacy of African people from the continent. Yes, it's Twi, and that's great. We need to celebrate and understand that. But it's also greater than the fact that it's Twi. The greatness of it is that it has become universal. The filmmaker Haile Gerima, who named his film Sankofa. So here's an Ethiopian filmmaker who's making a film about a period of enslavement in the Caribbean, and he names the film Sankofa. Why? Because Sankofa has become, thanks to our three brothers and sisters, they've given us an incredible concept.
Appreciate you joining us today. We're going to pause it there. And are there any questions for the speaker? Thank you very much for your time. Our next speaker is Janelle Scarrett. Is Janelle here or online? Okay, great. Thank you, Janelle. You have 5 minutes. Begin when you're ready, and we'll let you know when you're close to time. Janelle, are you there? Janelle, can you hear us? Okay, we can't hear you, Janelle. All right. While we sort that out, we'll go to the next speaker, Dwayne Morgan. Dwayne, are you online? All right, Dwayne. Okay. Shall we go to the next? Sorry, we're having a few technical issues. Is Gabe Odarte online?
Dwayne is here, yeah.
Okay, we have Dwayne now. Thank you very much. Dwayne, thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes. Please begin when you're ready, and we'll let you know when you're getting close to time. Sorry, Dwayne, we can't hear you.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yep, there you are. Go ahead.
All right. Awesome. Thank you very much. So thank you to the Executive Committee for this opportunity. I will make it very brief. My name is Dwayne Morgan, writer, community activist, Scarborough Walk of Fame inductee, Order of Ontario appointee, and I wanted to just quickly share a few words in support of Sankofa Square. I happen to like the idea of the square being renamed for a concept because the concept is universal and speaks to a place where we reconcile our past and celebrate our present while working to create our collective future. We know that names are important and carry a lot of weight. That was mentioned earlier by a speaker who was against this name change. As a descendant of people who have endured slavery, I cannot go back and reclaim my name because it's been stolen from me and my family. So listening to people speak about the importance of legacy is very rich when I will never know what that feels like. In recent years, I've began bringing people in Toronto from all backgrounds to the continent of Africa as an act of Sankofa to reclaim things about themselves that have been stolen and are missing. I've seen firsthand what these trips have meant to people, and I've seen Sankofa being used and actualized in person. Personally, I don't care what happens at the Rogers Center because that will always be the Sky Dome to me. For my daughter, she only knows the Rogers Center. Like the Sky Dome, Yonge-Dundas Square is ingrained in us. We all have memories tied to that space, which won't be diminished by a change in the name, but there's a generation that will come after us who will be empowered to reclaim themselves and this space in ways that we likely can't even imagine right now. So I'd just like to applaud the bold steps taken to bring things to this point, and thank you so much for this opportunity to share with you.
Thank you very much, Dwayne. Are there any questions for the speaker? All right, seeing none, we'll just check in whether Janelle has joined us and is we're able to hear her.
I'm here.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Janelle.
Hello.
You have 5 minutes. Please begin when you're ready, and we'll let you know when you're getting to time.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Mayor Chow, members of council, and guests. As a child, I migrated to Toronto, Canada with my family. I attended kindergarten, grade school, high school, and university in the city of Toronto, where I now own a home. Remarkably, though I was taught Canadian history, social studies, math, science, art, geography, I learned very little about the contributions of people of African descent and very little from the perspective of the peoples of Turtle Island. The naming of Sankofa Square is not rewriting history. It is acknowledging people of African descent in Toronto, Canada, and it is making history. As I prepared to address you today, I thought about a poem I wrote when I was about 14 years old entitled 4 Generations. It was my way of connecting to what my ancestors experienced as I imagined what my life in Toronto, Canada would have been like 4 generations before me. My journey of self-recovery is one that is shared by many little boys and girls living in a city, province, and nation that does not generally acknowledge their existence, their potential, and Canada's colonial past and the present day legacies that continue to impact people of all nations. On my journey, I learned and acknowledged that Toronto, as we know it today, is the product of many injustices linked to colonization and the ongoing economic, political, and social conditions that plague nations of the global south and impact the original people of Turtle Island. It is also the product of the contribution of many formerly enslaved Indigenous and African people, indentured laborers, and people from many nations that make up the Canadian mosaic. Acknowledgement of these many contributions is priceless. A place based on the concept of correcting mistakes of the past, retrieving what was lost, apologizing and reconciling is worth more than the budget items that taxpayers have allotted. In fact, to me and to many boys and girls who can identify with my story, it cannot be measured in taxpayers' dollars. It is priceless. I had the opportunity to visit Ghana and to travel to the Ashanti village where I learned about how the Adinkra symbols historically from the Ivory Coast came to be associated with Ghana and the Akan people. The Sankofa symbol is one of many symbols that tell the stories and share the values and principles on which many peoples from across West Africa have lived for generations. For the generations to come, I commend the Council's initiative of naming Sankofa Square. Thank you. Merci. Ashanti Sana. Medasi Miigwech.
Thank you very much, Janelle. Are there any questions for the speaker? All right, we're on to the next, Gabe Odarte.
Are you here? Not here. Who is next? Miguel. I thought I saw Miguel. Miguel, are you here?
Yeah, he left. He's online.
He left? Are you online? Miguel, are you online? No? Well, when he come back, we'll find him. Andrew Allen.
Andrew's online?
Is Andrew online? Open up your mic. We're ready. You can just start speaking. We can hear you cough. Go ahead. Mr. Allen? Would you like to speak? You have 5 minutes. Time's ticking. Okay. Julie, awesome. A last edition. Are you here physically?
She's there? She's online?
Online. If you can just start speaking, we're ready for you.
She's just promoting her video for a second.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you. Go for it.
All right. So I want to thank the mayor of the city. Thank you for the opportunity for giving us this platform to express our thanks and gratitude for recognizing the importance of uniting all of Canada through the renaming of Yonge-Dundas Square to Sankofa Square. I mean, I'm looking at it from the social and economic aspect. You know, we spoke about the past, we spoke about the present, and we're also talking about the future and what this name is going to bring to the, to Canada, and what impact it's going to make in the world. We're talking about making Toronto the #1 music tourist destination in the world. I mean, we're trying to invite everybody here to Toronto, but there's not enough tours or places that people can actually go and feel inclusive. So having this name change is definitely going to add to that. It's going to bring money, tourism. I'm looking at the economic because everybody's talking about money, right? So many organizations can come in there and use that place as a hub. Communities can come together. Different cultures in the city who don't know about each other can now come in there and say, hey, you know what? Now there's something here that I feel I can add to. Let me go learn about this culture. This is how we all get to learn from each other. I mean, when it comes to food, or when it comes to even how we treat each other in the community, these are all the things that's going to help us make sure that this name is going to be something that will unite the whole city. So this is something that I feel strongly about. And I'm looking at the economic opportunities, the social cohesion, the cultural recognition and inclusivity, right? And my fellow speakers that came before me have spoken about the importance of the name. And, you know, what is a name? A name is a legacy. A name is something that gives hope, right? With the past, we cannot all go back and change the past, but we have something to do about now and have something to do about tomorrow. That's something we can leave for our children so that when their children come up and say, you know what, these were things that happened in the past, but guess what? Our people, everybody on this call right now stood up to make a change and said, enough is enough. We're now going to forge forward and then move forward and make things happen, right? So some people are looking at the bottom line, the economic opportunities. You know, the square can drive economic development by attracting tourism and investment, right? And if you were going to be honest with each other, the amount of money that's coming in, it's not even going to come from the government. It's going to come from outsiders who want to come in and see, hey, you know what? There's a place that in Toronto that just got changed to this. How can we go there and make the most out of it? That's money coming and pouring in. Music festivals alone, film festivals. Can you imagine, right? So that's what's going to happen when that happens. There's going to be, you know, boosting local businesses, artisans, and food vendors. Additionally, holding regular market performances, workshops, create economic opportunities for local entrepreneurs, fostering and thriving the local economy. The educational value can also serve as a hub, offering programs and workshops that explore African heritage, history, contributions to society. This educational focus not only enriches the cultural knowledge of residents, but also promotes understanding and respect among diverse communities. Schools and educational institutions can partner with the Square to provide students with immersive learning experiences, reinforcing the importance of cultural heritage in modern society. And then when it comes to urban identity, renaming the Square contributes to Toronto's identity as a forward-thinking, inclusive, culturally rich metropolis. It reflects the city's commitment to diversity and recognizing the historical and contemporary contributions to all its residents. Sankofa Square can become a landmark that embodies Toronto's values, attracting not only residents, but also international attention as a symbol of multicultural harmony, right? So community engagement is going to happen. And in summing up, my 5 minutes is almost up. I want to say renaming the Square is a meaningful gesture that celebrates cultural diversity, promotes social cohesion, drives economic growth, enhancing educational opportunities, and reinforces Toronto's identity. It's a step towards acknowledging the past, embracing the present, inspiring a future where all cultures are honored and valued. Thank you very much. My 5 minutes is up.
Thank you so much for your deputation. Any questions to the deputant? If not, that is the last speaker, unless there are any other speakers that need to, no, seeing no other speaker. Any question to the staff, council members? Yes, Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Mayor. I think Mr. Tobin's behind me.
He's right behind you, already.
To Mr. Tobin, or if there's someone from YDS, I wondered if someone could tell me a little bit about the previous sponsors and what sponsors have been available to this square in recent time. I think GM, does GM sound right as the presenting sponsor?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Holliday, yes, at one time, going back now more than 6 years, GMC was a sponsor at the square. We have Julian Sleeth with us as the CEO.
Great.
Of Yonge-Dundas Square, so he may be able to correct me with precision around dates.
So what was the value of the sponsorship? So that was in name, right? Like a presenting sponsor.
Through the, just coming to the microphone.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, Council, members of the Executive. My name is Julian Sleeth. I'm the General Manager of Yonge-Dundas Square, soon to be Sankofa Square. And through the chair to Councillor Holliday, Yonge-Dundas Square before my time enjoyed 2 presenting sponsorships, as they were called. One by Virgin Media, which was accompanied by a Virgin Media voice box or booth on the square. And that was for 3 years in a range of $150,000 to $250,000 a year. A more recent one was with Chevy GM cars, and that ran for 3 years and was typically $500,000 a year. But both of those programs expected activation, and part of that sponsorship was directed towards, for example, Indie Music Fridays on behalf of Chevy cars.
So has there been any sponsorships since then?
We have been actively working behind the scenes, but there has been no sponsorships at present because the governance review motion asked us to stop or to halt significant financial arrangements.
Has the renaming of Dundas Street or the square impacted your ability to seek sponsorships? And what is your prognosis going forward?
I'm very hopeful the prognosis going forward, once the governance review is completed and adopted by council, that will open the doors again for renewal of sponsorships.
Able to name the square after a corporate sponsor if one was to come forward?
Not at this time. It would be in the form of a presenting sponsorship.
Have you been able to appraise the potential value of a significant sponsorship?
Yes, we've had an independent sponsorship consultant working with us for the last couple of years, and in turn they have sought opinions from other persons involved in municipal sponsorships across Canada.
What are the values?
You may not want to answer that publicly.
Through the mayor, some of this information is typically confidential, but a presenting sponsorship can range from $40,000 to $50,000 per day to maybe millions over the course of a year or an agreed term.
Have you looked at naming sponsors or naming rights for the square, or is that now out of the discussion?
Through the mayor and through the chair, the naming opportunity is not currently on our scope.
Why?
Because the name is being changed to Sankofa Square.
Okay. Have you looked at opportunities to work with, say, the TTC and the name of the station immediately below the square?
Not at the present time.
Why not?
We've had no contact with the TTC over this issue.
Has your consultant considered looking at broader sets of assets beyond the square or potentials for the city
I believe
to maximize?
I believe all sponsorship consultants working in this city are looking at many different opportunities.
Is there a way that council can be made aware of the potential sponsorship value of naming rights, including the square or beyond the square? And what I'm getting at is the decision is important for many dimensions, as we've heard all day today, but I'd like to see an economic analysis. Is that possible? And Mr. Tobin, you're welcome to help if you've got
This is
your
the
opinion.
last question, Councillor Holidays.
Thank you,
5
Mary.
minutes is up.
Through the chair, a number of assessments have been made about the value of naming opportunities across the city. I'll give you one example. The Meridian Theatre building, which is part of TO Live, that is a significant naming sponsorship.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other questions to any staff? Yeah, Councillor Moyes?
Through you, Madam Chair, Councillor Holiday is talking about value for money, I believe. When it comes to confronting anti-Black racism and harm done during slavery, can you put a value on people's lives? Here, concept idea we're looking at here? Isn't that, would that be considered, how should I say, inhumane, perhaps?
Through the chair, Councillor Moyes, that's not my opinion, not my purview to make a comment. I believe on the value of human life. To me, it is priceless. That's a personal opinion. And I hear what you're saying, absolutely, and I'm very supportive of everyone's efforts in renaming the square to Sankofa Square.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, Deputy Mayor McAfee?
Thank you. Was there always an openness to renaming the square for an individual or anything like in general?
Through the chair, Councillor McKelvey, the original mandate of the square, which I believe Councillor Ray was involved in, sponsorship and naming opportunities was right on the agenda back in 2002.
So it was on the agenda that through sponsorship, you could have naming.
Mixture of sponsorship.
So this is now being renamed with funds from Section 37. So isn't that similar to a sponsorship? It's just development money that's being reused to rename it as opposed to a sponsor?
In effect, it is. And the great joy of the Section 37 money coming to us, it doesn't come attached with the name of a developer or a brand.
So you actually think that's an advantage?
I think that's an advantage.
Okay.
And I also just want to remind everyone this Section 37 monies were put in place back in 2002. So this current budget that's been put in front of the city, a significant portion of it does not come from the tax-paying base.
So is it uncommon to have public spaces that aren't named after somebody? Like Times Square pops out at me as like, the most similar to what we have. And it's, to my knowledge, was there a guy named Joe Time or Bob Time? Am I missing that?
Sorry to interrupt through the chair. Times Square is a really unusual one. The square was named after the newspaper that was located to the square, and at no time did Times newspapers ever give Times Square any money. It is now part of what's called a business improvement district,
right,
or a BIA in Toronto speak, and the businesses in and around Times Square are expected to contribute to the operating funds of the Times Square district.
Are we able to look at a model like that?
We certainly could, and that's a conversation to be had with the Downtown Young BIA and many others. If you are standing in Times Square and you can see a billboard, for example, you have to pay the billboard owner or operator has to pay Times Square.
Okay. So, but again, de facto, having this as developer money, it's just like a sponsorship. It's just not attributed to a name. Okay.
It's an uncredited sponsorship.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions to the to staff? Councillor Fletcher.
Just looking at the money, which everybody seems to be in a twist about, and where this money's coming from, but it is coming from Section 37, and as I understand it, it's actually Section 37 that's sweatered for Yonge-Dundas Square, and from two developments going back to Councillor Ray's time, one at 311 Bay and one at 825 Bay, for a total of $335,000. I think I'm right about that, but could you confirm that, please?
Through the chair, yes, Councillor Fletcher, you are correct. Those current two allocations of city funding are coming from previously specifically directed to Yonge-Dundas Square Section 37 funds.
So those funds, as Section 37 funds, are at the dispersal of the councillor in consultation with city staff, and they must be, it would be hard to change them from going to this site at Yonge and Dundas. So I think that it's fair to say that there's no city dollars that are going here. These are actual developer dollars that were turned over to the city for the purpose of Yonge-Dundas Square, and now they're finally being used for Yonge-Dundas Square.
Through the chair, that would be correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other question to staff? Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mayor.
Right, to speak, Councillor Holiday and then Councillor Moyes. I saw your hands up first, either way. Oh, Councillor Moyes first? Wait. Sure, okay. You two work it out.
Councillor Holiday likes props, so I brought props today. So, Sankofa is not a new concept. For the last 2 years, Pride Toronto, during Black History Month, have actually used Sankofa as a theme. So it's 2023. And this year, 2024. Both years, Sankofa was used as a concept. One of the parks in my ward is actually called Sankofa Park. Sankofa has been with us for many, many years here in the city. And I just want to thank all the deputants who actually came in today and deputed and talk about their lived experiences, how this has impacted them. Even for me sitting here today, listening to some of the things being said were actually quite personal and quite hurtful to me. You know, again, Black people have been here for a long time. And we know that over the last 2 years, as we know, we had a renaming advisory committee consisting of Indigenous and Black people and Black scholars. And we know that the Indigenous community recognized the harm done by Henry Dundas and gave space to the Black community to actually rename the square and assets after Black people. And for me, being here as a council for the last almost year and a half now, I've always used a lens of equity when it comes to making decisions. And for me, I've used a lens of equity when it comes to renaming of Sankofa Square. And I believe that's the right thing to do. Yonge-Dundas is the busiest intersection in the entire country. Toronto, as we know, our motto is diversity is our strength. We've heard it many times here today. And it should not just be words on a page, but I think we have to do better and make sure that we wrap our arms around all communities here, the Black community, the Indigenous community, even the Asian community and others. We have to make space. One of the deputants brought 30,000 petitions today. But yet, you know, it was from across the country. But did we use an equity lens when we actually looked at those pages? It's not always the dominant voice that always have to, you know, be given opportunity here. Let us make space for each other. Let us make sure we all feel welcome here. And it's important to do that. So I'm really happy that we are moving forward. This is a celebration. We should be happy about this. Let us embrace this. Yes, it's a cost of $335,000 through section funds, which I happily put forth to rename the square. But there are many things that go into that. It's just not changing a sign. If it's just changing a sign, we can do that wholeheartedly, not a problem. But we also need to rebrand it. We need to promote it. One of the things that's not talked about, for example, is that Yonge-Dundas Square, Sankofa Square, has no bollards around it. Someone could actually drive from the street and into a crowd at Sankofa Square. We're looking at this in a holistic way, in a way that it is a safe space for everybody. Last year, the square was programmed 162 times out of 365 days. We can do better. With the proposal that I've brought forth, I'm hoping to actually activate the square 365 days a year, bring people to the core. And there's a fee for actually using the square. We'll increase our revenue as well. This is a win-win for the city and for the people of this city. So I commend my council colleagues who actually see the importance of this change, acknowledge the diversity of our city, and embracing everyone. So thank you so much. And I look forward to hopefully having unanimous acceptance of this motion. And also I hope to get almost unanimous agreement at council as well. Maybe last time we were short by 2, this time maybe by 1, but we'll see. Thank you.
Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, Councillor Moyes mentioned something that I wanted to pick up on. He said, you know, there was no bollards around the square, but I just heard there was $300 and something thousand of section money. I mean, that would have been a good place to start. But just to back up what I wanted to say. Council decided to rename Dundas Street. That vote is, enshrined in the record. And I think you've had people here today come and talk about how they disagreed with that. The committee can choose to recognize or choose not to recognize people are talking about this. And as far as my experiences go, the vast majority of people I've spoken to disagree with what council decided to do. Council's offside. And council's going to have to think about that in the context of many other decisions where people feel council's offside. But on this particular project, there's two decisions. The one is to take the name Yonge-Dundas off, and then the other decision is to put another name onto it, Sankofa. They're two different things. Council, by the way, doesn't have to do either one of them. You can just stop at this point in time. There's no obligation to move forward, given that it's controversial, but council is going to decide what to do. This piece about cost is important because it's more than just a sticker or a price tag to install a sign. We're talking fundamentally here about the future of how the square works, and I heard a little bit of it in the answers to the questions. We heard that the square was originally contemplated as a place that would host sponsorships. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with making a partnership with the business community to reach shared objectives and perhaps providing for a better square? That actually is being taken away in this action, and it doesn't have anything to do with the name that's being selected. It has to do with the action of putting a name onto it and removing that option. So I couldn't get the answer today about what that's worth, but to give you some context, Meridian is the sponsor for the theaters. That's $30.75 million over 10 years. I think Scotiabank Arena, and I'm not pretending that that's the same thing, but just to give you a sense, Scotiabank Arena is $800 million over 20 years. That's a lot of money. What is within the art of possible? I don't know. I don't know that council will ever know. We've got a subway station below that. We've got a square. We've got a unique time post-COVID in recovery mode where there may be sponsors looking to get active. And that tangent is being removed in this. Nobody wants to talk about that, but I want to make sure that that is tabled to this committee so that everyone understands that is part of the discussion that's happening right now. People say, it's Section 37 money. It's public resources. That's the people's money. And council will decide how to use it. But to sort of put it off to the side, say, well, it was allocated. Again, back to the bollards example. There's plenty of things that money can be used on right now. But it hasn't. It's sat in waiting, and it's going to be used to replace a sign. And I understand that. But for council to fail to recognize what is happening outside of this chamber and understand that there is a great division among this city, and whether you disagree or agree, no matter what side you take with the academic discussion around Henry Dundas, know that there is great disagreement in the community. And we are moving forward on a decision where there's great disagreement at the basis of it. The last thing I'll say, though, and one of the really concerning things I've heard throughout this process, was this narrative that by renaming the square, suddenly council was letting go of the renaming of Dundas Street and the Dundas assets. I actually heard a councillor say it, and I heard a lot of people sort of repeat the narrative. And that's not true, because I moved a motion to council that was voted down that said we stop with the further renaming initiative. It didn't mean this thing was held back. It just meant we stop with the initiatives. That was shut down. So I don't think council can play two sides of this, to say to some group of people or infer or suggest that maybe all of the other renaming is done, because in fact the motions say otherwise, and then turn to another group and say, well, we're going to accommodate a name change and serve what that community is asking for. And I think that is a very important accountability point that I want to leave with this committee. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Councillor Perks, Deputy Mayor McAuliffe. I'm going to put myself also on the speakers list. Oh, Councillor Morley, sorry. Oh, Councillor Cole has the motion, okay. I assume you want to speak also, okay. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Painful conversations are something that a lot of us come to with a lot of reluctance. But they're worth having because sometimes something happens during that conversation that surprises you and you get a new insight. And that happened for me today. And it happened comparing some of the things that Councillor Holyday was saying with some of the things Councillor Moyes was saying, particularly around public opinion and public acceptance of the decisions that City Council makes. Councillor Holyday said in his remarks that we're offside with public opinion. He asked deputants, well, you know, isn't this unpopular? And if government does something unpopular, doesn't that bring us into disrepute? He asked another one, you know, do you think there's been adequate public consultation on this? Reflecting on that and reflecting on some of the things, you know, Councillor Holyday, like all of us, has the right to move motions and debate them and doesn't have to do a public opinion poll on every one. I can think of some in the last budget. He moved a motion that we should start charging children to ride the TTC. I'm unaware of there being a public opinion poll on that, but I doubt it would be popular. Similarly, he moved a motion that if the federal government didn't give us money for shelter beds, we should start closing shelter beds by attrition. You remember that one too. Again, I don't think there was a public opinion poll on that, and I doubt it would have come through with a lot of public support. So what's different about this one? What is different about this decision from every other decision that Councillor Holyday has moved a motion on without first polling public opinion? I think it has to do with the fact that this is a very divisive issue and it goes to whose voices are legitimate in the conversation about the future of the City of Toronto. And that's what Councillor Moyes was talking about. Sure, you can go and do a public opinion. You can do a survey and collect names from Lethbridge and Oakville and wherever you want to. And there will always be a voice in Canada that wants to refuse the efforts that we make here and that other governments make to address the structural racism in Canada and in the City of Toronto. There will always be people who don't want us to acknowledge that there is anti-black racism in our society, and we have a duty to deal with it. The legitimate thing for a government like us to do is to not privilege those voices, is to say to those voices, I am sorry, I come to my role as an elected official with values and morals and a vision of an inclusive future, and I am not going to listen to a petition, and I don't care how many names are on it, that says go backwards. I am going to listen to those voices in our community who are saying, I am excluded because of the color of my skin. And I am going to take action to include those voices. A key thing that has been said over and over again is the city did something wrong by moving a motion at council to do this, based on advice from just an advisory committee instead of some broader public consultation. What is wrong with asking Indigenous and Black voices what we can do to make the public spaces in the City of Toronto more welcoming and more reflective of their experience? That is how you make government legitimate for everyone, not just the privileged few. So I do not feel that this government is going to fall into disrepute. I feel that this is how we are going to build a reputation, that we are going to lead, that we are going to show it is possible to redress the historical facts of the city we live in, that we live on stolen and Indigenous land, that we have people here who got here as part of the slave trade, and that we are serious when we say Those voices are legitimate, need to be respected. Those lives have to be able to be lived to their fullest in a city that includes them, that privileges their voice in these conversations. And I am profoundly disappointed that any member of council would get in the way of that good work.
Oh, thank you, Councillor. Councillor McAuliffe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank my colleague, Councillor Moyes, for his leadership on this issue. We heard it in the question I asked. You know, using developer money is no different than using sponsorship money of a corporate sponsor. And the beauty of Councillor Moyes opening up his Section 37 funds, which are there to benefit the community, is that we can also pick a name that is more inclusive and welcoming and invites everyone in and makes everyone feel like there is a space for them in the city of Toronto and in the new square. And so I thank him for finding the solution, for the leadership in bringing this forward. And I will tell you that during Black History Month, I was at an event at Taibu, and the community was so happy to hear that this was going to be the name of the square. And they were so excited. And these are community members out in Scarborough. You couldn't get any further than that in the city of Toronto. It took me 2 hours to get here, by the way. So, you know, here's people that are a long distance from downtown, and they're gonna feel more welcome making that long commute and coming into the wonderful programming that is going to happen there. So even though this is very much, we can think of as a local issue, right at across the street, not too far from here, it really does impact the whole city. And I think people do need to know that the whole city is watching, and they're very proud that the square will be named Sankofa. So thank you to everybody that's been involved, including the committee that suggested the name. Thank you, Councillor Moyes, for bringing it forward.
Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and to my colleagues and to all of the deputants who joined us today. As we heard, this is not the first opportunity for the public to engage on this conversation, but I think it's been a very welcome opportunity for us to reaffirm our support of this really important change. As a member of the African diaspora and a descendant of folks who've been forcibly taken and brought to this continent over many years, I know, you know, it's important for us to look back and to make sure that we are making connections and that we are moving forward in a good way and holding space for voices, as my colleague Councillor Perks said, who traditionally have not been recognized or received in a good way, certainly not through our government or people in positions of power. So I'm really proud today of this great work, and I want to echo my thanks to the local councillor for his leadership. I know this has been a bit of a controversial one, and I am on social media, as many others are, and have seen a lot of different conversations come about as a result. But we here are leaders, and we do have a duty to address the long-standing structural racism that exists within the systems within which we operate and that impact people in their day-to-day lives, day in and day out. I'm a big believer that love is truth and truth is love, and we all have a responsibility to speak the truth, to own the truth, and to move forward with loving open hearts and with inclusion for all people impacted in different ways. So again, I'll keep my remarks brief, but it is a real moment of pride for me to be part of this cohort of Toronto City Council in the most diverse city on the globe, to be holding space, as was called on by one of our deputants today, for voices and experiences that we've not held enough space for, in my estimation, in our history and as part of our fabric locally and nationally. So I thank you all for your support and look forward to this change.
Thank you. Councillor Cole.
Yes, I have a motion up. Just basically technical in nature. I'm moving on behalf of Councillor Moyes, asking City Council to authorize the manager in consultation with the city solicitor to amend the relationship framework for the city of Toronto and Yonge-Dundas Square. There's a number of technical things, including to develop a 5-year strategic plan to develop sponsorships. So it's all there in details. Yeah, I was just thinking when one of the deputants was talking about Dundas and having his grandfather or father on Dundas. Well, I happened to live in my early years of my life just off Dundas. I lived at Bellwoods in Dundas, and I spent a lot of time on Dundas. And I think I knew it pretty well then. And my uncle had a travel agency there. There was a famous Italian bakery there, one of the best bakeries that closed. Unfortunately, there was Nob Hill Farms was there, which was owned by a Greek. There was St. Agnes Church. Sorry, Jesus, no, yeah. Then there was the incredible Bellwoods Park is right there in Dundas. I spent a lot of time in Bellwoods Park. And I saw some of the best baseball players I've ever seen. And some of them were black baseball players, believe it or not. There was a famous black surgeon that grew up at Dundas and Bellwoods. Bev Salmon, the former councillor's husband, Doug Salmon, became a world-renowned Canadian surgeon that lived right at Dundas and Bellwoods. I was thinking of, I had another couple of relatives that owned part of a hardware store there at, and then there was a theater I used to go to called the Center Theater. We used to go see Triple Bills on Saturday. I think it was 12 cents, and it was an amazing experience to see 12 cents. Anyways, it was an incredible street, and there was a lot of good Jewish bakeries there. It was a mixture of Jews, Italians, and there was quite a significant black population there. Going back to Toronto, back at the time, the Underground Railroad that lived what is now Alexander Square. So there was always a black neighborhood there. And so just reflecting on Bathurst. But, you know, coming to understand, Toronto changes. You know, Toronto has changed. So I'm not expecting that all of a sudden Dundas now, oh, we got to hold on to all the name of Pane Victoria was the bakery. Oh, let's not change the name of Pane Victoria. You know, so changes occur. We get immigrants from all over the world. We have to finally accept that there are newcomers here, and we have to basically make them feel welcome. And we also reflect the history of the newcomers, reflect the fact that over 12.5 million blacks were brought across the Atlantic in chains to this country, you know, and what's the cost of that? That went on for about 400 years. And so this is a bit of understanding and appreciation of the hurt, the damage that was done by this diabolical thing called slavery. And so the community, from the Ghanaian community, said that was just a little bit of respect for what the hell they went through. All they're asking is for the name to a damn square. And people here talking about the cost, and they got petitions from Kamloops and all this stuff. That's just cheap politics. You can easily get a rise out of people and say, oh, it's going to cost taxpayers money to change a name. And then they were very disappointed, that same group of haters, when they heard we weren't going to change all of Dundas. Oh, God, now it's just a square. Oh, that's even bad. Even if we were to change one signpost, they'd be complaining. Because a platform for hate, that's what it is. Simple as that. So let's do the right thing here. Recognize the horrific history of colonialism that was perpetrated on the innocent people of Africa. And the least we can do is give them this name to recognize a bit of empathy with what they went through. And I don't think it's going to be the end of the world. I don't think it's going to solve all of our problems. But let's remember, we owe a little bit of respect to our newcomers here, especially our black newcomers, and sometimes things change. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. No other councillors. I'll say a few words. Just want to thank all the deputants that have taken the time, and I heard you. especially Sipo Kwaku, who said that he's a descendant of a slave from Ghana. And he ended by talking about giving each other space. He said directly to people that are opposite to this renaming, to say, can you not give us space? And the president of Ghana Canadian Association of Ontario said it very eloquently, we are one people. Except there are people that have endured a whole lot of pain. And because perhaps I was a member of parliament, I gotten used to reading Hansard. I wanted to read directly myself what was the transcript and what did Henry Dundas said at the time. And I spent quite a bit of time reading through the Hansard and the debate at the time. Let me tell you, his motion delayed the end of slavery for 15 years. It prolonged the pain and the suffering and the oppression and the of people being sold. No, he never set foot on Toronto. Why are we honoring a person like that, is the question I asked. I then read some more. Why did he do the deferral for 15 years? Well, because he thought that it was important to bring some young children. Because the plantation needs the people. Well, bring the children, the 15-year-old, the 16-year-old. Never mind the older people. Let's just bring the kids because they can live longer, they can mate. I thought, wow, okay. What happened when we separate children from their families? We remember those residential schools, the horror that came from it, right? So I thought, my goodness, I know which side I'm on when it comes to renaming. And there, in life, not everything is for sale. And this square had been, I know the history of it very well because I was a member of council at the time. And I thought, how beautiful is it, the name Sankofa? And Councillor Moyes, you're right. This is a celebration. It is about belonging. It's about looking back, but taking what we know and learn and going forward together. And I thought that is a good way to celebrate who we are as Torontonians. When we said diversity is our strength, you cannot mention the word diversity if we don't celebrate each other. And correct some of the pain correct some of the names that are still inflicting pain on others. Because when I heard those deputants, they said, well, yeah, it costs us, sorry, I should do this. It costs us pain. It makes us feel that this is not our city. And to all those deputants, thank you for reminding us who we are. I just want to end by busting two myths. One is, there is no consultation. Excuse me. I went and looked through this report in 2021, July. I actually looked up the report. July 14th. There were a lot of discussion at that time, and then there was another report, 2022, twice. And then December 2023, and today, all day. How is it that someone could claim there's no consultation? There was a committee, they talked to a whole lot of people, and they worked hard, all 20 of them, okay? They worked hard. And it reminded me of the renaming of the Ryerson University. Ryerson University at the time said, we will send this to a committee, we will trust their opinion, and they did just that. They came back with Toronto Metropolitan University. Some said, should it be a name? Others said, why Toronto, etc. TMU, the president and the university said, we're gonna move forward, and they did it. And I happened to be a professor at the time there. And hey, had to change the letterhead, change some signs, and change my business card, any number of things, but the world didn't end. It was fine. TMU is what we now call it, Toronto Metropolitan University. So it's the same process. And the other myth that I want to say was that, oh, it's going to cost millions of dollars. I heard 12 million, 13 million, how many million? I don't know where that came from. And this is after December last year when we made the decision to say that this is all Section 37. There were people that continue to say that it's going to cost millions. Excuse me, that is blatantly not true. Because we made that decision in December and said that it's all Section 37 money, it's not taxpayers' dollar. We knew that at the time. It was 350,000+. And yet, that millions of dollars, I heard it over and over again, and that is also not true. So those are the two myths I want to correct. That is unfortunate, and no one should continue to repeat that packs of lies. Anyway, we have motions in front of us, and I don't know when the celebration is going to be. Councillor Moyes, just make sure you invite us. And I do know there are other folks, there are other big multinational players that want to participate in this celebration. They have told me privately, and we'll talk more about that, okay, later on. Thank you. Anyone else on the speaker list? The motion in front of us, Councillor Cole's, Deputy Mayor Cole's motion. All those in favor, opposed, carry, and a recorded vote. Okay. And how about the motion? How about the item as amended? Okay. All those in favor of the recommendation and motion as recommended. Okay, Councillor.
All those in favor? Mayor Chow, Deputy Mayor Malik, Councillor Cole, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Matlow, Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Perks, Councillor Ainsley, and Councillor Morley. That's unanimous.
Okay, good.
All right, we are done with this item. The next item, thank you for your patience. We have the last item, and it is the proposed land lease for the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation, 15.6. I have, I'm going to close the speakers list right now. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. There's 37? Okay, there are 37 speakers. And I'm just doing my math. If there's question to the speaker, you would even extend it more. 37 times 5, it is, yes, it will be close to 3 hours, 185 minutes. And we are now at 3 o'clock. We may not have quorum. Councillor Holiday and other council members, are you okay if I move the speakers list to 3 minutes? Okay, and because if not, we will lose quorum on this one, I suspect.
Madam Mayor, if I may suggest, I'm not sure that the full speakers list is still in attendance. I don't know if you want to do a show of hands in the room.
Okay, let me just ask, okay? That's a very good question. How many are here to speak? Can I just see a show of hands? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, okay, thank you. How many? 5, pardon me. 5, okay, I have 5. How many online? Can you?
Sometimes they're calling in when they hear their name.
Okay, how many of you are online? Can you raise a hand? This is not a, oh, you can raise a hand. This is not Zoom. Okay, never mind. We don't know. So how many people are online, Madam Clerk? We have 35 people. 32. And those of you that are not speaking on this item, can you drop off for a minute so that and then you can come back in, okay? Can you drop off a minute so that I know how many of you want to speak on this item? There's a recommendation for deferral of this item. I just want you to know. So you're really speaking to a deferral of this item, okay? So how many of you are still interested in speaking? And if those of you that are not speaking, you can just drop off for a minute. You're welcome back on give us 2 or 3 minutes. I just want to make sure that we don't lose quorum on this.
Not everybody's dropping away. We have about 28, 27.
About 25, 26? 27, okay. So those of you that are still remaining is speaking, okay? That is 30 people, that times 5 is that is still 2 hours. I am in your hands. That's 150 minutes. Do you want me to do a 3-minute? Okay. That might, 30 people, 3 minutes. Okay, I think we may be hour and a half, probably 2 hours. That would work, okay? Yeah, are we all right to do a 3-minute? Council Holiday, you shaking your head? You want 5 minutes? You want to take the risk? We lose quorum? I can't guarantee.
Mayor, if I can provide humble advice to the
Please do.
council, I've been in receipt of a lot
You can come closer to the microphone and hear you
I've been in
better.
receipt of a lot of very passionate feedback from the community.
Okay.
I know that the folks that are here to speak have meaningful feedback for this committee. I'm surprised there's that many online. But I know from at least the folks that I've talked to, they've got a very clear message to bring to this committee within the 5 minutes. Perhaps you could mention to those that, if folks are repeating the same thing, that they may want to be economical in what they have to say so that they don't lose quorum.
Okay.
But, I think part of the discussion today is about the community's involvement.
Okay, so you want 5 minutes. We'll take the risk. We'll do 5 minutes, and if we lose quorum, we will not be coming back tomorrow morning. We won't have quorum, okay? But if the item is being deferred anyway, then it might not matter. Yep, exactly. Then if you lose quorum, it doesn't matter. It'll come back next time. So let's just start. I have on the list, first speaker, 5 minutes, Sak Abdullah.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, Executive Committee. And good afternoon to those who are listening online. My name is Zachary Abdul. I have the privilege of serving our nonprofit and our broader Toronto communities as board chair and president of the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation. And I'm here on continued days of celebration for Eid to continue to reinforce the spirit for the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation. For those who are aware of the project and who've collaborated with us to date, this is a project where its intent and spirit are deeply collaborative. And to be clear to the Exec Committee and those listening in, our committee, our organization asked for this item to be deferred in the spirit of collaboration so we could continue the conversation with local residents. The reason why we haven't been able to directly engage residents in particular areas is that our organization and the incredible work our team has done and our communities have done to date, we had an NDA where we were not given the opportunity at certain stages to directly engage and complete community consultations. Now, with a lot of the feedback, and I've spoken to many of the residents in Etobicoke Center, some who are even here today, I've already spoken to them directly, spoken to Councillor Holiday today as well. We had a very productive conversation. And I've spoken to other members of the Etobicoke Center community as recent as Friday, continuing to offer them the opportunity and the opportunities to have a discussion rooted in collaboration. And that's our aim, that's always been our aim. The Somali Center for Culture and Recreation project is not just a project that's a 40-year in the making project for a legacy Toronto community, the Somali community. It's a project that's being driven by Canadians who live across the city of Toronto and who want to work with other Torontonians and other Canadians to ensure that this collective, it's not just a dream, it's a collective dream, becomes a reality. I'm happy to stay behind and continue the discussion with residents from the Etobicoke Center community so we continue to collaborate. The importance of the project are very clear. The Somali community has made immense contributions to the civic culture and the cultural fabric of Etobicoke. But many of the members of the community are proud Torontonians and proud Canadians. So we're excited and thrilled at the opportunity to continue the dialogue and continue working with this incredible council that has not only has shown us allyship along the way, but also city staff who at various stages of this project have been extremely helpful and have shown us the spirit of collaboration. Once again, we're here to listen, we're here to collaborate, and we're here to continue working with communities across Etobicoke Center, especially when it comes to process. I'll stop there in terms of my remarks. Thank you so much, Executive Committee. And to those Etobicoke Center residents that are listening, I'm happy to even give you my cell phone. We can do things the Etobicoke way, and you can directly call me. We don't have to send emails. We can do things the Etobicoke way. We can directly have a conversation. That I hope I'm not in trouble, but I'll stop there, as we know customer service very well in Etobicoke. So I hope folks could directly give me a call and we could keep the conversation going. Thank you so much, committee. I'm happy I made you laugh. And let's keep the collaborative spirit going. We have incredible momentum. Let's keep the spirit going. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, Councillor Holiday and then Matlow.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Zach. They're easy questions, but I wondered if you could highlight to the committee the work that your group has done. Let's take the discussion about the location aside, but there's a lot more than just determining a location that goes into the development of a community center. Could you highlight a little bit about the work that you've done, figuring out what this thing is and how it could come together? And then a little bit about what has happened in the most recent point in time around the discussion about actually citing the community center and the distinction between the two.
Yeah, Councillor Holiday, I'll address most of your questions. My colleague Fuad, who will be following up, also, I'd be happy to address your questions directly. Councillor Holiday, to date, our organization has been asked to complete all the different cycles and requirements of the pre-development work required to make the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation collective dream a reality. So we've had to complete the pre-design work, which is a feasibility study. We've also had to complete a funding strategy of how are we gonna pay for this. We've had to complete an operational plan. We've had to complete architectural drawings and renderings. If I'm gonna be frank, Councillor Holiday, and also respectful, I believe our organization has been asked to do more than any other organization in the history of land lease agreements just to get to this stage and have this conversation. And we, at every stage, Councillor Holiday, have been willing and able to accept the challenge in the spirit of collaboration with city staff to make sure we complete that work. The second piece I'll say, Councillor Holiday, in terms of what's recently happened, as we know, at April's council, the entire council voted to finalize the location to establish a Somali Center for Culture and Recreation. This was based on expert advice. We've relied on expertise, Councillor Holiday, from planners and architects from some of the best firms, Urban Strategies, SVN, Perkins & Will. This is not our community just saying we're the expert, we know where things could go best. It's been expertise that has been driving the project. So in terms of the work that we've done to date, I've outlined that. And then as of recently, April's council, there was clearly a direction from City Council to report back in June with a final location and also speak to the contractual arrangements of an agreement. And I believe city staff have done their best to put that forward, and we look forward to working with them further.
Councillor Matlow has a question.
Thank you, Zach. You recognize, and you've said as much, that when there were a number of different sites being considered, there are reasons to keep that in confidence, and there's different negotiating leverages, there's different real estate considerations, et cetera. But you came to the conclusion, along with your organization, that if there is one site being proposed and recommended, that it was important to have a deferral and more conversation with the community itself. Is that a fair summary?
Because now, Councillor Matlow, the location has been public. So we are no longer having to directly uphold the NDA that has impeded us from disclosing this location that's being proposed. We have done our best job as a nonprofit, volunteers who do not get paid to do any of this work, right? We do this in the spirit of collaboration and community because we love this city and we love our communities. We've done this, Councillor Matlow, since the beginning of the year. We were briefing everyone that could be briefed based on the NDA. And that is city staff and city councilors. So we were very transparent of, here's what the expert opinion is saying to us. Here's what the expertise is saying to us. And the expertise wasn't cheap. It's very expensive to procure all that expertise. And we followed best advice from expertise on the path forward in the feasibility study. And that's what we've done to date. And we're happy, as you said, now that the item's deferred, we're excited to engage the local residents. I've heard many of their points. I've read them online. Let's have a conversation. Let's keep talking about concerns, questions, and let's put all the information out in the open. Let's have a very open, transparent dialogue.
And you're open to hearing the concerns. You're not saying fait accompli. You're saying we are genuinely open to having this conversation and working on a path forward together with the community.
100%, Councilor Matlow. Hence why the deferral request came from our organization, not entity. Because we directly heard some concerns raised, we directly had questions asked to us, and we want to keep that conversation going. We want to hear from the wisdom of multiple communities, right? To ensure that we do what's best, not only for the communities that are surrounding the area, but the communities in and around the park. And we want to keep the momentum going as well. There's incredible momentum. There's excitement in the Somali community, in the Etobicoke community, in the Etobicoke Center community, right? I'm right across the street. I don't want to give my address out because I'm probably not allowed to, but there's excitement. So let's find a way to bring that excitement together and figure out a path forward, and I'm confident that we can do so.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yep, just 1 second. Councillor Perks and then Councillor, actually, you are not from the committee. You go first. Councillor Moyes.
Just a quick question. Again, this is a good news story. This is the second item on the agenda that's a good news story. And I've spoken to you about this many times already. What is the reluctance here? I mean, again, I know you want to do more public consultation, but is there something else that I'm not seeing? Is the community wanting this? Is the local councilor wanting this? Or do you feel that there's pushback?
My understanding, Councillor Moyes, and it's always good seeing you, by the way. You've been a big champion of the project, for the record, and you've been extremely supportive, so I want to make sure that's documented on the record. To directly answer your question, Councillor Moyes, I wouldn't use the word reluctance. I would use the fact that there's been a dialogue that's been encouraged and really wanting for us to discuss the process in an open and transparent manner, right? You can't say that communities will be able to use the space, but potential space, 50% of the time if they don't know what's in it. So I think communities want to have a dialogue and they want to feel a part of the process, right? And they want it to be done in a transparent manner. And I think from our direct conversations with Councillor Holiday, he's been very direct with us from the very beginning. So we're asking to defer the item. My tone may change, but as of now, we're excited to keep talking to the local community there and to kind of find a productive path forward.
But I'm going to ask the same question that I asked earlier in the previous item. I mean, using an equity lens, are you being given space? Is your community being given space to make decision for itself? Or is it the dominant voices in the room that are actually flooding the airways?
I honestly believe, Councillor Moyes, equity and equality are very superfluous terms. I think what we're looking for here is justice. And as crazy as that sounds, every community in this country has had the opportunity to have their Canadian rite of passage, right? And a part of that Canadian rite of passage is finding a path to preserve your culture and heritage and bringing communities in. The weather's getting better. We're all looking for a salsa on St. Clair. We're looking for all these opportunities to celebrate diversity, to celebrate inclusion, right? When a community wants to build a space in one of the best cities in the world, it is a good news story, and we should be excited. And that's why we're deferring the item. We want to clearly communicate on our terms with the community there about why this is an exciting project, and we're excited to do so. And back to what you said, this is not only a good news story, but it's a great opportunity for us to do things in the spirit of what it means to be Canadian, right? We should always find a way to work together and collaborate across our differences, even when we don't agree, to ensure that we're doing things in the best interest of the communities. And we know from city planning reports, growth is going to happen in Etobicoke Center, just like it's happening in Scarborough. So how are we making sure that communities, right there, are going to have spaces to grow with as well?
Thank you.
Councillor Perks.
What's your phone number? No, don't worry about it.
I hope you're not hitting on me, Councillor Perks. We can talk after.
We'll talk after. I wanted to invite that conversation, and thank you so very, very much for the work you're doing, both to create the center and also to build a real strong sense of inclusion around how it's built. Thank you.
And that inclusion started in the 1970s, and that inclusion is being driven by our incredible board members, Fuad, who's right behind me, Hamdi Ali, Sago Sharia. I get emotional talking about the elders and all the support we've had. And that's why we're excited. We want to ensure that Etobicoke Center residents understand this great work. And a lot of the feedback that we've received, 70% of it has been about, we want to hear more. Let's keep the conversation going. So I want us to stay focused on that narrative so we can keep working together. Thank you, Councillor Perks. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Food Aptly. Oh, there you are. Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker.
You may want to turn on your mic. Is it on?
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, committee members, and everyone here today and watching virtually. Thank you sincerely for taking the time to provide us this opportunity to discuss this important project. I'm really here just to follow up what Zach was saying about the 40-year effort to build a community center in Toronto. Toronto has a very large, diverse, and vibrant Black community, and the Somali community is among the largest. It is important to ensure that all residents of Toronto are served by social infrastructure, particularly community centers. A community center provides avenue for community building, offers swimming classes for young children and families, serves as a place for neighborhood gatherings, and it cultivates civic engagement. Community centers are an important social and community development tool as they offer services to communities and are hubs of collaboration. However, this important social purpose infrastructure is not available in many neighborhoods, as Councillor Moyes was alluding to, and it disproportionately impacts the Black and racialized communities in Toronto. In 2022, the Somali Centre for Culture and Recreation released a report with the University of Toronto's Infrastructure Institute that identified a lack of social infrastructure, particularly in Etobicoke and Scarborough. More specifically, in Ward 2, Etobicoke Center does not have one, and our proposal fills a massive need in that community. In fact, this need was identified in the city's own Parks and Recreation Facilities Master Plan 2019 to 2038. Community centers that are nestled within parks areas is not a new concept in the city of Toronto. There are several prominent examples that I'm going to highlight. Trinity Community Recreation Center within Trinity Bellwoods Park, Canoe Landing Community Center within Canoe Landing Park, Northeast Scarborough Community Recreation and Childcare Center within Joyce Trimmer Park, Earl Bales Community Center located adjacent to Earl Bales Park, Wallace Emerson Community Recreation Center within Wallace Emerson Park. The list goes on and on and on. Community centers add to the vitality of neighborhoods, and wherever they exist in this great city, they are treasured assets. This proposed project is crucial to the City of Toronto, for the residents of Etobicoke, and for the Somali community in Toronto and the GTA. I want to note that the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation followed long-established city processes involving realty processes for developing this project. And that process began in 2022 with a motion on the floor of City Council. Today and over the next few years, I think we must come together and make this project a reality for our communities and deliver on this 40-year-old promise. Over the past 5 days, we've heard from various residents in the Etobicoke area and neighborhood associations near the proposed site for the community center. Several of them wrote to us or called us. We understand that achieving consensus is not a standard that we apply to all infrastructure projects, including community centers. There are different opinions in a democracy, and that's what makes our city special and our country great. However, our goal is to ensure that people feel heard and are included. Some residents have asked us for more time to consult on this proposed project, and we've heard them and are listening to them. In this spirit of collaboration that my colleague Zad has alluded to, we've requested that committee consider the deferral of this item until the next executive committee on July 16, 2024. It will give us time to hold additional engagement sessions on the proposal and account for the feedback of the community. Building social purpose infrastructure is complex and hard, and it needs committed visionaries and civic leaders to see the long-term benefits and recognize the precedents for success. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? No. Next on the list, Marcus Di Domenico. He's online. Okay. I need to take a break.
Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm sorry, I'm just having trouble getting my video to turn on here.
We can hear you.
Okay, I'll just go without the video. Good afternoon, Mayor. Nice to see you again, councillors, city staff. My name is Marcus Di Domenico. I'm the Toronto Catholic District School Board Trustee for Ward 2, Etobicoke Centre, and the Vice Chair of the Board. Today, I'm delegating as a TCDSB Ward 2 Trustee representing 40,000 plus Catholic ratepayers. There I am. Hello. In 2019, TCDSB purchased the TDSB's Buttonwood Public School, has received funding from the ministry to build a new elementary school on the site, and this site is at the southern end of the Buttonwood Park. Despite the proximity to the park, the TCDSB has not received any communication from the city on the proposed use of 3 acres at Buttonwood Park as a community center, cultural community center. As a trustee, I understand the use of private or in-camera sessions by committees and councils on real estate issues where competitive bidding or information must remain private to protect the integrity of the board. The city proposal, in my opinion, doesn't fit that requirement. The rationale is flawed and appears to be possibly used to suppress information from the public, residents association, and our board, and to not allow adequate time to organize and respond. This is poor governance and not great public accountability. Buttonwood Park is more than a satellite shot on a map. It's a focal point of a vibrant community where seniors visit from the resident right beside it, children can play in the park, and communities gather to enjoy the peace and quiet of its natural gifts. The school community would use it for play dates and recreation, an excellent use for physical and mental well health. The Buttonwood Residents Association is an active group that supports the needs and views of the community. I've worked with this group extensively as trustee in the planning of this new school that will open September 2026. I am proud that the TCDSB has been a genuine and good neighbor and open to voices and suggestions. Etobicoke residents have experienced issues with City Hall before, and many of the councillors will know of my opposition to the Bloor Street bike lanes, what we call the fiasco out here. We are looking for an opportunity to be involved. Councillor Holladay has advocated for an open consultative process in opposition to the location proposed. The community has responded and will soon present petitions with thousands and thousands of signatures, and no, Councillor Fletcher, not from Moncton. I have had discussions with representatives of the Somali community and certainly with Zach, and I do have his cell phone number. And I fully agree that a cultural community center is an excellent idea for Etobicoke. I must say that my focus is on the location, or the proposed location. City staff literally couldn't have picked a worse option. No public park should ever be paved over and destroyed. I hope that the center is built in Etobicoke. I'm willing to work on that myself. It is the home of a great number of Somali residents. The City of Toronto has always positioned itself as a world leader on the environment. That is commendable, and we as Torontonians applaud it. This motion would effectively destroy a public park. It flies in the face of the city's commitment and makes a mockery of future statements on its support of green initiatives. Councillor Morley, who I consider an associate and a friend, may recall when she was a staffer to Councillor Campbell. Councillor Campbell asked the city staff to consider building a community center at Westway and Martin Grove in the park. And the answer was absolutely not. No parkland would be paved over for buildings. We value our green space, was the comment. A resident of Toronto must jump through endless bureaucratic hoops to remove a small tree from their own private property. Yes, but why? Because we value the environment. However, in this proposal, 3 entire acres would be gone. Imagine that. As trustee for Ward 2 Etobicoke Centre, I ask that the motion, I know it's a deferral motion at this time, but when it comes up again, be rejected only because of the location and also because the residents feel detached from the process. They are frightened that their beautiful park will be removed from them. And that is not the way we should do business with our residents. I would be very happy once again to work with the Somali community and certainly with my friends that I've already worked with going forward. And also I encourage the full consultation of the public with any proposals before reaching the stage in order to preserve public trust and maintain their rights. Thanks for this opportunity to speak. And if there are any questions, I'd be happy to chat.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time today. Our next speaker is Vince Ciccelli. Online? Okay, we'll move on to the next speaker, Pauline Saliba. All right, Pauline, can you hear us? Pauline, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, that's great. You have 5 minutes, and begin when you're ready, and we'll let you know when you're getting to time.
Perfect. Thank you. I'll try and keep it short in the interest of time. Good afternoon, Mayor Chow and members of the committee. My name is Pauline Saliba, and I'm here today as a longtime resident of Ward 2. My family and I have lived in this community for over 39 years, since I was 14 years old. My children frequent the park regularly. My 79-year-old mother, who lives around the corner from me in our family home on Allenhurst Drive, uses the park as a meeting point to meet with her friends in the neighborhood. While we appreciate the initiative to build a Somali Center for Culture and Recreation, we recognize its potential benefits. But we believe that the benefit of bringing this development to our community does not outweigh the benefit of the existing use of the 3.5 acres of green space that would be sacrificed to house this development. We have several concerns regarding the undemocratic process and the lack of disclosure and transparency. Our first concern is the protection of parkland. As I said, while we welcome the idea of a cultural and recreation center, we strongly believe that parkland should not be considered as a potential site. Parkland is an invaluable resource, crucial for community health and wellness, as highlighted during the pandemic. Studies have shown that access to green space significantly enhances physical and mental well-being. Mental health issues are on the rise. With the increased urban density occurring at accelerated proportions in our immediate community, the need for parks and open spaces becomes even more critical. In addition, this community is going to experience over 2,300 new residential units and one large elementary school, all within a 2-kilometer radius from this location in the coming years. Over 1,300 of these residential units will be located almost across the street at the former Plant World site. We need more, not less, parkland. Sacrificing parkland for development is a mistake and would deprive the community of essential recreational space, negatively impacting residents' quality of life. I want to talk about alternative locations. The proposal mentions a feasibility study completed on behalf of the SCCR, which identifies potential sites that were considered for the development. Where are these other locations? Why was Buttonwood Park selected as the recommended site? What criteria and features make this location the best choice for the proposed development? Has the SCCR done feasibility studies to identify existing buildings that could be repurposed to suit the needs of the SCCR? It would seem to me that there are other more suitable locations for the center within Toronto. For example, the Don Bosco Secondary School building seems an ideal fit and is within walking distance to a very large Somali population. Why are we compromising valuable parkland before exhausting all other possible locations? Has the committee asked this question? The safety, has this been considered? The increase in traffic that will be generated in this residential community because of the development that's already been approved and is coming down the pipeline is already a concern. Residents are going to be faced with increased traffic because of the new school that's going to be constructed at the corner of Allenhurst Drive and Mulham. The information presented at the public meetings recognized this concern, and the building has been designed to minimize and manage these concerns as best as possible. Royal York Road is only one lane in each direction. Eglinton Avenue is already bursting during peak traffic time. Adding a public center to this mix would only increase traffic and also impact the safety of the residents in this small community. Lastly, I'd like to express concerns regarding the process that's been followed here. Why was the impacted Ward 2 community deliberately excluded from this process until the 11th hour? The lack of transparency and deliberate non-disclosure regarding this recommendation has undermined the process and diminished the confidence and the judgment of this committee. Why was this information withheld from residents? Why were the 2 motions brought by Councillor Holyday requesting consultation with residents denied? What is going on here? The situation stinks, and the process is showing similarities with the Greenbelt fiasco. Don't make the same mistake here.
Thank you.
This recommendation is first between residents.
Sorry, Pauline. It's
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Pauline. No, any questions to the deputy? No. Sakrin Farah? Ah, you're here. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, members of the Exec Committee and community members. Yeah, I took off time of work today. I told my boss, hey, I got to be here because of how important this Somali Center is to me. I grew up in Etobicoke. I'm from Somali descent, and I know that our community has been working to establish a community center for over 40 decades, so longer than I've been alive. And I understand how important it is to have community spaces that foster connection and support. And this center isn't going to be only for the Somali community. It's for everybody. This center will finally give us a space where people from all backgrounds can come together, share resources, and build lasting connections. And Somali culture is rooted in inclusivity and togetherness. I will take an example in the Somali heritage is our weddings. Somali weddings don't have formal invitations for the most part. It's what happens often in Toronto is we book out a big banquet hall in Rexdale and everybody just comes, whether or not you know the family or not. And in that same vein, this center is gonna be for everybody once the doors are open. And looking ahead, there's going to be so much community consultation involved because there is so much left in the process. This is one step in a multi-step process in where community input is very much part of it. And I mean, like today's part of that as well. So I urge everyone here to support the Somali Center, to keep the conversations going, and so that we could go ahead and celebrate diversity. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any other speaker, question? No? Thank you so much. Mohammed Hassan, and then Casito. Mohammed, are you online? Is he online? Okay. Did you want to speak? Mohammed?
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, I don't see my video. I had slides to make. Can you give me a presentation rights?
It's happening right now. So quorum is 6 or 7? 6. 6.
Okay. Can I present?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me share my screen. Okay. Can everybody see my screen? Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor and Council, for giving me the opportunity. My name is Mohammed Hassan, and here's the outline of what I would like to touch on this brief time that I have. I will declare my perceived conflict of interest. I am a proud Somali Canadian. I am the volunteer executive director of the Ogaden Somali Community Association of Ontario. It is a community center that has been created in 1992. We have obtained charity status in 94, and we have adopted a trade name, 3CA, in 2018. Having said that, is there a need for a community hub, Somali community hub? There is no question that the Somali community that I am part of needs a community hub. This hub would be a central access point where all the community's needs are addressed, from what we call courtship to childcare, from senior care and care for every age group. This community hub was needed yesterday, was needed 20, 30 years ago. It is my belief that such a hub would have played an important role in saving our generation of youth who are now victims of the violence that's plaguing our city. I want to touch on what's SCCR's role and its origins. I'm glad to hear from SCCR that they're open, there's dialogue, and some of the groups that have spoken have said this is a stinking process. Here is the origin of this group. This is a group that had no legal status on July 19, 2022, when item number 2022 MM47 was debated by council and approved. They were proposed by former mayor, John Tory, and Councilor Nunziata for the city to work with them. The problem was why all this lack of disclosure is the former mayor never declared his conflict of interest. Neither did he mention that the group's lead was one of his former staffers. What the mayor did not disclose at the time to council was that his office had received a completed, costed, designed project for a community hub for the Somali community by an established Somali community association organization, and he was sitting on it 2 years prior when he put this motion right before the election in 2022. You can ask yourself, is SCCR the right group to lead this project? Don't take my word for it. Let's follow the rules of the city. As of today, if SCCR were to apply for a 5,000 grant, the city will not consider it. Why? Because they are only less than 2 years in existence. Ask yourself, why would the city leadership then and the city leadership today, why are they entrusting such a group to lead such a momentous infrastructure project for the Somali community? To me, this is a double standard. People are telling us who our leaders are going to be. People are choosing projects for us, and that is not right. That is why all the NDAs and everything that you heard today. And as a result of this, what has happened is the proposed land has 3 issues. The size is wrong. It does not fit in the needs of the project of such size. The location is not the right location. There are more convenient and closer to the community locations than this site. And what I call the 2 cardinal sins of infrastructure is the land type. You never touch a parkland, you never touch a residential area, because unless you're prepared to be stuck in courts and be tied up in process. That's what's wrong with the land. That's not even the only thing. What's also wrong is the lease that was proposed. The city proposed 21 years with the keys being returned back to the city. That's unheard of for a project of this size. And then they modified it to 30 years with 2 10-year extensions with with the keys to be returned. It's still problematic. They were required to build in 9 years. That doesn't happen in Toronto, only in fantasy land. All the risk was put on the community side.
Mohammed, may I trouble you to wrap up? Your time's
Okay, yes.
up.
And you see the picture that you get. So what am I recommending? This motion should be deferred and should not be approved if it comes back up. We need to rescind the direction of the former council for the city to work with SCCR.
Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. I'll answer questions.
Casido, I see no question. Next speaker, Casido. Musa Baimana. If not.
Thank you. Can you, okay, there you go. Thank you so much for creating this space. Thank you, Madam Mayor and the Chair of the committee. I'm actually joining you from the capital in Ottawa, but I wanted to be able to share my voice as well on this, to lend my voice on this item. I just recently, so my name is Kizito Msema, and I'm the founder and executive director of the Rwandan Canadian Healing Center. We operate in Toronto. We've done a lot of work on the ground in Toronto, especially in the last year, where we've done advocacy for African migrants and asylum seekers. Of course, we're doing affordable housing work with the African Canadian community, where we have a group of African Canadian communities that we're working with to deliver what we call the African Canadian Affordable Housing Village Initiative. I wanted to support this item and also to definitely lend my voice on why we need a community center, a cultural recreational community center for the Somali community. So I came to Toronto about 23 years ago now. And many of us, so my background is Rwanda, but we as Africans, as Black folks in the city, we try our best to find the spaces to access cultural, whether it's cultural food, cultural activities. So being able to have, whether it's the Somali restaurant or just different other activities that we've been able to partake in is important. And to me, it was actually a shocker that we didn't have anything like this in the city, because I know that the Somali community has contributed a lot to the city of Toronto. Recently, I think it was 2 weeks ago, if I recall, I joined folks like Zach and Abdi too, when they were sharing their vision of what the cultural center, the recreational cultural center was going to look like, and learned more about the work that they put into this work for so many years. And when I say they, I mean the entire community that's been involved in actually looking to establish a community center for the Somali community in Toronto for the last 40 years. I didn't know about that. And so I think what we have to ask ourselves, what the council and the committee has to ask itself is, how do we actually prevent some of the challenges that our communities are facing on the ground, whether it's gun violence and poverty, lack of support for newcomers and migrants? How do we prevent that? How do we actually get ahead of it? This is how you do that. It's through community centers, it's through community hubs, it's making sure that you have space for community members to actually find themselves in terms of culture. I mean, like I said, when we come to these countries as newcomers, again, I'm a first generation here, we want to go to places where we belong, where we feel embraced. So having community centers, having cultural hubs where people can have, whether it's recreational, community kitchen activities, various other activities that these community members find themselves in, is what we need, both from the municipal levels, but also just across the board for governments to prevent some of the many challenges that our city has faced when it comes to really on safety, on poverty, on homelessness. So I would say definitely I support this. And from what I'm seeing, looks like the item has been deferred, but next time it comes up, we'll have to support it again. And our community supports this. Like I said, I am leading a collective of many agencies, mainly in Toronto, but across Ontario. And we support this, and we want to see a home for the Somali community. And as a home for the Somali community in Toronto, it is a home for many of us from the African Canadian community in Toronto. And with that, I thank you. And again, appreciate the platform for us to be able to support and to be part of this conversation.
Thank you. Next speaker, Ann Anderson, the Humber Valley Village Restaurant Association. And then Celeste Mendes and Christine Manaluk. Oh, there you are. Okay. There's a recommendation to defer in front of us.
Thank you. Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Great, thank you. My name's Ann Anderson, and I'm president of the Humber Valley Village Residents Association. Ward 2 residents were blindsided last week by Councillor Holliday's announcement. We learned that not only had it been proposed to substantially change the usage of a small park in our community, but that the park had already been selected, Buttonwood Park. Council, including some of you, 21 service agencies, even an MPP from Brampton got the heads up about this proposal several months ago. Yet Council, in its wisdom, voted to keep Councillor Holliday silent, and as a result, Ward 2 completely in the dark until Thursday. If generally speaking, the proposal to alter a public park for any group is such a great idea, why are you keeping it a secret? Why did you do that? How would residents in your ward feel if it was announced they were going to lose 3 acres of their little park? Do you think they'd want to say something? You bet they would. Let me state up front, we do not see this as a divisive or cultural issue, nor is it NIMBYism. We object to the lack of transparency around the selection process, the total absence of transparency on the choice of Buttonwood, what other sites were considered, what were rejected, and why, and the total absence of consultation with residents in the community. By residents, I mean residents other than from a particular group. If you'd asked us in 2022, we would have told you a community center is a wonderful idea, however you want to use it. But we would have told you there's also more suitable and desirable locations in Toronto that don't involve paving over the limited green space in a little park. In Etobicoke Centre, for example, you'll find lots of vacant warehouse and office space north of the Queensway or south of the Gardiner that are accessible by car and the TTC that could be purchased or leased and customized for any community centre. But since land leasing public space seems to be the goal, and we're not agreeing or disagreeing with that, we're just saying Etobicoke Centre has some great parks, and there are lots others in Toronto. For example, West Dean Park. It's 135 acres. It dwarfs Buttonwood's just about 11 acres, less than half of which is green space. It's on the, West Dean has the TTC on Rathburn and room to expand the existing parking, which it needs anyway, since you've already closed High Park access to cars on weekends. For that matter, why not High Park? 399 acres, bike lanes and a subway at the front door. You'd need a permit. You'd need to permit vehicle access on weekends, but we're pretty sure Mr. Perks could help us with that. And then it would once again be fully accessible every day for thousands and thousands of visitors to the center. And of course, there's Etobicoke Centennial Park, the home of Ribfest, 526 acres. Surely there's rooms in this expansive park for a marvelous community center with ancillary parking where all Torontonians can come and enjoy multiple activities and also learn about the Somali culture. Since this proposal suggests the center would serve as a community hub, it could also be a venue for a wide variety of groups and events and festivals. So that's 3 locations possible. We know there's others. We were shocked and disheartened by the secrecy that has surrounded this proposal. There are lots of questions that you need to answer about how a proposal to change the use of a public park without community consultation unfolded, and why this little neighborhood park was chosen over all the other venues and parks in the city. So do this properly, do it openly and honestly, and let's talk. We ask the executive committee, don't just defer this motion for 4 weeks when people are packing up for the summer. Send the whole thing back to staff and get a comprehensive report that you can share with us all. Direct staff to organize meaningful public consultation, face-to-face. Don't simply hide behind Zoom meetings.
Thank you. Your time is over quite a bit.
Be bold and find the right location for this valuable resource.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, we had a question?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Anderson, I wondered if you could tell the committee a little bit about what you've heard as a community leader about the process, because I think that is the issue that's been resonating.
Yes. Yes, we were stunned. We were stunned. We'd not heard any discussion anywhere about a community center for Etobicoke. And to suddenly find that not only has the center and its process and the location has been decided, and basically this meeting is supposed to be almost a formality to kick it up to the council to vote on it, we were dumbfounded. We thought, wouldn't you want to at least have a, hello, let's talk about this a bit?
So you mentioned that the community has had days.
Has had?
Days.
Yes,
Not weeks,
five.
days to react to it. How has the word spread, and have people been active and engaged, or has this been a passive thing?
Oh,
And,
no,
you know, are you speaking on behalf of many?
I am definitely speaking on behalf of many. My inbox has been jammed full of comments, most positive for the opportunity for a community center, but all of them wondering why that park? It's just too little. If you want to do something meaningful, it's too small. And even if you did use all the green space, that defeats the whole purpose of a park.
If you could provide
so I'm not speaking just for myself. I've heard volumes.
Would you say, in your experience within the community that you work in, because you are a leader within the community and have dealt with other things, that this is an engaged community?
Very much so. We are very much so.
And if you could summarize to the committee perhaps the top 3 pieces of feedback or questions or unresolved issues that are resonating, what could you say?
About this particular issue?
This particular issue.
Why is it being kept secret? What was the selection process based on? We've heard nothing. And why were we not spoken to earlier, like way back when?
Thank you.
Any other questions to the deputant? Councillor Matlow.
Thank you for your deputation.
You're welcome.
Given that the Somali community, the leaders of the Somali community working on achieving that center were here today, and then previous, obvious to this meeting, made a request for the deferral to meaningfully engage with the local community in Etobicoke Center. Do you find that helpful? Would you want to work directly with them to ensure that that happens successfully?
Yes. The first time I met anyone from the community was here today. Never heard from anybody. But I think we're kind of putting the cart before the horse. I believe it would be more appropriate, first of all, to have a conversation about changing the usage of a public park without any discussion as to why this park, what about other parks. I think that would have to happen first. Putting a building on it for any worthwhile community is, well, personally, I haven't asked my residents, but I believe they would all say a community center sounds like a great idea.
Well, there's been for a long time a desire, like whether, I know one location that's been bandied about for a long time for a community center in Etobicoke Center is at the old Civic Center when it moves to 6 Points. So there has been some discussion for a long time.
Where? Where was this discussion?
Amongst residents in your community?
Haven't heard a word.
That's interesting.
I haven't heard a word.
Okay.
And I think I'm pretty tuned in to, I haven't seen anything in the paper. I haven't heard anything from our counselor.
Okay.
I haven't heard a thing.
It has been a matter of discussion
Okay,
by some.
great.
Ultimately, just to conclude the questions, what you're saying, if I hear you clearly, is that you are open to a conversation with the Somali community, but you also are hoping that the location itself is something for further consideration as well.
Yes, and I would flip the two apart. I think the location first would be important. The usage, I think the public wants to use a community center, including Somalians. So there's no reason why we can't do that. Of course, I'd love to be able to talk with them. We've heard nothing. We've heard nothing about a design, about funding, about how big it's going to be, what it's going to be. And even the notes that I've seen online from council, everything's, there's nothing definitive about it. You may know that it's definitive, we just haven't heard anything.
Yeah, I hear you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for that clarification. Celeste Mendes, is Celeste here? Is online. Celeste? Can you turn on your mic?
Yeah.
Yep, we hear you.
Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for the privilege of listening to me this afternoon. I am going to touch on issues that are not favorable to anyone. The first being to Mayor Chow. I am asking the City of Toronto to generate some committee to get a legal opinion as to why this whole process was all kept under the pillow. Why did our councillor have to fight head and toe to get this information? Extremely concerning. We are a democratic society. Members of council are voted in, and this secret online links have limited information on what this center is all about, how the public in general is going to be served, the size of this center, the location, the park, the seniors residence home next to this park. The committee, one thing I did see in their survey of their community is they want hoops, outdoor hoops and indoor hoops. Well, I have them in my backyard, and I'm deaf. I am legally, virtually deaf. Guess what? 1:30 in the morning, I'm yelling across my fence, leave this parkette, or I'm calling the police. So is that what we want our seniors next door to be dealing with at the tail end of their life instead of looking at green grass and trees? So whoever came up with this location and the secrecy of why this location, why not the old Sears location? Why not Bergamot Park? Why not the current Canadian Tire at Rexdale and Kipling lot? Why not the Don Bosco School? How on earth did we come to 3 acres of a little park with a Catholic elementary school in its backyard, a seniors residence on the other side, 7 new condo buildings to be built along the line come to be the location? Mayor Chow, I am asking the city to put together a committee on the legal, whether laws were broken, omitted, forgotten. I read nothing in city law that says this type of meetings, decisions are to be kept secret from the voters. That's number one. Number two, the money. So we look at a 20-year lease of this land. It's a lease. Councillors, it's not a sale of land putting it into confidentiality issues. This is a lease. So we get into the 20-year lease with the provision for 2 10-year carry renewals, taking it to 50 years. The members of the Somalian community have told us clearly that they've been looking for decades. For decades, they have had land that does not have to be paid up, parkette, back to the old Sears location, back to many locations. I lived in Rexdale for 16 years. I know the recreation centers on Albion Road. I know the indoor pools. I know the Elms pool. There are loads of spaces that would bring together the Somalian community, our community, and hopefully provide extremely positive programs to bring in the youth that we need to help. I'm all for culture, but we need to stop the violence. We need to engage the youth of that community. not bring it to Central Etobicoke where you've got seniors that are 70 and 80 and 90 years old. You've got people like me that are in the 70s. We have gotten Central Etobicoke to where it is. Now, let's get your community the best of the best. And that is not Central Etobicoke. It is not a small part yet. Why, when Humber College increased its size, when your community was diligently looking for a location, was that not considered? Why the Woodbine Center, when it expanded all the new building, never has any mention of this been had with the
Christine,
community?
I have to wrap up. It's 5 minutes.
Oh, so again, I'm asking for something
hear
from
you.
council. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And the cost of this thing.
Got it. Thank you. Christine Maniluk from Buttonwood Hill Residents Association. There you are. Thank you for waiting.
Thank you.
It's been a long day.
It has. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to the Executive Committee for hearing us today. Oh,
Is your mic on? Mm-hmm.
thank you. Thank you. I'll say that again. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to the Executive Committee for hearing us today. And most of all, thank you to our community. I am the chair of the Buttonwood Hill Residents Association. Our area encompasses Buttonwood Park. It's not a very large space that our association is responsible for, I guess, but it is a very strong community and a very strong neighborhood. We only got word of this about 5 or 6 days ago. The community has come together very, very strongly and are very, very passionate and yet also very disappointed and upset that we weren't told about this at all until now. And within those 5 to 6 days, we were able to get a petition out to the community. We've got 2,600 signatures in less than 3 days. The community has gone out and tried to knock on doors, notify people, deliver flyers, attend meetings to find out what happened. How could this possibly happen here? Again, very, very upset about that. So we understand that discussions, and we've been hearing today about discussions that have been ongoing at least back to 2022, probably even sooner than that, earlier than that, to be able to get to even that point. All these various expensive studies, I understand, have been done, but without speaking to our community about this, without talking to anyone, without inviting us to the table, and without letting us know. There are a few points that we're, of course, concerned about as well. You know, the parkland, it's special. We can't start building and paving on top of that. It's a very well-used park. We have the school, the new school coming up. Construction is starting as soon as the children that are in there now using the school are almost done. They'll be going back to their brand new school in Etobicoke, and then this construction starts. With all the new children coming in, and as well we have the Chartwell Seniors residents there. They're all enjoying the park, the neighbors, the community, everybody getting out there and really appreciating that, and we just can't have any more congestion in the area. We have a whole bunch of new condo units and apartments and that coming up across the road. On the other side of Eglinton, we have the Eglinton LRT, you know, still in construction. Just so much congestion in the area. We just can't handle anymore. Preservation of the green space, you know, that's special. The environmental concerns, we all, you know, care and need to protect those things. The public consultation process, very, you know, a fundamental right of the community, of the neighborhood that it's affecting. And the community impact that I have already mentioned with all of the new things coming into the very centralized location right there. So what I also wanted to mention is we are at a loss really as to why this project was kept quiet to begin with? You know, why was it deemed confidential? We don't understand that. You know, it's just really, we're just at a loss for words for how this even happened. We're supposed to be living in a democratic society, and yet we weren't told. And today, we find out that there's been a deferral requested. That's fine, but I have to say, honestly, that we feel that this has only come up because people have just found out in the last 5 or 6 days about what's been going on, and now they realize that that was a huge mistake. We should have been told. We don't understand why we weren't. We're happy to work with any organization, but we know that this location is not suitable for that proposal at all. As you've heard many times today, there are a number of places where they could be going, or other options to look for, where it will be better for everyone involved. So I do have a couple of questions. So why did the City of Toronto keep the application process, or get the application process that started in 2022 confidential? Why was the community not informed and provided with a public consultation? Why are we not respecting the parkland strategy report that we need to protect our parkland? Where is the communication, the transparency, and the accountability? And there are many other options available. We should never consider the parkland as an option. And so I'm really, really here to ask you to please reconsider this, defer the matter for as long as it takes. The 4 weeks is not sufficient in any means. We really need a lot more research to be done to figure out where we go from here. Okay, so with that, I'm hoping to ask staff that you direct staff to seek an alternative location that is suitable for this proposal.
Okay.
And that's it.
Thank you. Just before you do that, I got a note that several councillors has to leave by 5. Councillor Morley has a meeting in her ward. Councillor Perks, you have a meeting in the ward, so 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't have enough quorum past 5, okay? So let's make sure that we can finish this item by 5, right? So, Councillor Holiday?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to make sure I ask a question because, Christine, if you could confirm that you are the president of the Local Residents Association immediately at this park. Members of the Executive Committee are from all across the city. Could you tell the Executive Committee a little bit about this park? Because parks mean a lot of things, right? They can be a ravine valley, they could be some woodlot somewhere, they can be a grassy field. What does this park mean to the community? How long has it been there? You know, just give some context so that the committee can understand. May I ask that you give some context so that the committee can understand what it means and maybe read a little bit why this is so important?
The park has been there since the community was developed in 1970, and it's grown to, you know, welcome a whole group of new young families to the neighborhood. The school has been there forever, and most of the residents in our neighborhood have lived there pretty much all their lives, and so they have enjoyed the park. The park has a playground, which in fact has some newer equipment. We have a skating rink, a tennis court. We have the seniors' residence right there. And in fact, when that seniors' residence was built, approximately, I'd say maybe 20 years ago now, you know, we fought for that to be, we supported that actually at the time. Our association supported that. And it is home to, I don't even know how many numbers of seniors mostly, and they get to enjoy the park. They have the children playing in the park. Just It's just a place that they need to be able to, be safe and have the enjoyment of life, really.
So one other piece of context that I could ask that you could confirm or offer comment on is some people have said, well, this is just a detached bunch of houses around the park. But when you actually look at the map and you look on the north side of Eglinton Avenue, which is right there,
Yes.
Is there development going on? Would it be fair to say that there are thousands of new units proposed within walking distance of this location?
Absolutely. So on the south side of the park, you have mostly houses. We have the new school again, we have the seniors' residence, and directly across the road, there are buildings already there, many buildings, but there are a lot more buildings coming up, a lot more units, and they need a place to be able to go.
So finally, just to leave a flavor with the committee about the top 3 issues that you're hearing from people, if you can leave them because I'm sure you've handled, hundreds, countless interactions with people over the last few days. Can you just give them a theme about what's on people's minds?
Well, first of all, they don't understand why we weren't invited to the table, why we couldn't have had a conversation about this, why we couldn't have worked together to at least know what's being proposed. Secondly, I would say we truly believe that that location is not going to be great even for the cultural center that wants to go there, because there's just too much congestion there. We have so much traffic in the area as it is. It's the difficulty of getting in there, getting out of there. Where are they going to go? Through the school lot? I mean, how are they going to get in? The Eglinton Avenue is just a disaster right now, I'm sorry to say. So, and I guess the third thing is just the love of the park that they have used for all this time. All these people and many, many generations of families have been using it since it was, since they moved in there when the houses were built. And to lose that, I mean, you've got the families, the children, the grandchildren, the parents, the elderly parents that go there where they can actually have a place to enjoy, to get some fresh air. And if we didn't learn anything from COVID, where did we go during all that time? Where did we go? We went around our blocks walking, we went to our parks, we had to get out somewhere. We needed that.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to test the committee about something. I don't know, because we do have many other speakers. I'm hearing that the process did not work, and that seems to be the case. I'm hearing that the Somalian community want and need a community center. I'm hearing that people want to work together. I'm hearing that from both groups. So it looks to me that a big part of the problem is that somehow the process got messed up and the community didn't understand or know that it was happening. I guess it was before my time. It came in 2022, I guess, about finding a space. And then spaces were investigated, and I don't know the details of what went into the investigation. And then it landed, okay? I think the other issue that I hear, not necessarily today, but I've heard last time this was in front of us, was there was some timeline because the Somalian community needed to apply for some kind of funding and there was some kind of deadline. Okay, that's also what I heard previously. I'm wondering whether we could pledge to do 2 things. One, perhaps look at another location, because I don't know the details enough, okay? And number 2, pledge to be consultative on this project, and let's work together on it. Number 3 is to examine in great detail about the process that have led to here. Now, this process went through not necessarily our Parks Department or our CRAM, which is corporate real estate. It went through a different body that deals with some of the city land. Okay, so maybe there are processes in place that needs to be fine-tuned, because that body called Creatio are mostly, they do commercial transaction between different bodies, okay, with the city, which may explain why the secrecy at the beginning, but I don't know, and right now, looking at the clock, I don't want us to lose the momentum of what people are saying. I don't want people to leave the meeting without knowing precisely what happened, and I don't want to lose quorum because that may happen soon, okay? So I'm proposing that maybe there's a motion somewhere, if someone can help draft it, that would say a process that's more transparent, consultative, motion to look at a deferral of what this is in front of us, and a motion to say we would work together and preferably, you know, in spaces that is more welcome. Okay, sound good to you? Someone is drafting it. I don't know. I don't know whether that would meet with the. Feel free to speak to it. Maybe while I listen to one or two more deputants, perhaps people can come together and help draft such a thing. I'm trying to capture the spirit of what I'm hearing here, and I'm looking at nodding heads. And then I want to make sure that we actually have a package of recommendations that deal with some of the questions that are in front of us, okay? Okay, are we all right to, okay, do you want to come with some kind of recommendations, yeah? And it's a deferral anyway with some instructions and in terms of cleaning up the process in the future, we'll do that as a separate piece. But as to this project, let us confirm there's a deferral, confirm that there will be consultation, etc. Council Holiday, maybe you can assist in some ways to, there's now conversations over there. Okay, I'm going to proceed with other speaker, or I could take a 3-minute break. No, I should just proceed. And those of you that have motions, maybe you can help type it out, print it out, and maybe that could be shared with the Somalian community and the Buttonwood Restaurant Association, Buttonwood Hill Restaurant Association, so that there's a consensus, okay? Okay, that's just a suggestion. Hopefully that would work. The next speaker, Kasum Anwar Shaki? You need a, what, drop something? Okay, Deputy Mayor?
All right, have we got you, Kulsum?
Yeah.
Okay, please begin when you're ready. You have 5 minutes and we'll let you know when we're close to time.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kulsum Anwar, and I'm here today as a Ward 2 resident and homeowner to express support for the proposal to lease land in the Etobicoke Center for the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation. It's such a pleasure to support a new community center into my community. We all know that this kind of infrastructure is essential to welcoming, vital, diverse cities, and this is the kind of city Toronto is. I know there's been objections raised by other Ward 2 residents about the loss of green space. In Etobicoke Center, there's a lot of privilege, and one of those privileges is an abundance of green space. Indeed, there are extensive green corridors right near the proposed site. As a parent raising 3 children in Etobicoke, I've always been struck by how many parks I have to choose from. What there isn't an abundance of, however, is inclusive, pedestrian, accessible community spaces. I really don't know what's going to happen with the deferral, but I hope requests to defer it don't mean that this important project ends up drowning in the bathtub of public consultation. That would be a shame. Sometimes the automated reaction of neighborhoods with a lot of privilege is to embrace bananaism, which stands for build absolutely nothing anywhere near anything, aka banana. But that's not how Toronto has become the city it is today. And I hope that's not the direction that we set. As an educator, I know firsthand that community spaces are integral to engaging and nurturing young people in particular and keeping them safe. A Etobicoke Center needs more accessible spaces for youth. The proposed location along the Eglinton Crosstown extension means that the SCCR will be contributing to the city's goal of transit-oriented intensification. The recreation component of this project will benefit everyone in the immediate neighborhood, including the Buttonwood community, including the children who attend the school, the seniors, and all those new condo residents. The cultural component acknowledges the presence and contribution of the Somali community to a part of Etobicoke where they are a significant demographic. I'm sure the Somali community and other civic-minded Torontonians are watching this vote very carefully. So many ethnic communities over the years have established community spaces in Toronto that both honor and acknowledge their identities and build our shared community. I have often found myself at community events hosted at a building that names the Italian or Ukrainian or Latvian community. These are not my ethnic communities, but the spaces are for all of us. As has been noted earlier, 50% of the community center time is going to be available to the Etobicoke Center community. The proposal is a welcome one. It's been years in the making. People are upset about 6 days notice. Can you imagine if you've been working on something for 40 years? It represents a collective aspiration. This is inclusion. This is institution building. This is representation. It is in one of the most impactful ways possible in the built environment of our city. But this is the same city where anti-Black racism in all its overt and cloaked variations has unfortunately impacted the lived experiences of Black Toronto residents. Sometimes Black communities face hurdles and opposition, other communities do not. This community center is a message of a different ethos. I hope Council will make a progressive, inclusive, and positive decision. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. Any question to the deputants? No, thank you. Hafsa Abdul Samad, yes. Hafsa, are you there? If you are, open up your mic or your video or both. Is he online? He's not online, okay. Mark Como? He's not online either. Nadine Rabenko, are you online? He's not online. Maria Galati? Online, Maria Galati? May I trouble you to turn on your mic?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hi. Sorry, it's been a long day waiting, so I'm thankful.
Thank you for waiting. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to say that I am thankful for the opportunity to speak. I am one of the residents in the community. I have a family with 3 children who has lived there for over 10 years, and we've had the privilege of enjoying the park space. Our kids go to school in the neighborhood. They go to the park very frequently, and so do we, and they use the limited amount of green space for soccer, football, running around. During COVID, we use it for our daily walks. I've heard the different members talk about expert advice and the need for a community center for the Somali group. And I just want to reiterate, this is not really one versus the other. This is simply about the green space in Buttonwood Park. We enjoy having that green space there. It is limited. and there is not a lot of green space like it near us. And I just want I want the councillors to recognize that we've had extensive overdevelopment in the area, you know, where my children are trying to get to school, and there's a lot of construction with related to the LRT, the new schools, the condos. I don't know where it will all fit in to build a community center specifically at this intersection and maintain a safe space while all of this construction occurs. We just want an inclusive space that is for all of the residents. And I think a lot of the other points have been raised along the way, and I don't want to be redundant. So I hope this goes forward in that we recognize the importance of community centers. We just don't want one here. We don't feel it's the right spot, and we do want it to remain an area that the community can continue to enjoy.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Any questions? If not, Jory Platt, are you online? No, he's not online. Yes, he is. He is online? Yeah, okay.
Hello, Mayor Chow.
Yeah, open up your mic. We're good. We can hear you.
Yes, well, now that I'm unlocked, I'm here, and thank you for having me, Mayor Chow. I'm here with my son, Brody. We're actually in the car. We've been waiting all day to speak, but I'm at another park. I'm at Christie Pitts getting ready for a baseball game.
Zach.
First?
Over there.
Sorry, can you hear me?
I'm just trying to make sure there's a motion that everybody supports.
Perfect. I was going to say.
Keep going.
I don't want to waste your time. I do want to say that I felt like I hope that there's a motion not just to defer, but a motion that with a bias to find a more suitable location. You know, taking away a green space in this city where green spaces are so cherished, and we ought to be doing everything we can to keep them and save them and build on them, not overtop them. I ask that, you know, we find a more suitable location. I think of the community center in our neighborhood, the Ukrainian Community Center, which is a church that went out of use and is being repurposed and now a vibrant part of our community. I hope that the Somali Cultural Center can find a similar location and become another source of vibrancy in our community. But to me, it's a dangerous precedent to take away a park from a community, especially one that my family of four have enjoyed and found a love for during the COVID period. Thanks. You know, I don't want to drain my whole 5 minutes because it sounds like you found a way to build consensus and bring about a good resolution to a pretty poorly run issue thus far.
Thank you for that. Yes, we hear you about green space. Thank you. Voldemar Slavkov, you're here. Okay, turn on your mic. Thank you.
Do you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, there is no mic.
If you can speak up a bit more, it'd be great.
Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak at this meeting. My name is Volodymyr Sivkov. I'm a resident of Rico. Let's talk about weather first. As you're well aware, we have a climate emergency now. Someone will probably die by the end of the week because of this heat dome over Toronto and area. And that's extremely unfortunate. And we have an obligation as a society, as a city, to do our best to mitigate the effects of climate change. Fortunately, we have enough scientific evidence, and I will quote Nature magazine, that maintaining and expanding green spaces in form of urban parks can effectively reduce surface temperatures, which is an important strategic approach to reducing the urban heat island effect. So far, Toronto has been moving in a proper direction. We tore down a portion of Gardiner Expressway to build a park in Lower Donlands, and that's awesome. We do not allow people to pave over their front lawn and expand their driveways because grass and trees are so vitally important to the city. We do not allow mature trees to be touched. Just across the street, Lantera is developing a parcel of land that used to be a gardening center. And they were originally planning to erect 5 residential towers over there. But the city, 2 years ago, made them to replace one of the towers with a park, because apparently green space is more important than housing. And now I hear that at this very time, in such a progressive and environmentally cautious city, someone is entertaining ideas to build something in a park that's mind-boggling. You just don't do that. People need green space. We need somewhere to walk, for children to run around, for dogs to roam, for bees to live. By the way, there were about 100 species of solitary bees that live in Ontario, and they burrow holes in the ground, and they need undisturbed patches of soil. We need pollinators. We can't, like, the environment cannot survive without them. Also, I'd like to mention that by definition, a park is a parcel of land that is protected from development. And we are all witnesses what happens when development is attempted to be allowed on protected lands. I'm referring to Greenbelt scandal. I bet every one of you had something to say about that at that time. If that's too far, you have Ontario Place and plans to develop it, and catering to special interest groups and why it's a bad idea to do in a park. With this Buttonwood Park, how different are you? Like, there is, it's really, really bad. With the size of the park, on paper, it's 10 acres. In fact, it's not. It has quite a large playground that it's mulched over. It has paved double-sized tennis court, which leaves not with 10, but with about 7 to 8 acres of actual green space. Well, minus also paved roadways there. And now you want to carve half of that out and pave it over and build something in it. It's just not happening. It sets a dangerous precedent. Any park now can get an application to build something really, really important. For example, a school for autistic children. Why not? I can come in 20 minutes with various projects that are really, really important, but will run out of parks very soon. And you don't have to be too creative in order to abandon this idea of developing a park area. And just read aloud your own posts about Greenbelt and Ontario Place, and replace Greenbelt with any kind of park, and you will have ready text. It just removes all the credibility in city council commenting on any kind of environmental issue, because it will just fly in your face that you allowed a park to be developed. You would definitely, well, probably the city will at some point of time ask the province or federal government for some kind of funding to expand green space, and all they will tell you is just 2 words. And that will be, if they are polite enough, that will be Buttonwood Park. That's just not happening. You don't do it in a park, in any park. It's very bad. I'll quote you, Madam.
So your time's up, sorry about that. Thank you for your submission.
Thank you.
Thank you. I now have a motion. May I see it? Do we have quorum? We can have motion, oh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, we have 2 online, okay. This is the deferral to the July 16th, 2024 meeting to Executive Committee to allow further consultation and consideration of the local community, Somali community, and city staff. And this is deferred to staff, right? Okay, and that would, that takes into consideration the importance of consultation. It allowed time for conversation allow staff to work on this together. Councillor Perks, Deputy Mayors, the two are Councillor Matlow, Cole, any of the councillors on the executive committee, are you comfortable with where this is going? Yes? Okay. Let me ask the Buttonwood, oh, where did she go? She's right here. Sorry. I'm just trying to make sure that we don't lose quorum and that we can at least conclude this item, because if we leave, then it comes back and then there won't be a motion about consultation, et cetera, right? Were you here when I first read? Can you post it? Can you type it out and post it? Oh, make it much bigger. I'm too young, too old to see it. It basically said that it's deferred to allow further consultations and consideration with the local community, Somali community, and city staff. And I just want to make sure that folks are comfortable with it. The councillors are, I assume you are okay with it. The Buttonwood community.
Consultation on what?
Oh, this item, I could,
Big item.
consideration regarding the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation. Okay? Yep. I can't quite do that. I'm already breaking some rules. Further consultation consideration of this, regarding this item, okay? If you can just add that in, just to be very clear. But normally it's about this item in front of us. Okay, that's the piece. So I just made it more clearer. So Councillor Holiday, he can speak on behalf of you folks if you want. So to the deputants that we have not heard, we will keep you on the list. If this item comes back, I assume you will want to speak to it. If that's okay, council members, are you okay with this approach? Okay. Councillor Holiday?
Mayor, if I may speak, and
Yes, please.
Give me your rule on if it's 3 minutes or 5, so I'll adhere to the time.
Normally it's 5, I believe. Okay. My understanding is 5.
I'll
yeah,
be
go ahead.
economical with my time, so I just thank you for the opportunity to speak. I think that the members of the committee should understand that the process is what has brought the community here. Mm-hmm. There's many layers to this matter. We've heard from a lot of people. But if you don't realize you have awakened a giant in Etobicoke. I had my community environment day on the weekend, and this is all I heard about. And that's okay. I mean, what you've seen, 7 days. 7 days is what I want to leave the committee with. That's how long the public, the broader public, has had to digest what is before them. The most sensitive thing that you can open up with a community is a change to the local park, because it is so important to them. Councillor Moyse asked about, what is this? It's 3 acres. It's 3 Yonge-Dundas squares, nestled within a local community that has enjoyed the open space for decades, probably longer than I've been alive. So I cannot underscore enough the urgency of the message that they brought you. I tried my best at council to let council know that a public park had to be put into the public domain. And I know there was a lot of discussion about leasing and concerns about keeping things confidential as part of process, but it finally came out as I thought. So to bring this back around to the deferral, I know from the community they understand there's not a lot of time between now and then. This is the right of the committee and the purview of the committee. I just ask that if you're going to do that, to use every moment of that time as meaningfully as possible to engage with the community at a very difficult time in the year. Otherwise, because the heart of this issue is about process and about democracy, I want to make sure that the deferral tries to address that in a positive way rather than a negative one, and it doesn't appear to be futile or without utility. So that is the best counsel I can offer to this committee as the local representative. And the person that has received the brunt of hundreds of emails, and I don't mean form emails, and over 100 phone calls in a voicemail box that won't even take messages any longer, because people are so concerned and so upset with how this issue unfolded that they haven't even figured out how to react to it. Other than like any major development proposal, they have to go through a process to digest it and understand it. There's little knowledge available. You've seen community members come out speaking on behalf of thousands, and I can say that because I've seen it, of people that expect a better process from City Hall. And if I can leave you with one message, and Mayor, you touched upon it, was an examination of the process and how and why the location of such a monumental change had to be kept under wraps when it ultimately turned out to be a local developed park. And the gravity of that, I want to leave with this group. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Holliday. Councillor Perks, I assume you're going to take carriage of...
Yeah, I'll take carriage of the motion. So I'm moving that we defer this to give room for the consultation and consideration. And I want to thank Councillor Holliday for being quite gracious about going along with this and for sharing his experience with his community. And all of us know that from time to time there's some issue that comes up about a public resource changing use, and it can get very, very fraught. And particularly a park. I've had some experience with changing the use of a park recently. And just, I think it's important that folks understand a little bit about how we decide to keep an item in confidence. Without going into the details of that, there are a couple pieces. Our city solicitors carefully monitor what information we can discuss in public, and there are very specific rules written in law. Real estate transactions being one of them, confidential matters about an identifiable individual, et cetera, et cetera. And all of that is tested and monitored. And when the city solicitor writes us a piece of advice and says you can't share that, it always explains why. I think part of the complication here is in previous administrations, some functions of the city were put into standalone corporations that sit outside the city, in this case, Create TO. And it gets more complicated when it's a separate corporation doing some of the work instead of it done by city staff. I've always believed you do those functions in-house, but in this instance, for that reason, there was this complication. There was not an effort by anyone to disguise the proposed use. That was not the issue. We're not allowed to do that. There's actually a privacy monitor who looks at all the decisions we make about debating things in camera. So I know that when surprises show up, the mind goes to where the mind goes. But please be assured we're under very strict rules here about what we're allowed to see that we don't show the public, and this issue about a third-party corporation, even if we owned it, being involved in a real estate issue was the test here. And with that, I'll move the item, or move the amendment.
Any other speaker? If not, thank you for your, thank you for staying. All those in, can you show the recommendations on the screen? All those in favor of this deferral? Approved, thank you.
That's the item. We're done.
And I see no other items in front of us. Councillor Perks just move adjournment. Thank you. All those in favor, opposed?
guy, I want to go to your wedding. Are you married yet?
Not yet, not yet.
How many weddings?
Come on, man.